Malay Magic. By Walter William Skeat. Preface. The circumstances attending the composition and publication of the present work have thrown upon me the duty of furnishing it with a preface explaining its object and scope. Briefly, the purpose of the author has been to collect into a book of Malay folklore all that seemed to him most typical of the subject amongst a considerable mass of materials, some of which lay scattered in the pages of various other works. Others in unpublished native manuscripts, and much in notes made by him personally of what he had observed during several years spent in the Malay Peninsula, principally in the state of Selangor. The book does not profess to be an exhaustive or complete treatise, but rather, as its title indicates, an introduction to the study of folklore, popular religion, and magic as understood among the Malays of the peninsula. It should be superfluous, at this time of day, to defend such studies as these from the criticisms which have from time to time been brought against them. I remember my old friend and former teacher, Wan Abdullah, a Singapore Malay of Terengganu extraction and Arab descent, a devout and learned Mohammedan and a most charming man, objecting to them on the grounds, first, that they were useless, and secondly, which, as he emphatically declared, was far worse, that they were perilous to the soul's health. This last is a point of view which it would hardly be appropriate or profitable to discuss here, but a few words may as well be devoted to the other objection. It is based, sometimes, on the ground that these studies deal not with facts, but with mere nonsensical fancies and beliefs. Now, for facts we all, of course, have the greatest respect. But the objection appears to me to involve an unwarrantable restriction of the meaning of the word, a belief which is actually held, even a mere fancy that is entertained in the mind, has a real existence, and is a fact just as much as any other. As a piece of psychology it must always have a certain interest, and it may on occasions become of enormous practical importance. If, for instance, in 1857 certain persons, whose concern it was, had paid more attention to facts of this kind, possibly the Indian Mutiny could have been prevented, and probably it might have been foreseen. So that precautionary measures could have been taken in time to minimize the extent of the catastrophe. It is not suggested that the matters dealt with in this book are ever likely to involve such serious issues. But, speaking generally, there can be no doubt that an understanding of the ideas and modes of thought of an alien people in a relatively low stage of civilization facilitates very considerably the task of governing them. And in the Malay Peninsula that task has now devolved mainly upon Englishmen. Moreover, every notion of utility implies an end to which it is to be referred, and there are other ends in life worth considering as well as those to which the practical man is pleased to restrict himself. When one passes from the practical to the speculative point of view, it is almost impossible to predict what piece of knowledge will be fruitful of results, and what will not. Prima facie, therefore, all knowledge has a claim to be considered of importance from a scientific point of view, and until everything is known, nothing can safely be rejected as worthless. Another and more serious objection, aimed rather at the method of such investigations as these, is that the evidence with which they have to be content is worth little or nothing. Objectors attempt to discredit it by implying that at best it is only what A says that B told him about the beliefs B says he holds, in other words, that it is the merest hearsay, and it is also sometimes suggested that when A is a European and B a savage, or at most a semi-civilized person of another breed, the chances are that B will lie about his alleged beliefs, or that A will unconsciously read his own ideas into B's confused statements, or that, at any rate, one way or another, they are sure to misunderstand each other, and accordingly the record cannot be a faithful one. So far as this objection can have any application to the present work, it may fairly be replied, first that the author has been at some pains to corroborate and illustrate his own accounts by the independent observations of others, and this must be his justification for the copiousness of his quotations from other writers. And, secondly, that he has, whenever possible, given us what is really the best kind of evidence for his own statements by recording the charms and other magic formulae which are actually in use. Of these a great number has been here collected, and in the translation of such of the more interesting ones as are quoted in the text of the book, every effort has been made to keep to literal accuracy of rendering. The originals will be found in the appendix, and it must be left to those who can read Malay to check the author's versions, and to draw from the untranslated portions such inferences as may seem to them good. The author himself has no preconceived thesis to maintain, his object has been collection rather than comparison, and quite apart from the necessary limitations of space and time, his method has confined the book within fairly well-defined bounds. Though the subject is one which would naturally lend itself to a comparative treatment, and though the comparison of Malay folklore with that of other nations, more particularly of India, Arabia, and the mainland of Indochina, would no doubt lead to very interesting results, the scope of the work has as far as possible been restricted to the folklore of the Malays of the peninsula. Accordingly, the analogous and often quite similar customs and ideas of the Malayan races of the Eastern Archipelago have been only occasionally referred to, while those of the Chinese and other non-Malayan inhabitants of the peninsula have been excluded altogether. Moreover, several important departments of custom and social life have been, no doubt designedly, omitted, thus, to mention only one subject out of several that will probably occur to the reader. The modes of organization of the family and the clan, which in certain Malay communities present archaic features of no common interest, together with the derivative notions affecting the tenure and inheritance of property, have found no place in this work. The field, in fact, is very wide and cannot all be worked at once. The folklore of uncivilized races may fairly enough be said to embrace every phase of nature and every department of life. It may be regarded as containing, in the germ and as yet undifferentiated, the notions from which religion, law, medicine, philosophy, natural science, and social customs are eventually evolved. Its bulk and relative importance seem to vary inversely with the advance of a race in the progress towards civilization. And the ideas of savages on these matters appear to constitute in some cases a great and complex system, of which comparatively few traces only are left among the more civilized peoples. The Malay race, while far removed from the savage condition, has not as yet reached a very high stage of civilization, and still retains relatively large remnants of this primitive order of ideas. It is true that Malay notions on these subjects are undergoing a process of disintegration, the rapidity of which has been considerably increased by contact with European civilization, but, such as they are, these ideas still form a great factor in the life of the mass of the people. It may, however, be desirable to point out that the complexity of Malay folklore is to be attributed in part to its singularly mixed character. The development of the race from savagery and barbarism up to its present condition of comparative civilization has been modified and determined, first and most deeply by Indian, and during the last 5 centuries or so by Arabian influences. Just as in the language of the Malays it is possible by analysis to pick out words of Sanskrit and Arabic origin from amongst the main body of genuinely native words, so in their folklore one finds Hindu, Buddhist, and Mohammedan ideas overlying a mass of apparently original Malay notions. These various elements of their folklore are, however, now so thoroughly mixed up together that it is often almost impossible to disentangle them. No systematic attempt has been made to do so in this book, although here and there an indication of the origin of some particular myth will be found. But a complete analysis, if possible at all, would have necessitated, as a preliminary investigation, a much deeper study of Hindu and Mohammedan mythology than it has been found practicable to engage in. In order, however, to give a clear notion of the relation which the beliefs and practices that are here recorded bear to the official religion of the people, it is necessary to state that the Malays of the peninsula are Sunni Mohammedans of the school of Shafi'i, and that nothing, theoretically speaking, could be more correct and orthodox, from the point of view of Islam, than the belief which they profess. But the beliefs which they actually hold are another matter altogether, and it must be admitted that the Mohammedan veneer which covers their ancient superstitions is very often of the thinnest description. The inconsistency in which this involves them is not, however, as a rule realized by themselves. Beginning their invocations with the orthodox preface, "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate," and ending them with an appeal to the creed, "There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God." They are conscious of no impropriety in addressing the intervening matter to a string of Hindu divinities, demons, ghosts, and nature spirits, with a few angels and prophets thrown in, as the occasion may seem to require. Still, the more highly educated Malays, especially those who live in the towns and come into direct contact with Arab teachers of religion, are disposed to object strongly to these relics of paganism. And there can be no doubt that the increasing diffusion of general education in the peninsula is contributing to the growth of a stricter conception of Islam, which will involve the gradual suppression of such of these old-world superstitions as are obviously of an unorthodox character. This process, however, will take several generations to accomplish, and in the meantime it is to be hoped that a complete record will have been made both of what is doomed sooner or later to perish, and of what in all likelihood will survive under the new conditions of our time. It is as a contribution to such a record, and as a collection of materials to serve as a sound basis for further additions and comparisons, that this work is offered to the reader. A list of the principal authorities referred to will be found in another place, but it would be improper to omit here the acknowledgments which are due to the various authors of whose work in this field such wide use has been made. Among the dead special mention must be made of Marsden, who will always be for Englishmen the pioneer of Malay studies. Leiden, the gifted translator of the Sejarah Malayu, whose early death probably inflicted on Oriental scholarship the greatest loss it has ever had to suffer. Newbold, the author of what is still, on the whole, the best work on the Malay Peninsula. And Sir William Maxwell, in whom those of us who knew him have lost a friend, and Malay scholarship a thoroughly sound and most brilliant exponent. Among the living, the acknowledgments of the author are due principally to Sir Frank Swettenham and Mr. Hugh Clifford, who, while they have done much to popularize the knowledge of things Malay amongst the general reading public, have also embodied in their works the results of much careful and accurate observation. The free use which has been made of the writings of these and other authors will, it is hoped, be held to be justified by their intrinsic value. It must be added that the author, having to leave England about the beginning of this year with the Cambridge scientific expedition which is now exploring the northern states of the peninsula, left the work with me for revision. The first 5 chapters and chapter 6, up to the end of the section on dances, sports, and games, were then already in the printer's hands, but only the first 100 pages or so had had the benefit of the author's revision. For the arrangement of the rest of chapter 6, and for some small portion of the matter therein contained, I am responsible, and it has also been my duty to revise the whole book finally. Accordingly, it is only fair to the author to point out that he is to be credited with the matter and the general scheme of the work, while the responsibility for defects in detail must fall upon myself. As regards the spelling of Malay words, it must be said that geographical names have been spelled in the way which is now usually adopted and without diacritical marks. The names of the principal native states of the peninsula, most of which are repeatedly mentioned in the book, are Kedah, Perak, Selangor, Johor, Pahang, Terengganu, Kelantan, and Patani. Otherwise, except in quotations, where the spelling of the original is preserved. An attempt has been made to transliterate the Malay words found in the body of the book in such a way as to give the ordinary reader a fairly correct idea of their pronunciation. The appendix, which appeals only to persons who already know Malay, has been somewhat differently treated, diacritical marks being inserted only in cases where there was a possible ambiguity, and the spelling of the original MSS being changed as little as possible. A perfect transliteration, or one that will suit everybody, is, however, an unattainable ideal, and the most that can be done in that direction is necessarily a compromise. In the system adopted in the body of the work, the vowels are to be sounded, roughly speaking, as in Italian, except E, which resembles the French E in K, lo, and the like, and the consonants as in English, but ing as in singer, not finger. G as in go, New York as NI in onion, CH as in church, final K and initial H almost inaudible. The symbol represents the Arabic ain, and the symbol is used, 1, between consonants, to indicate the presence of an almost inaudible vowel, the shortest form of E, and elsewhere, 2, for the hamza, and 3, for the apostrophe, i.e., to denote the suppression of a letter or syllable. Both the ain and the hamza may be neglected in pronunciation, as indeed they are very generally disregarded by the Malays themselves. In this and other respects, Arabic scholars into whose hands this book may fall must not be surprised to find that Arabic words and phrases suffer some corruptions in a Malay context. These have not, as a rule, been interfered with or corrected, although it has not been thought worthwhile to preserve obvious blunders of spelling in well-known Arabic formulae. It should be added that in Malay the accent or stress, which is less marked than in English, falls almost invariably on the penultimate syllable of the word. Exceptions to this rule hardly ever occur except in the few cases where the penultimate is an open syllable with a short vowel, as indicated by the sign. The illustrations are reproduced from photographs of models and original objects made by Malays. Most of these models and other objects are now in the Cambridge Archaeological and Ethnological Museum, to which they were presented by the author. The index, for the compilation of which I am indebted to my wife, who has also given me much assistance in the revision of the proof sheets, will, it is believed, add greatly to the usefulness of the work as a book of reference. C. O. Blagden. Woking, August 28, 1899. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 1. Nature. A. Creation of the world. The theory of the creation most usually held by Peninsular Malays is summarized in the following passage. Quoted, in 1839, by Lieutenant Newbold from a Malay folktale. From the Supreme Being first emanated light towards chaos. This light, diffusing itself, became the vast ocean. From the bosom of the waters thick vapor and foam ascended. The earth and sea were then formed, each of 7 tiers. The earth rested on the surface of the water from east to west. God, in order to render steadfast the foundations of the world, which vibrated tremulously with the motion of the watery expanse, girt it round with an adamantine chain, viz. The stupendous mountains of Caucasus, the wondrous regions of genii and aerial spirits. Beyond these limits is spread out a vast plain, the sand and earth of which are of gold and musk, the stones rubies and emeralds, the vegetation of odoriferous flowers. From the range of Caucasus all the mountains of the earth have their origin as pillars to support and strengthen the terrestrial framework. 1. The mountains of Caucasus are usually called by Malays Bukit Kaf, i.e. Kaf, or the mountains of Kaf, which latter is their Arabic name. These mountains are not unfrequently referred to in Malay charms, e.g. in invocations addressed to the rice spirit. The mountains of Kaf are to the Malays a great range which serves as a wall, dinding, to the earth, and keeps off both excessive winds and beasts of prey. This wall, however, is being bored through by people called Yajuj and Majuj, Gog and Magog, and when they succeed in their task the end of all things will come. Besides these mountains which surround the earth there is a great central mountain called Mahameru, Seguntang Maha Bairu, or merely Seguntang Guntang. 2. In many Malay stories this hill Mahameru is identified with Seguntang Guntang on the borders of Palembang in Sumatra. The account which I shall now give, however, differs considerably from the preceding. It was taken down by me from an introduction to a Malay charm book belonging to a magician, one Abdul Razak of Klang in Selangor, with whom I was acquainted, but who, though he allowed me to copy it, would not allow me either to buy or borrow the book. 3. In the days when haze bore darkness, and darkness haze, when the Lord of the outer silence himself was yet in the womb of creation, before the existence of the names of earth and heaven, of God and Muhammad, of the empyrean and crystalline spheres, or of space and void, the creator of the entire universe pre-existed by himself, and he was the eldest magician. He created the earth of the width of a tray and the heavens of the width of an umbrella, which are the universe of the magician. Now from before the beginning of time existed that magician, that is, God, and he made himself manifest with the brightness of the moon and the sun, which is the token of the true magician. The account proceeds to describe how God created the pillar of the Kaaba, for which is the navel of the earth, whose growth is comparable to a tree. Whose branches are 4 in number, and are called, the first, Sajaratal Mentahar, and the second Tabi, and the third, Kaldi, and the fourth, Nasrun Alam, which extend unto the north, south, east, and west. Where they are called the 4 corners of the world. Next we read that the word of God Almighty came in secret to Gabriel, saying, Take me down the iron staff of the creed which dangles at the gate of heaven, and kill me this serpent Sakatamuna. 5 Gabriel did so, and the serpent brake asunder, the head and forepart shooting up above the heavens, and the tail part penetrating downwards beneath the earth. 6 The rest of the account is taken up with a description, that need not here be repeated, of the transformation of all the various parts of the serpent's anatomy, which are represented as turning with a few exceptions into good and evil genii. The most curious feature of the description is perhaps the marked anthropomorphic character of this serpent, which shows it to be a serpent in little more than name. It seems, in fact, very probable that we have here a reminiscence of the Indian Naga. 7 Thus we find the rainbow, here divided into its component parts, described as originating from the serpent's sword with its hilt and crosspiece, guard, grass from the hair of its body, trees from the hair of its head, rain from its tears, and dew from its sweat. Another account, also obtained from a local magician, contains 1 or 2 additional details about the tree. Kuan, said God, Paya 8 Kuan, said Muhammad, and a seed was created. The seed became a root, lit. Sinew, the root a tree, and the tree brought forth leaves. Kuan, said God, Paya Kuan, said Muhammad. Then were heaven and earth, created, earth of the width of a tray, heaven of the width of an umbrella. This is a curious passage, and one not over easy to explain. Such evidence as may be drawn from analogy suggests, however, that the earth of the width of a tray, and heaven of the width of an umbrella, may be intended to represent respectively the souls, semengat, of heaven and earth. In which case they would bear the same relation to the material heaven and earth as the man-shaped human soul does to the body of a man. B. Natural phenomena. Most Malays, says Newbold, with whom I have conversed on the subject, imagine that the world is of an oval shape, revolving upon its own axis 4 times in the space of 1 year. That the sun is a circular body of fire moving round the earth, and producing the alternations of night and day. To this I would add that some Malays, at least, whom I questioned on the subject, as well as some Sakais 9 under Malay influence, imagined the firmament to consist of a sort of stone or rock which they called batu hampar, or bedrock. The appearance of stars being caused, as they supposed, by the light which streams through its perforations. A further development of the Malay theory of the earth declares it to be carried by a colossal buffalo upon the tip of its horns. 10 When one horn begins to tire, the buffalo tosses it up and catches it upon the tip of the other, thus causing periodical earthquakes. This world buffalo, it should be added, stands upon an island in the midst of the nether ocean. 11 The universe is girt round by an immense serpent or dragon, Yolar Naga, which feeds upon its own tail. The Malay theory of the tides is concisely stated by Newbold 12. Some Malays ascribe the tides to the influence of the sun. Others to some unknown current of the ocean, but the generality believe confidently the following, which is a mere skeleton of the original legend. In the middle of the great ocean grows an immense tree, called Pa Jangi, 13 at the root of which is a cavern called Pusat Tasek, or navel of the lake. This is inhabited by a vast crab, who goes forth at stated periods during the day. When the creature returns to its abode, the displaced water causes the flow of the tide. When he departs, the water rushing into the cavern causes the ebb. Mr. Clifford gives a slightly different explanation. The Pusat Tasek, or navel of the seas, supposed to be a huge hole in the ocean bottom. In this hole there sits a gigantic crab which twice a day gets out in order to search for food. While he is sitting in the hole, the waters of the ocean are unable to pour down into the underworld, the whole of the aperture being filled and blocked by the crab's bulk. The inflowing of the rivers into the sea during these periods are supposed to cause the rising of the tide, while the downpouring of the waters through the great hole when the crab is absent searching for food is supposed to cause the ebb. Concerning the wonderful legendary tree, the Paw Jangi, the following story was related to me by a Selangor Malay. There was once a Selangor man named Haji Batu, or the Petrified Pilgrim, who got this name from the fact that the first joints of all the fingers of one hand had been turned into stone. This happened in the following manner. In the old days when men went voyaging in sailing vessels, he determined to visit Mecca, and accordingly set sail. After sailing for about 2 months they drifted out of their course for some 10 or 15 days, and then came to a part of the sea where there were floating trunks of trees, together with rice straw, batong padi, and all manner of flotsam. Yet again they drifted for 7 days, and upon the 7th night Haji Batu dreamed a dream. In this dream one who wore the pilgrim's garb appeared to him, and warned him to carry on his person a hammer and 7 nails. And when he came to a tree which would be the Paw Jangi he was to drive the first of the nails into its stem and cling thereto. Next day the ship reached the great whirlpool which is called the Navel of the Seas. 14 And while the ship was being sucked into the eddy close to the tree and engulfed, Haji Batu managed to drive the first nail home, and clung to it as the ship went down. After a brief interval he endeavored to drive in the second nail, somewhat higher up the stem than the first. Why Haji Batu could not climb without the aid of nails history does not relate, and drawing himself up by it, drove in the third. Thus progressing, by the time he had driven in all the 7 nails he had reached the top of the tree, when he discovered among the branches a nest of young rocks. Here he rested, and having again been advised in a dream, he waited. On the following day, when the parent rock had returned and was engaged in feeding its young with an elephant which it had brought for the purpose, he bound himself to its feathers with his girdle, and was carried in this manner many hundreds of miles to the westward, where, upon the rocks nearing the ground, he let himself go, and thus dropping to the earth, fell into a swoon. On recovering consciousness he walked on till he came to a house, where he asked for and obtained some refreshment. On his departure he was advised to go westward, and so proceeded for a long distance until he arrived at a beautifully clear pool in an open plain, around which were to be seen many stone figures of human beings. The appearance of these stone figures rendering him suspicious, he refrained from drinking the water, and dipped into it merely the tips of his fingers, which became immediately petrified. Proceeding he met a vast number of wild animals, pigs, deer, and elephants, which were fleeing from the pursuit of a beast of no great size indeed, but with fiery red fur. He therefore prudently climbed into a tree to allow it to pass. The beast, however, pursued him and commenced to climb the tree, but as it climbed he drove the point of his poniard, badik, into its skull, and killed it. He then robbed it of its whiskers, and thereafter, on his reaching a town, everybody fled from him because of the whiskers which had belonged to so fierce a beast. The Raja of that country, begging for one of them, and giving him food, he presented him with one of the whiskers in payment. After paying his way in a similar manner at 7 successive villages, the petrified pilgrim at length reached Mecca. Boars, or tigers, at the mouths of rivers, and floods 15 due to heavy rain, are conceived to be caused by the passage of some gigantic animal, most probably a sort of dragon, as in the case of landslips, which will be mentioned later. This animal, whose passage up rivers is held to cause the tidal wave or bore, is called bena in Selangor. It is a matter of common report among Malays at Jugra, on the Selangor coast, that a boar formerly frequented the Langat River, near its mouth. This was anterior to the severance of the narrow neck of land 16 at Bandar that divided the old channel of the Langat River from the stream into which the waters of the Langat now flow, forming the short cut to the sea called the Jugra Passage. In the days when the boar came up the river the Malays used to go out in small canoes or dugouts to sport amongst the breakers, main jelambang, frequently getting upset for their pains. Eventually, however, I was told, the boar was killed by a Langat Malay, who struck it upon the head with a stick. It is considered that this must be true, since there is no boar in the Langat River now. Eclipses, Gerhana, of the sun or moon are considered to be the outward and visible sign of the devouring of those bodies 17 by a sort of gigantic dragon, Rahu, 18 or dog, Anjing. Hence the tumult made during an eclipse by the Malays, who imagine that if they make a sufficient din they will frighten the monster away. The following is an excellent description of a lunar eclipse from the Malay point of view. One night, when the moon has waxed nearly to the full, Pekin resounds with a babble of discordant noise. The large brass gongs, in which the devils of the Chinese are supposed to take delight, clang and clash and bray through the still night air, the Malay drums throb and beat and thud. All manner of shrill yells fill the sky, and the roar of 1,000 native voices rises heavenwards, or rolls across the white waters of the river, which are flecked with deep shadows and reflections. The jungles on the far bank take up the sound and send it pealing back in recurring ringing echoes till the whole world seems to shout in chorus. The moon which bathes the earth in splendor, the moon which is so dear to each one of us, is in dire peril this night, for that fierce monster, the Jirana, 19 whom we hate and loathe, is striving to swallow her. You can mark his black bulk creeping over her, dimming her face, consuming her utterly, while she suffers in the agony of silence. How often in the past has she served us with delight? How often has she made night more beautiful than day for our tired, sun-dazed eyes to look upon, and shall she now perish without one effort on our part to save her by scaring the monster from his prey? No. 1,000 times no. So we shout, and clang the gongs, and beat the drums, till all the animal world joins in the tumult, and even inanimate nature lends its voice to swell the uproar with 1,000 resonant echoes. At last the hated monster reluctantly retreats. Our war cry has reached his ears, and he slinks sullenly away, and the pure, sad, kindly moon looks down in love and gratitude upon us, her children, to whose aid she owes her deliverance. 20. The spots on the moon, 21, are supposed to represent an inverted banyan tree, Biringan song sang, underneath which an aged hunchback is seated plaiting strands of tree bark, pintle tali kulit tirap, to make a fishing line, wherewith he intends to angle for everything upon the earth as soon as his task is completed. It has never been completed yet, however, for a rat always gnaws the line through in time to save mankind from disaster, despite the vigilance of the old man's cat, which is always lying in wait for the offender. 22. It is perhaps scarcely necessary to add that when the line reaches the earth the end of the world will come. Bujang, single, solitary, and hence in a secondary sense unmarried, is a Sanskrit word bujanga, a dragon. Bujang Malacca, a mountain in Perak, is said by the Malays of that state to have been so called because it stands alone, and could be seen from the sea by traders who plied in old days between the Perak River and the once flourishing port of Malacca. But it is just as likely to have been named from some forgotten legend in which a dragon played a part. Dragons and mountains are generally connected in Malay ideas. The caves in the limestone hill Gunung Pondak, in Perak, are said to be haunted by a genius loci in the form of a snake who is popularly called Si Bujang. This seems to prove beyond doubt the identity of Bujang with Bujanga. 23. The snake spirit of Gunung Pondak is sometimes as small as a viper, and sometimes as large as a python, but he may always be identified by his spotted neck, which resembles that of a wood pigeon, to cooker. Landslips on the mountains, which are tolerably frequent during very heavy rains, and which, being produced by the same cause, are often simultaneous with the flooding of rivers and the destruction of property, are attributed by the natives to the sudden breaking forth of dragons, naga, which have been performing religious penance, Br Tapa, 24 in the mountains, and which are making their way to the sea. 25. So, too, many waterfalls and rocks of unusual shape are thought to owe their remarkable character to the agency of demons. This, however, is a subject which will be treated more fully later on. Pelangi, the usual Malay word for the rainbow, means striped. The name varies, however, in different localities. In Perak it is called Pelangi Minum 26, from a belief that it is the path by which spirits descend to the earth to drink, while in Penang it is known as Ular Danu, the snake Danu. In Perak, a rainbow which stretches in an arch across the sky is called Bantao, the pillow, for some reason that I have been unable to ascertain. 27. When only a small portion of a rainbow is visible, which seems to touch the earth, it is called Tunggul, the flag. 28. And if this is seen at some particular point of the compass, the west, I think, it betokens, the Perak Malays say, The approaching death of a Raja. Another popular belief is that the ends of the rainbow rest upon the earth, and that if one could dig at the exact spot covered by one end of it, an untold treasure would be found there. Unfortunately, no one can ever arrive at the place. 29. Sunset is the hour when evil spirits of all kinds have most power. 30 In Perak, children are often called indoors at this time to save them from unseen dangers. Sometimes, with the same object, a woman belonging to the house where there are young children, will chew cuniate terrace, an evil-smelling root, supposed to be much disliked by demons of all kinds, and spit it out at 7 different points as she walks round the house. The yellow glow which spreads over the western sky, when it is lighted up with the last rays of the dying sun, is called Mambang Kuning, the yellow deity, a term indicative of the superstitious dread associated with this particular period. 31. Chapter 2. Man and his place in the universe. A. Creation of man. A common feature in Malay romances and legends is a description of the supernatural development of a young child in the interior of some vegetable production, usually a bamboo. Sir W. E. Maxwell has pointed out the fact of the existence, both in Malay and Japanese legends, of the main features of this story, to which he assigns a Buddhistic origin. He tells the story as follows. The Raja of the Bamboo. Some years ago I collected a number of legends current among Malayan tribes having as their principal incident the supernatural development of a prince, princess, or demigod in the stem of a bamboo, or tree, or the interior of some closed receptacle. 32 I omitted, however, to mention that this very characteristic Malay myth occurs in the Sri Rama, a Malay prose hikayat. 33 which, as its name betokens, professes to describe the adventures of the hero of the Ramayana. Rurda Van Isinga's edition of the Sri Rama opens with an account of how Maharaja Dasaratha sent his chief mantri, 34 Puspa Jaya Karma, to search for a suitable place at which to found a settlement. The site having been found and cleared, the narrative proceeds as follows. Now there was a clump of the batang 35 bamboo, Sarumpan Bulu batang, the color of which was like gold of 10 touch, Amas Sapulo Mutu, and its leaves like silver. All the trees which grew near bent in its direction, and it looked like a state umbrella, Paong Manuangi 36. The mantri and people chopped at it, but as fast as they cut down a branch on one side, a fresh one shot forth on the other, to the great astonishment of all the rajas, mantris, and warriors. Puspa Vikrama Jaya hastened back to King Dasaratha and laid the matter before him. The latter was greatly surprised, and declared that he would go himself the next day and see the bamboo cut down. Next day he set out on a white elephant, attended by a splendid train of chiefs and followers, and on reaching the spot ordered the bamboo clump to be cut down. Vikrama Puspa Jaya pointed it out, shaded by the other forest trees. The king perceived that it was of very elegant appearance, and that an odor like spices and musk proceeded from it. He told Puspa Jaya Vikrama to cut it down, and the latter drew his sword, which was as big as the stem of a coconut tree, and with one stroke cut down one of the bamboos. But immediately a fresh stem shot forth on the other side, and this happened as often as a stroke was given. Then the king grew wroth, and getting down from his elephant he drew his own sword and made a cut with it at the bamboo, which severed a stem. Then, by the divine decree of the Duatas, the king became aware of a female form in the bamboo clump seated on a highly ornamented platform, Geta, her face shining like the full moon when it is 14 days old, and the color of her body being like gold of 10 touch. On this, King Dasaratha quickly unloosed his girdle and saluted the princess. Then he lifted her onto his elephant and took her to his palace escorted by music and singing. 37. I myself have heard among the Selangor Malays similar legends to the above, which, as already pointed out, are common in Malay romances. A parallel myth is described in the following words. Now, the Perak River overflows its banks once a year, and sometimes there are very great floods. Soon after the marriage of Nakota Qasim with the White Semang, 38 an unprecedented flood occurred and quantities of foam came down the river. Round the piles of the bathing house, which, in accordance with Malay custom, stood in the bed of the river close to the bank in front of the house, the floating volumes of foam collected in a mass the size of an elephant. Nakoda Qasim's wife went to bathe, and finding this island of froth in her way she attempted to move it away with a stick. She removed the upper portion of it and disclosed a female infant sitting in the midst of it enveloped all round with cloud-like foam. The child showed no fear, and the white Samang, carefully lifting her, carried her up to the house, heralding her discovery by loud shouts to her husband. The couple adopted the child willingly, for they had no children, and they treated her thenceforward as their own. They assembled the villagers and gave them a feast, solemnly announcing their adoption of the daughter of the river and their intention of leaving to her everything that they possessed. The child was called Tan Pute, but her father gave her the name of Te Purba. 39 As she grew up, the wealth of her foster parents increased, the village grew in extent and population, and gradually became an important place. 40. The usual story of the first creation of man, however, appears to be a Malay modification of Arabic beliefs. Thus we are told that man was created from the four elements, earth, air, water, and fire, in a way which the following extract, taken from a Selangor charm book, will explain. God Almighty spake unto Gabriel, saying, Be not disobedient, O Gabriel, but go and get me the heart of the earth. But he could not get the heart of the earth. I will not give it, said the earth. Then went the prophet Israfil to get it. But he could not get the heart of the earth. Then went Michael to get it. But he could not get the heart of the earth. Then went Azrael to get it. And at last he got the heart of the earth. When he got the heart of the earth, the empyrean and crystalline spheres shook. And the whole universe shook. When he got the heart of the earth, he 41 made from it the image of Adam. But the heart of the earth was then too hard. He mixed water with it, and it became too soft. So, he mixed fire with it, and at last struck out the image of Adam. Then he raised up the image of Adam, and craved life for it from Almighty God. And God Almighty gave it life. Then sneezed God Almighty, and the image of Adam brake in pieces. And he, Azrael, returned to remake the image of Adam. Then God Almighty commanded to take steel of Khurasan, and drive it down his back, so that it became the 33 bones. The harder steel at the top, the softer below it. The harder steel shot up skywards, and the softer steel penetrated earthwards. Thus the image of Adam had life, and dwelt in paradise. There, Adam beheld, 2 peacocks of no ordinary beauty. And the angel Gabriel appeared. Verily, O angel Gabriel, I am solitary. Easier is it to live in pairs, I crave a wife. God Almighty spake, saying, Command Adam to pray at dawn a prayer of 2 genuflections. Then Adam prayed, and Our Lady Eve descended, and was captured by the prophet Adam. But before he had finished his prayer she was taken back. Therefore Adam prayed the prayer of 2 genuflections as desired. And at the last obtained Our Lady Eve. When they were married, Eve bore twins every time, until she had borne 44 children. And the children, too, were wedded, handsome with handsome, and plain with plain. The magician who dictated the above account stated that when Azrael stretched forth his hand to take the heart of the earth spirit caught hold of his middle finger, which yielded to the strain, and thus became longer than the rest, and received its Malay name of the devil's finger, Yari Hantu. A parallel account adds that the heart of the earth was white, and gives a fuller description of the interview between Azrael and his formidable antagonist, the earth. After saluting the latter in the orthodox Mohammedan fashion, Azrael explains his mission, and is met by a point-blank refusal. I will not give it, said the earth, referring to its heart, forasmuch as I was so created by God Almighty, and if you take away my heart I shall assuredly die. At this brusque, though perhaps natural retort, the archangel loses his temper, and rudely exclaims that he will take the earth's heart whether it will or no. Here Azrael gave the earth a push with his right hand and his left, and grasping at the heart of the earth, got hold of it and carried it back to the presence of God. God now summons Gabriel and orders him to mold, lit. Forge, the image of Adam. Then Gabriel took the lump of earth which was the earth's heart and mixed it first with water to soften it, then, as it was too soft, with fire to harden it, and when the image was made, obtained life from God to put into it. 42. The breaking of the first image which was made, and the making of the second, are here omitted. Finally, the creation of Our Lady Eve and the birth of her firstborn are described, the latter occasion being accompanied by a thick darkness, which compelled Adam to take off his turban and beat the child therewith in order to dispel the evil influences, badi, which had attended its birth. 43. The following extract, from a Malay treatise quoted by Newbold, fairly describes the general state of Malay ideas respecting the constitution of the human body. Plato, Socrates, Galen, Aristotle, and other philosophers affirm that God created man of a fixed number of bones, blood vessels, etc. For instance, the skull is composed of 5.5 bones, the place of smell and sense of 7 bones, between this and the neck are 32 bones. The neck is composed of 7 bones, and the back of 24 bones, 208 bones are contained in the other members of the body. In all there are 360 bones and 360 blood vessels in a man's body. The brains weigh 306 mescals, the blood 573. The total of all the bones, blood vessels, large and small, and gristles, amounts to 1093, and the hairs of the head to 604,000. The frame of man is divided into 40 great parts, which are again subdivided. 4 elements enter into his composition, viz. Air, fire, earth, and water. With these elements are connected 4 essences, the soul or spirit with air, love with fire, concupiscence with earth, and wisdom with water. 44. B. Sanctity of the body. In dealing with this branch of the subject I will first take the case of the kings and priestly magicians who present the most clearly marked examples of personal sanctity which are now to be found among Malays. And will then describe the chief features of the sanctity ascribed to all ranks alike in respect of certain special parts of the ordinary human anatomy. The theory of the king as the divine man is held perhaps as strongly in the Malay region as in any other part of the world, a fact which is strikingly emphasized by the alleged right of Malay monarchs to slay at pleasure, without being guilty of a crime. Not only is the king's person considered sacred, but the sanctity of his body is believed to communicate itself to his regalia, and to slay those who break the royal taboos. Thus it is firmly believed that anyone who seriously offends the royal person, who touches, even for a moment, or who imitates, even with the king's permission, the chief objects of the regalia. 45 Or who wrongfully makes use of any of the insignia or privileges of royalty, will be kina dalat, i.e. struck dead, by a quasi-electric discharge of that divine power which the Malays suppose to reside in the king's person. 46 And which is called dalat or royal sanctity. Before I proceed, however, to discuss this power, it will be best to give some description of the regalia in which it resides. Of Malacca Newbold says, the articles of Malay regalia usually consist of a salasala, or book of genealogical descent, a code of laws, a vest or baju, and a few weapons, generally a kris, claywang, or spear. 47. The limbang is a sort of lance, the tombak bandrang a spear of state, 4 or 7 of which are usually carried before the chiefs in the interior of the peninsula. The handle is covered with a substance flowing from it like a horsetail, dyed crimson, sometimes crimson and white, this is generally of hair. 48. So in Leiden's translation of the Malay Annals, 1821, we read, My name is by Kaitram Shah, who am Raja. This is the sword, Kora sa Mendang Kian, i.e. Mundakini, and that is the lance, Limbuer, i.e. Limbuara. This is the signet, Kayu Gampit, which is employed in correspondence with Rajas. 49. The Kora sa Medang Kian, i.e. Mundakini, is the celebrated sword with which Paramas Kumambang killed the enormous serpent Sikatamuna, which ravaged the country of Minangkabau about the beginning of the 12th century. 50. Of the Perak regalia we read, Tan Sabin was commanded by his mistress to open negotiations with Johor, and this having been done, a prince of the royal house of that kingdom, who traced his descent from the old line of Minangkabau, sailed for Perak to assume the sovereignty. He brought with him the insignia of royalty, namely, the royal drums, gondang nobat, the pipes, nafiri, the flutes, saruniai and bangsi, the beetlebox, puan naga taru, the sword, koramundakani, the sword, perbujang, the scepter, kayu gamut, the jewel, kamala, the surat chiri, the seal of state, chap halalinter, and the umbrella, yubar yubar. All these were enclosed in a box called bananan. 51. In Selangor the regalia consisted of the royal instruments of music, the big state drum or nobat, beaten at the king's coronation, the two small state drums, gendang, the two state kettle drums, langkara, the lempiri or state trumpet, and the saruniai or state flute, to which perhaps a bangsi should be added, as in the Perak list, which were seldom, if ever, moved, and the following articles which were carried in procession on state occasions. 52. 1. The royal beetle box. 2. The long kris, a kind of rapier used for Malay executions. 3. The two royal swords, one on the right hand and one on the left, all of the articles mentioned hitherto being carried in front of the Sultan. 4. The royal, fringed, umbrella, payong uber, carried behind the right-hand sword-bearer. 5. The royal, cuspidor, carried behind the left-hand sword-bearer. 6. The royal tobacco box, carried at the Sultan's back. 7. The 8 royal tufted lances, tombak bendrang or bandangan, whose bearers were followed by 2 personal attendants, the latter of whom attended, besides, to anything that was broken or damaged, so that the procession numbered 17 persons in all. 53. Of the Pahang regalia I have not been able to obtain a list with any pretensions to completeness, but from a remark by Mr. Clifford, the present resident, in one of his books, they would appear to be essentially the same as those of the other federated states. 54. A list of the Jelebu regalia, given me by Umku said Ketchel of Jelebu, ran as follows. 1. A single-bladed sword, Padang Pamangker. 2. The long kris, Karis Panjang, Penyalang, used for executions. 3. The royal lances, Tombak Bendrang. 4. The royal umbrella, Payong Kabasaran. 5. The royal standard and pennants, Tunggul Yuller Yuller. 6. The royal ceiling cloth and hangings, Tabur, Langat Langat Diwangga. 7. The moving mountains, Gunong Dua Barangkat, perhaps the names of 2 peaked pillows. 8. The royal drums, Gendang Nabat, said to be headed with the skins of lice, Kulit Tuma, and to emit a single chord of 12 tones when struck, Dua Bilas Bunyi Sakali Dipukol. 9. The royal trumpet, Lempiri or Nempiri. 10. The royal gong. 11. The royal guitar, Kachapi. Each of these was also said to emit a single chord of 12 notes. 12. The royal rebab or Malay fiddle. This latter peculiarity, of the multiplication of notes, is quite in accordance with the traditions of the king's musical instruments in Malay romances. Thus of Raja Donan's magic flute we are told, the first time, that he sounded it, the flute gave forth the sounds of 12 instruments, the second time it played as if 24 instruments were being sounded. And the third time it played like 36 different instruments. No wonder we are told that the princesses Che Ambong and Che Muda dissolved in tears, and the music had to be stopped. 55. My informant declared that these objects came into existence of themselves, Terjali Sendiri, at a spot between the 2 peaks of a burning mountain, Gunung Merapi, in the country of Minangkabau in Sumatra. He also averred that rain could not rot them nor sun blister them, and that anyone who brushed past them, delintas, would fall to the ground. 56. Whilst no fewer than 7 buffaloes have to be slaughtered before the moving mountains, when worn out, can be replaced. 57. An enumeration of the writer's regalia often forms an important part of a letter from one Malay sovereign to another, more especially when the writer wishes to emphasize his importance. 58. But the extraordinary strength of the Malay belief in the supernatural powers of the regalia of their sovereigns can only be thoroughly realized after a study of their romances, in which their kings are credited with all the attributes of inferior gods, whose birth, as indeed every subsequent act of their afterlife, is attended by the most amazing prodigies. They are usually invulnerable, and are gifted with miraculous powers, such as that of transforming themselves, and of returning to, or recalling others to, life. In fact they have, in every way, less of the man about them and more of the god. Thus it is that the following description of the dress of an old-time Raja falls easily into line with what would otherwise appear the objectless jargon which still constitutes the preamble of many a Malay prince's letters, but which can yet be hardly regarded as mere rhetoric, since it has a deep meaning for those who read it. He wore the trousers called birajuangi, miraculously made without letting in pieces. Hundreds of mirrors encircled his waist, thousands encircled his legs, they were sprinkled all about his body, and larger ones followed the seams. Then his waistband, kainikat pinggang, was of flowered cloth, 25 cubits in length, or 30 if the fringe be included. Thrice a day did it change its colors, in the morning transparent as dew, at midday of the color of lembayang 59 and in the evening of the hue of oil. Next came his coat. It was, of reddish-purple velvet, thrice brilliant the luster of its surface, 7 times powerful the strength of the dyer after making it sailed the world for 3 years, but the dye still clung to the palms of his hands. His dagger was the straight blade of one piece which spontaneously screwed itself into the haft. The grooves, called ritak mayat 60 started from the base of the blade, the damask called pamar janji appeared halfway up, and the damask called lam jalala at the point. The damask olive was there parallel with the edge, and where the damasking ended the steel was white. No ordinary metal was the steel, it was what was over after making the bolt of God's Kaaba, at Mecca. It had been forged by the son of God's prophet, Adam, smelted in the palm of his hand, fashioned with the end of his finger, and colored with the juice of flowers in a Chinese furnace. Its deadly qualities came down to it from the sky, and if cleaned, with acid, at the source of a river, the fish at the embouchure came floating up dead. The sword that he wore was called Lang Pengonggong 61, the successful swooper, lit. The kite carrying off its prey. The next article described is his turban, which, among the Malays, is a square handkerchief folded and knotted round the head. He next took his royal handkerchief, knotting it so that it stood up with the ends projecting, one of them he called Dendam Ta Sutta, endless love. It was purposely unfinished, if it were finished the end of the world would come. It had been woven in no ordinary way, but had been the work of his mother from her youth. Wearing it he was provided with all the love-compelling secrets. The names of a number of charms to excite passion are given, but they cannot be explained in the compass of a note. 62. He wore the Malay national garment, the sarong. It was a robe of muslin of the finest kind. No ordinary weaving had produced it, it had been woven in a jar in the middle of the ocean by people with gills, relieved by others with beaks. No sooner was it finished than the maker was put to death, so that no one might be able to make one like it. It was not of the fashion of the clothing of the Rajas of the present day, but of those of olden time. If it were put in the sun it got damper, if it were soaked in water it became drier. A slight tear mended by darning only increased its value, instead of lessening it, for the thread for the purpose cost $100. A single dewdrop dropping on it would tangle the thread for a cubit's length, while the breath of the south wind would disentangle it. Finally, we get a description of the way in which the Raja, Sri Rama, set out upon his journey. He adopted the art called Sedang Budiman, the young snake writhed at his feet, i.e. he started at midday when his own shadow was round his feet, a young eagle was flying against the wind overhead. He took a step forward and then 2 backward, 1 forward as a sign that he was leaving his country, and 2 backward as a sign that he would return. As he took a step with the right foot, loud clanked his accoutrement 63 on his left. As he put forth the left foot a similar clank was heard on his right, he advanced, swelling out his broad chest, and letting drop his slender fingers, adopting the gait called planting beans, and then the step called sowing spinach. 64. In addition to the sanctity of the regalia, the king, as the divine man, possesses an infinite multitude of prerogatives which enter into almost every act of his private life, and thus completely separate him from the generality of his fellow men. These prerogatives are too numerous to be mentioned in detail. But the following extract from Leiden's translation of the Malay Annals will give a general idea of their character and extent. Sultan Muhammad Shah again established in order the throne of his sovereignty. He was the first who prohibited the wearing of yellow clothes in public, not even a handkerchief of that color, nor curtains, nor hangings, nor large pillowcases, nor coverlets, nor any envelope of any bundle, nor the cloth lining of a house. Excepting only the waistcloth, the coat, and the turban. He also prohibited the constructing of houses with abutments, or smaller houses connected with them, also suspended pillars or timbers, tiang gantong, nor timbers the tops of which project above the roofs, and also summer houses. 65. He also prohibited the ornamenting of kreizes with gold, and the wearing anklets of gold, and the wearing the koranchong, or hollow bracelets, anklets, of gold, ornamented with silver. None of these prohibited articles did he permit to be worn by a person, however rich he might be, unless by his particular license, a privilege which the Raja has ever since possessed. He also forbade anyone to enter the palace unless wearing a cloth petticoat 66 of decent length, with his kreiz in front, 67 and a shoulder cloth. And no person was permitted to enter unless in this array, and if any one wore his kreiz behind him, it was incumbent on the porter of the gate to seize it. Such is the order of former time respecting prohibition by the Malay Rajas, and whatever is contrary to this is a transgression against the Raja, and ought to incur a fine of 5 katai. The white umbrella, which is superior to the yellow one, because it is seen conspicuous at a greater distance, was also confined to the Raja's person. 68. While the yellow umbrella was confined to his family. 69. A number of other particulars bearing on this subject will be found in other parts of the text, and in the appendix references are given to other works for additional details, which are too numerous to be recorded here. At funerals, whether the deceased has been a great or insignificant person, if he be a subject, the use of the payong, umbrella, and the puadi is interdicted, as also the distribution of alms, unless by royal permission. Otherwise the articles thus forbidden will be confiscated. Puadi is the ceremony of spreading a cloth, generally a white one, for funeral and other processions to walk upon. Should the deceased be of high rank, the cloth extends from the house where the corpse is deposited, to the burial ground. 70. Similar prohibitions are still in force at the courts of the Malay sultans in the peninsula, though a yellow umbrella is now generally substituted for the white, at least in Selangor. A distinction is also now drawn between manufactured yellow cloth and cloth which has been dyed yellow with saffron, the wrongful use of the latter, the genuine article, being regarded as the more especially heinous act. In addition to the royal monopoly of such objects as have been mentioned, Sir W. E. Maxwell mentions 3 royal perquisites, Larangan Raja, i.e. river turtles, tuntong, by which he no doubt means their eggs. Elephants, by which he doubtless means elephants' tusks, 71 and the fruit of the kedir, from which oil is made by the Perak Malays. He adds, it used to be a capital offense to give false information to the Raja about any of these. The kedir tree is said to affect certain localities, and is found in groves not mixed with other trees. In former days, when the fruit was ripe, the whole of the Raja's household would turn out to gather it. It is said to yield a very large percentage of oil, 72. The only tree in Ridley's list 73 whose name at all resembles the kedir, is the kadiak, which is identified as Acronychia porteri, Wall, Rutaceae. A description of the gathering of the eggs of river turtles by the royal party in Perak will be found in Malay sketches. 74. Besides the above there are not a few linguistic taboos connected with the king's person, such as the use of the word santap, to eat, baradu, to sleep, bersemayam, to be seated, or to reside, in a certain place, berangkat, to progress. Siram, to bathe, jiring, to be sick, and mangkat, to die, all of which words are specially substituted for the ordinary Malay words when reference is made to the king. 75 Moreover, when the king dies his name is dropped, and he receives the title of marhum, the late or deceased, with the addition of an expression alluding to some prominent fact in his life, or occasionally to the place of his decease. These titles, strange as it may seem, are often the reverse of complimentary, and occasionally ridiculous. 76. It must not be forgotten, too, in discussing the divine attributes of the Malay king, that he is firmly believed to possess a personal influence over the works of nature, such as the growth of the crops and the bearing of fruit trees. This same property is supposed to reside in a lesser degree in his delegates, and even in the persons of Europeans in charge of districts. Thus I have frequently known, in Selangor, the success or failure of the rice crops attributed to a change of district officers. And in one case I even heard an outbreak of ferocity which occurred among man-eating crocodiles laid at the door of a most zealous and able, though perhaps occasionally somewhat unsympathetic, representative of the government. So, too, on one occasion when 3 deaths occurred during a district officer's temporary absence, the mere fact of his absence was considered significant. I may add that royal blood is supposed by many Malays to be white, and this is the pivot on which the plot of not a few Malay folktales is made to turn. 77. Finally, it must be pointed out that the greatest possible importance is attached to the method of saluting the king. In the Sri Rama, the Malay Ramayana, we read, even of the chiefs, that while yet some way off they bowed to the dust. When they got near they made obeisance, uplifting at each step their fingers 10. The hands closed together like the rootlets of the Bakong palm 78. The fingers one on the other like a pile of Ceres 79 leaves. 80. Equals in rank when saluting one another touch 81, though they do not shake each other's hands, but a person of humble birth must not touch hands in saluting a great chief. A man, named Imam Bakar, was once slain at Pasir Tambang, at the mouth of the Tembeling River. He incautiously touched hands in greeting with a chief called to Gajah, and the latter, seizing him in an iron grip, held him fast, while he was stabbed to death with spears. 82. In saluting a great chief, like the Dato Maharaja Purba Jalai, the hands are lifted up in salutation with the palms pressed together, as in the attitude of Christian prayer. But the tips of the thumbs are not suffered to ascend beyond the base of the chin. In saluting a real Raja, the hands are carried higher and higher, according to the prince's rank, until, for the Sultan, the tips of the thumbs are on a level with the forehead. Little details such as these are of immense importance in the eyes of the Malays, and not without reason, seeing that in an independent native state many a man has come by his death for carelessness in their observance. 83. In the king's audience hall the formal salutations are performed in a sitting posture, and in this case, too, the greatest attention is paid to the height to which the hands are raised. The chief twice makes salutation in a sitting posture as he advances, and at the third advance bends over the Sultan's hands, 2 more salutations being made on his way back to his place. A flagrant infringement of any of the prerogatives of the Sultan, such as those I have described, is certain, it is thought, to prove fatal, more or less immediately. Thus the death of Penggulu Mohit, a well-known Malay headman of the Klang district, in Selangor, which took place while I was in charge of that district, was at the time very generally attributed by the local Malays to his usurpation of certain royal privileges or prerogatives on the occasion of his daughter's wedding. One of these was his acceptance of gift buffaloes, decorated after the royal fashion, which were presented to him as wedding gifts in his daughter's honor. These buffaloes had a covering of cloth put over them, their horns covered, and a crescent-shaped breast ornament, doko, hung about their necks. Thus dressed they were taken to Mohit's house in solemn procession. 84 It was, at the time, considered significant that the very first of these gift buffaloes, which had been brought overland from Jugra, where the Sultan lived, had died on arrival, and whatever the cause may have been, It is a fact that Mohit's mother died a day or two after the conclusion of the wedding ceremonies, and that Mohit himself was taken ill almost immediately and died only about a fortnight later. The only person who, in former days, was not in the least affected by the royal taboos which protected the regalia from the common touch was the, now I believe extinct, official who held the post of court physician, Maharaja Lela. He, and he alone, might go freely in the royal apartments wherever he chose, and the immunity and freedom which he enjoyed in this respect passed into a proverb. The expression, to act the court physician, But Maharaja Lela, being used to describe an altogether unwarrantable familiarity or impertinence. The following story, though I tell it against myself, is perhaps the best illustration I can give of the great danger supposed to be incurred by those who meddle with the paraphernalia of royalty. Among the late Sultan's insignia of royalty, in 1897, were a couple of drums, gendang, and the long silver trumpet which I have already described. Such trumpets are found among the kabasaran or regalia of most Malay states, and are always, I believe, called lempiri or nempiri, persnifiri. They are considered so sacred that they can only be handled or sounded, it is believed, by a tribe of Malays called Orang Kalau, or the Kalau men, 85 as any one else who attempted to sound them would be struck dead. Even the Orang Kalau, moreover, can only sound this instrument at the proper time and season, e.g. at the proclamation of a new sovereign, for if they were to sound it at any other time its noise would slay all who heard it, since it is the chosen habitation of the Jin Karajan, or state demon 86 whose delight it would be, if wrongfully disturbed, to slay and spare not. 87. Plate 1. Some of the Selangor regalia. Models, representing part of the regalia of H.H. the Sultan of Selangor, 2 small drums, the tufted, cowtail, lances, the trident, the keris, dagger, called Brak Barayan, and the sacred trumpet, lempiri. This trumpet and the drums of the Selangor regalia were kept by the present Sultan, then Raja Muda, or Crown Prince of Selangor, in a small galvanized iron cupboard which stood, upon posts about 3 feet high, in the middle of a lawn outside His Highness' garden residence, at Bandar. His Highness himself informed me that they had once been kept in the house itself, but when there they were the source of infinite annoyance and anxiety to the inmates on account of their very uncanny behavior. Drops of perspiration, for instance, would form upon the trumpet when a leading member of the royal house was about to die. This actually happened, as I was told, at Langat just before the death of Tunku Chik, the late Sultan's eldest daughter, who died during my residence in the neighborhood. Then one Raja Bakar, son of a Raja Alai, during the ret hatching of the house at Bandar, accidentally trod upon the wooden barrel of one of the state drums, and died in consequence of his inadvertence. When, therefore, a hornet's nest formed inside one of these same drums, it was pretty clear that things were going from bad to worse, and a Chinaman was ordered to remove it. No Malay having been found willing to risk his life in undertaking so dangerous an office, an unwillingness which was presently justified, as the Chinaman, too, after a few days' interval, swelled up and died. Both these strange coincidences were readily confirmed by the present Sultan on an occasion when I happened to question the authenticity of the story, and as His Highness is one of the most enlightened and truthful of men, such confirmation cannot easily be set aside. But the strangest coincidence of all was to follow, for not long afterwards, having never seen that portion of the regalia which was in the Raja Muda's charge, I happened to mention to a Malay friend of mine at Jugram I wished to be allowed to examine these objects, and was at once begged not to touch them, on the ground that no one could say what might follow. But shortly after, having occasion to visit the Raja Muda at his house at Bandar, I took the opportunity of asking whether there was any objection to my seeing these much debated objects, and as His Highness not only very obligingly assented, but offered to show them to me himself, I was able both to see and to handle them, His Highness himself taking the trumpet out of its yellow case and handing it to me. I thought nothing more of the matter at the time, but, by what was really a very curious coincidence, within a few days' time of the occurrence, was seized with a sharp attack of malarial influenza. The result of which was that I was obliged to leave the district, and go into hospital at headquarters. In a Malay village news spreads quickly, and the report of my indisposition, after what was no doubt regarded as an act of extraordinary rashness, appears to have made a profound impression. And the result of it was that a Malay who probably considered himself indebted to me for some assistance he had received, bound himself by a vow to offer sacrifice at the shrine of a famous local saint should I be permitted to return to the district. Of this, however, I knew nothing at the time, and nothing could have exceeded my astonishment when I found upon my return that it was my duty to attend the banquet which took place at the saint's tomb in honor of my own recovery. 88. Having shown the wide gulf which divides the divine man from his fellows, I have still to point out the extent to which certain portions of the human frame have come to be invested with sanctity, and to require to be treated with special ceremonies. These parts of the anatomy are, in particular, the head, the hair, the teeth, the ears, and the nails, all of which I will take in their order. The head, in the first place, is undoubtedly still considered by the Malays to possess some modified degree of sanctity. A proof of this is the custom, Rat, which regulates the extent of the sacrifice to be offered in a case of assault or battery by the party committing the injury. If any part of the head is injured, nothing less than a goat will suffice, the animal being killed and both parties bathed in the blood. If the upper part of the body, the slaughter of a cock, to be disposed of in a similar way, will be held to be sufficient reparation, and so on, the sacrifice becoming of less value in proportion as the injured part is farther from the head. So, too, Mr. Fraser writes, superstition, of the sanctity of the head, exists among the Malays, for an early traveller reports that in Java people wear nothing on their heads, and say that nothing must be on their heads. And if any person were to put his hand upon their head they would kill him, and they do not build houses with stories in order that they may not walk over each other's heads. It is also found in full force throughout Polynesia. 89. From the principle of the sanctity of the head flows, no doubt, the necessity of using the greatest circumspection during the process of cutting the hair. 90. Sometimes throughout the whole life of the wearer, and frequently during special periods, the hair is left uncut. Thus I was told that in former days Malay men usually wore their hair long, and I myself have seen an instance of this at Jugra in Selangor in the person of a Malay 91 of the old school, who was locally famous on this account. So, too, during the 40 days which must elapse before the purification of a woman after the birth of her child, the father of the child is forbidden to cut his hair. And a similar abstention is said to have been formerly incumbent upon all persons either prosecuting a journey or engaging in war. Often a boy's head is entirely shaven shortly after birth with the exception of a single lock in the center of the head, and so maintained until the boy begins to grow up, but frequently the operation is postponed, generally, it is said, in consequence of a vow made by the child's parents, until the period of puberty or marriage. Great care, too, must be exercised in disposing of the clippings of hair, more especially the first clippings. As the Malay profoundly believes that the sympathetic connection which exists between himself and every part of his body continues to exist even after the physical connection has been severed, and that therefore he will suffer from any harm that may befall the severed parts of his body, such as the clippings of his hair or the parings of his nails. Accordingly he takes care that those severed portions of himself shall not be left in places where they might either be exposed to accidental injury, or fall into the hands of malicious persons who might work magic on them to his detriment or death. 92. Thus we invariably find clippings of the victim's hair mentioned, together with parings of his nails, etc., as forming part of the ingredients of the well-known wax image or mannequin into which pins are stuck, and which is still believed by all Malays to be a most effective method of causing the illness or death of an enemy. 93. I was once present at the curious ceremony of cutting the hair of a Malay bride, which had all the characteristics of a religious rite, but the detailed account of it will be reserved for a later chapter. 94. The same difficulties and dangers which beset the first cutting of the hair apply, though perhaps in a less degree, to the first paring of the nails, Bertabak, the boring of the ears of girls, Bertindek Telinga, and the filing of the teeth, Barasa Gigi, of either sex whether at puberty or marriage. One or more of the nails are frequently worn long by Malays of standing, and the women who engage in nautch, dancing and theatrical performances invariably wear a complete set of artificial nails, change. These latter are usually of brass, are often several inches in length, and are made so as to fit on to the tips of the fingers. Occasionally a brass ring with a small peacock, or some such bird, of the same material will be attached to the end of the nail by a minute brass chain. The practice of wearing long nails is sometimes attributed to Chinese influence, but it is hard to see why this particular detail of Malay custom, which is quite in keeping with the general trend of Malay ideas about the person, should be supposed to be derived from China. The borrowing, if any, is much more likely to have been on the part of the Chinese, who undoubtedly imported many Indian ideas along with Buddhism. The custom appears to be followed, moreover, in many places, such as the interior of Sumatra, where Chinese influence is non-existent. In Siam, again, it appears to obtain very strongly. 95 But no reason has yet been shown for supposing that this is anything but an instance of the similarity of results independently arrived at by nations starting with similar premises. The ear-boring and tooth-filing ceremonies which still not infrequently take place at the age of puberty in both sexes are of no less religious import than the rite of cutting the first lock. The main details of these ceremonies will be described in a later part of this book. 96. To the same category, of sacred things having physical connection with the body, should doubtless be referred such objects as the eyebrows, the saliva, and soil taken from the naked footstep, all of which are utilized by the magician to achieve his nefarious ends. C. The soul. The Malay conception of the human soul, Semangat, 97, is that of a species of thumbling, a thin, unsubstantial human image, or mannequin, which is temporarily absent from the body in sleep, trance, disease, and permanently absent after death. This mannequin, which is usually invisible but is supposed to be about as big as the thumb, corresponds exactly in shape, proportion, and even in complexion, to its embodiment or casing, sarong, i.e. the body in which it has its residence. It is of a vapory, shadowy, or filmy essence, though not so impalpable but that it may cause displacement on entering a physical object, and as it can fly or flash quickly from place to place, it is often, perhaps metaphorically, addressed as if it were a bird. 98. Thus in a charm given in the appendix we find: Hither, soul, come hither. Hither, little one, come hither. Hither, bird, come hither. Hither, filmy one, come hither. 99. As this mannequin is the exact reproduction in every way of its bodily counterpart, and is the cause of life and thought in the individual it animates, it may readily be endowed with quasi-human feelings, and independently possess the personal consciousness and volition of its corporeal owner. Thus we find the following appeal addressed to the soul in the charm just quoted: Do not bear grudges. Do not bear malice. Do not take it as a wrong. Do not take it as a transgression. These quasi-human attributes of the soul being so complete, it is an easy stretch of the imagination to provide it with a house, which is generally in practice identified with the body of its owner, but may also be identified with any one of its temporary domiciles. Thus in the charm already quoted we read: Return to your own house and house ladder. To your own house floor, of which the planks have started, and your roof thatch starred with holes. The state of disrepair into which the soul's house, i.e. the sick man's body, is described as having fallen, is here attributed to the soul's absence. 100 The completeness of this figurative identification of the soul's house with its owner's body, and of the soul's sheath or casing with both, is very clearly brought out in the following lines. Cluck. Cluck. Soul of this sick man, so and so. Return into the frame and body of so and so. To your own house and house ladder, to your own clearing and yard. To your own parents, to your own casing. And this is no mere chance expression, for in another charm the soul is adjured in these words: As you remember your own parents, remember me. As you remember your own house and house ladder, remember me. 101. The soul appears to men, both waking and asleep, as a phantom separate from the body of which it bears the likeness, manifests physical power, and walks, sits, and sleeps. Cluck. Cluck. Soul of so-and-so, come and walk with me. Come and sit with me. Come and sleep with me, and share my pillow. 102. It would probably be wrong to assume the foregoing expressions to have always been merely figurative. Rather, perhaps, we should consider them as part of a singularly complete and consistent animistic system formerly invented and still held by the Malays. Again, from the above ideas it follows that if you call a soul in the right way it will hear and obey you, and you will thus be able either to recall to its owner's body a soul which is escaping, Riang Semengat, or to abduct the soul of a person whom you may wish to get into your power, Mengambal Semengat Orang, and induce it to take up its residence in a specially prepared receptacle. Such as, a lump of earth which has been sympathetically connected by direct contact with the body of the soul's owner, or, b. a wax mannequin so connected by indirect means, or even, c. a cloth which has had no such connection whatever. And when you have succeeded in getting it into your power the abducted and now imprisoned soul will naturally enjoy any latitude allowed to, and suffer from any mutilation of, its temporary domicile or embodiment. 103. Every man is supposed, it would appear from Malay charms, to possess 7 souls 104 in all, or, perhaps, I should more accurately say, a sevenfold soul. 105. This septenity in unity may perhaps be held to explain the remarkable importance and persistency of the number 7 in Malay magic, as for instance the 7 twigs of the birch, and the 7 repetitions of the charm, in soul abduction 106. The 7 betel leaves, the 7 nights duration of the ceremony, the 7 blows administered to the soul, in other magical and medical ceremonies, and the 7 ears cut for the rice soul in reaping. 107. And, finally, it might explain why the lime branch which is hung up in the mosquito curtain, in another form of soul abduction 108, is required to possess 7 fruits on a single stalk, i.e. to ensure there being a separate receptacle for each one of the 7 souls. At the present day the ordinary Malay talks usually of only a single soul, although he still keeps up the old phraseology in his charms and charm books. For the rest, it would appear that there may be some method in the selection and arrangement of colors. The lump of earth from the victim's footprint used in one form of the soul abduction ceremony 109 is to be wrapped up in 3 thicknesses of cloth, which must be red, black, and yellow respectively, the yellow being outside. Again, in the ceremony of casting out the mischief from a sick man, a white cosmetic is assigned for use in the morning, a red cosmetic for midday, and black for sundown. 110. Now in all, I believe, of what are now called the Federated Malay States, and probably in all Malay states whatsoever, yellow is the color used by royalty, whereas the more exalted and sacred color, white, with occasional lapses into yellow, has been adopted by Malay medicine men as the color most likely to conciliate the spirits and demons with whom they have to deal. Thus the soul cloth, which, by the way, is always 5 cubits long, lima asta, is sometimes white and, much more rarely, yellow, and hence in the first instance just quoted, the yellow cloth, being, next to white, of the color which is most complementary to the demons, is the one which is put outside. And in the second instance, for similar reasons, the white cosmetic is to be used first. The working out of this system, however, must await fresh evidence, and all I would do now is to emphasize the importance of color in such investigations, and to urge the collection of fresh material. 111. D. Animal, vegetable, and mineral souls. Hitherto I have treated of human souls only, but animal, mineral, and vegetable souls will now be briefly discussed. Speaking generally, I believe the soul to be, within certain limits, conceived as a diminutive but exact counterpart of its own embodiment, so that an animal soul would be like an animal, a bird soul like a bird. However, lower in the scale of creation it would appear that the tree or souls, for instance, are supposed, occasionally at least, to assume the shape of some animal or bird. Thus the soul of eaglewood is thought to take the shape of a bird, the soul of tinor that of a buffalo, the gold soul that of a deer. 112 It has, however, always been recognized that the soul may enter other bodies besides its own, or even bodies of a different kind to its own. And hence these may be only apparent exceptions to the rule that the soul should be the counterpart of its own embodiment. 113. Among races within the limits of savagery, the general doctrine of souls is found worked out with remarkable breadth and consistency. The souls of animals are recognized by a natural extension from the theory of human souls. The souls of trees and plants follow in some vague, partial way, and the souls of inanimate objects expand the general category to its extremist boundary. 114. To the Malay who has arrived at the idea of a generally animated nature, but has not yet learned to draw scientific distinctions, there appears nothing remarkable or unnatural in the idea of vegetation souls. Or even in that of mineral souls, rather would he consider us Europeans illogical and inconsistent were he told that we allowed the possession of souls to one half of the creation and denied it to the other. Realizing this, we are prepared to find that the Malay theory of animism embraces, at least partially, the human race, 115 animals 116 and birds, 117 vegetation 118, trees and plants, reptiles and fishes 119 until its extension to inert objects, such as minerals 120 and stocks and stones, weapons, boats, food, clothes, ornaments, and other objects, which to us are not merely soulless, but lifeless, brings us face to face with a conception with which we are less likely to sympathize. Side by side with this general conception of an universally animate nature, we find abundant evidences of a special theory of human origin which is held to account not only for the larger mammals, but also for the existence of a large number of birds, and even for that of a few reptiles, fishes, trees and plants, but seems to lose its operative force in proportion to its descent in the scale of creation, until in the lowest scale of all, the theory of human origin disappears from sight, and nothing remains but the partial application of a few vague anthropomorphic attributes. 121 It is, doubtless, to the prevalence of this theory that we owe the extraordinary persistence of anthropomorphic ideas about animals, birds, reptiles, trees, if not of minerals, in Malay magical ceremonies. 122 And it is hard to say which of these two notions, the theory of human origin, or the other theory of universal animism, is to be considered the original form of Malay belief. The following tale, which is entitled Cerita Megat Sajobang, and is told by Selangor Malays, will serve as an illustration of the idea of human origin. There was a married Sakai couple living at Ulu Klang, and they had a son called Megat Sajobang. When he grew up he said to his mother, "Mother, get me a passage, I want to go and see other countries." She did so, and he left Ulu Klang. And 10 or 12 years later, when he had grown rich enough to buy a splendid ship, Pirahu, he returned with his wife, who was with child, and 7 midwives, who were watched over by one of his bodyguard with a drawn sword. His mother heard the news of his return, and she made ready, roasting a chica, monkey, and lotong, monkey, and went with his father on board their bark canoe to meet their son. As they approached they hailed him by his name. But he was ashamed of their humble appearance, and forbade his men to let them on board. Though his wife advised him to acknowledge them, even if they were pigs or dogs, the unfilial son persisted in turning them away. So they went back to the shore and sat down and wept, and the old mother, laying her hand upon her shriveled breast, said, "If thou art really my son, reared at my breast, mayest thou be changed into stone." In response to her prayer, milk came forth from her breast, and as she walked away, the ship and all on board were turned into stone. The mother turned round once more to look at her son, but the father did not, and by the power of God they were both turned into trees of the species paw, a kind of mango, one leaning seawards and the other towards the land. The fruit of the seaward one is sweet, but that of the landward one is bitter. The ship has now become a hill, and originally was complete with all its furniture, but the Malays used to borrow the plates and cups, etc. for feast days and did not return them, until at last there were none left. Chapter 3. Relations with the Supernatural World. A. The Magician. The accredited intermediary between men and spirits is the Poong. 123. The Poong is a functionary of great and traditional importance in a Malay village, though in places near towns the office is falling into abeyance. In the inland districts, however, the Poong is still a power, and is regarded as part of the constituted order of society, without whom no village community would be complete. It must be clearly understood that he has nothing whatever to do with the official Mohammedan religion of the mosque. The village has its regular staff of elders, the imam, khatib, and bilal, for the mosque service. But the Poong is quite outside this system, and belongs to a different and much older order of ideas. He may be regarded as the legitimate representative of the primitive medicine man or the village sorcerer, and his very existence in these days is an anomaly, though it does not strike Malays as such. Very often the office is hereditary, or at least the appointment is practically confined to the members of one family. Sometimes it is endowed with certain properties handed down from one Poong to his successor, known as the Kabasaran, or, as it were, regalia. On one occasion I was nearly called upon to decide whether these adjuncts, which consisted, in this particular case, of a peculiar kind of headdress, were the personal property of the person then in possession of them, who had got them from his father, a deceased Poong, or were to be regarded as official insignia descending with the office in the event of the natural heir declining to serve. Fortunately I was spared the difficult task of deciding this delicate point of law, as I managed to persuade the owner to take up the appointment. But quite apart from such external marks of dignity, the Poong is a person of very real significance. In all agricultural operations, such as sowing, reaping, irrigation works, and the clearing of jungle for planting, in fishing at sea, in prospecting for minerals, and in cases of sickness, his assistance is invoked. He is entitled by custom to certain small fees. Thus, after a good harvest he is allowed, in some villages, 5 gantangs of padi, 1 gantang of rice, beras, and 2 chupaks of emping, a preparation of rice and coconut made into a sort of sweetmeat, from each householder. After recovery from sickness his remuneration is the very modest amount of 3 wang baharu, that is, 7.5 cents. It is generally believed that a good harvest can only be secured by complying with his instructions, which are of a peculiar and comprehensive character. They consist largely of prohibitions, which are known as pantang. Thus, for instance, it is pantang in some places to work in the rice field on the 14th and 15th days of the lunar month, and this rule of enforced idleness, being very congenial to the Malay character, is, I believe, pretty strictly observed. Again, in reaping, certain instruments are proscribed, and in the inland villages it is regarded as a great crime to use the sickle, sabot, for cutting the padi. At the very least the first few ears should be cut with a twai, a peculiar small instrument consisting of a semicircular blade set transversely on a piece of wood or bamboo, which is held between the fingers, and which cuts only an ear or 2 at a time. Also the padi must not be threshed by hitting it against the inside of a box, a practice known as banting padi. In this, as in 1 or 2 other cases, it may be supposed that the Poong's ordinances preserve the older forms of procedure and are opposed to innovations in agricultural methods. The same is true of the pantang, i.e. taboo, rule which prescribes a fixed rate of price at which padi may be sold in the village community to members of the same village. This system of customary prices is probably a very old relic of a time when the idea of asking a neighbor or a member of your own tribe to pay a competition price for an article was regarded as an infringement of communal rights. It applies to a few other articles of local produce 124 besides padi, and I was frequently assured that the neglect of this wholesome rule was the cause of bad harvests. I was accordingly pressed to find transgressors, which would perhaps have been a somewhat difficult thing to do. The fact, however, that in many places these rules are generally observed is a tribute to the influence of the Poong who lends his sanction to them. 125. The Poang keeps a familiar spirit, which in his case is a hantu pusaka, that is, an hereditary spirit which runs in the family, in virtue of which he is able to deal summarily with the wild spirits of an obnoxious character. 126. The foregoing description is so precise and clear that I have not much to add to it. There are, however, one or two points which require emphasis. One of these is that the priestly magician stands in certain respects on the same footing as the divine man or king, that is to say, he owns certain insignia which are exactly analogous to the regalia of the latter, and are, as Mr. Blagden points out, called by the same name, Kabasaran. He shares, moreover, with the king the right to make use of cloth dyed with the royal color, yellow, and, like the king, too, possesses the right to enforce the use of certain ceremonial words and phrases, in which respect, indeed, his list is longer, if anything, than that of royalty. He also acts as a sort of spirit medium and gives oracles in trances, possesses considerable political influence, practices, very occasional, austerities, observes some degree of chastity, and appears quite sincere in his conviction of his own powers. At least he always has a most plausible excuse ready to account for his inability to do whatever is required. An aged magician who came from Perak to doctor one of the Sultan's sons, Raja Kahar, while I was at Langat, had the unusual reputation of being able to raise a sandbank in the sea at will. But when I asked if I could see it done, he explained that it could only be done in time of war when he was hard pressed by an enemy's boat, and he could not do it for the sake of mere ostentation. Moreover, like members of their profession all the world over, these medicine men are, perhaps naturally, extremely reticent. It was seldom that they would let their books be seen, much less copied, even for fair payment. An Apoang once refused to tell me a charm until I had taken my shoes off and was seated with him upon a yellow cloth while he repeated the much-prized formula. The office of magician is, as has been said, very often hereditary. It is not so always, however, there being certain recognized ways in which a man may get magic. One of the most peculiar is as follows: to obtain magical powers, Elmu, you must meet the ghost of a murdered man. Take the midrib of a leaf of the ivory coconut palm, Pelapa Nair gating, which is to be laid on the grave, and 2 more midribs, which are intended to represent canoe paddles. And carry them with the help of a companion to the grave of the murdered man at the time of the full moon, the 15th day of the lunar month, when it falls upon a Tuesday. Then take a cent's worth of incense, with glowing embers in a censer, and carry them to the head-post of the grave of the deceased. Fumigate the grave, going 3 times round it, and call upon the murdered man by name. Hearken, so and so. And assist me. I am taking this boat to the saints of God. And I desire to ask for a little magic. 127. Here take the first midrib, fumigate it, and lay it upon the head of the grave, repeating, Kur Allah, Cluck, Cluck, God, 7 times. You and your companion must now take up a sitting posture, one at the head and the other at the foot of the grave, facing the grave post, and use the canoe paddles which you have brought. In a little while the surrounding scenery will change and take upon itself the appearance of the sea, and finally an aged man will appear, to whom you must address the same request as before. B. High places. Although officially the religious center of the village community is the mosque, there is usually in every small district a holy place known as the Kramat 128 at which vows are paid on special occasions, and which is invested with a very high degree of reverence and sanctity. These Kramats abound in Malacca territory. There is hardly a village but can boast some 2 or 3 in its immediate neighborhood, and they are perfectly well known to all the inhabitants. Theoretically, Kramats are supposed to be the graves of deceased holy men, the early apostles of the Mohammedan faith, the first founders of the village who cleared the primeval jungle, or other persons of local notoriety in a former age. And there is no doubt that many of them are that and nothing more. But even so, the reverence paid to them and the ceremonies that are performed at them savor a good deal too much of ancestor worship to be attributable to an orthodox Mohammedan origin. It is certain, however, that many of these Kramats are not graves at all, many of them are in the jungle, on hills and in groves, like the high places of the Old Testament idolatries. They contain no trace of a grave, while those that are found in villages usually have gravestones, and they appear to be really ancient sites of a primitive nature worship or the adoration of the spirits of natural objects. Malays, when asked to account for them, often have recourse to the explanations that they are kramat jinn, that is, spirit places. And if a Malay is pressed on the point, and thinks that the orthodoxy of these practices is being impugned, he will sometimes add that the jinn in question is a jinn Islam, a Mohammedan and quite orthodox spirit. Thus on Bukit Nyalas, near the Johor frontier, there is a kramat consisting of a group of granite boulders on a ledge of rock overhanging a sheer descent of a good many feet. Bamboo clumps grow on the place, and there were traces of religious rites having been performed there, but no grave whatever. This place was explained to me to be the kramat of one Nakoda Hussain, described as a jinn, of the orthodox variety, who presides over the water, rain, and streams. People occasionally burned incense there to avert drought and get enough water for irrigating their fields. There was another kramat of his lower down the hill, also consisting of rocks, one of which was shaped something like a boat. I was informed that this jinn is attended by tigers which guard the hill, and are very jealous of the intrusion of other tigers from the surrounding country. He is believed to have revealed himself to the original Paong of the village, the mythical founder of the Kampong of Nyalas. In a case like this it seems probable that the name attached to this object of reverence is a later accretion, and that under a thin disguise we have here a relic of the worship of the spirit of rivers and streams. A sort of elemental deity localized in this particular place, and still regarded as a proper object of worship and propitiation, in spite of the theoretically strict monotheism of the Mohammedan creed. Again, at another place the kramat is nothing but a tree, of somewhat singular shape, having a large swelling some way up the trunk. It was explained to me that this tree was connected in a special way with the prospects of local agriculture, the size of the swelling increasing in good years and diminishing in bad seasons. Hence it was naturally regarded with considerable awe by the purely agricultural population of the neighborhood. As may be imagined, it is exceedingly difficult to discover any authentic facts regarding the history of these numerous kramats, even where there is some evidence of the existence of a grave. The name of the departed saint is usually the one fact that is remembered, and often even that is forgotten. The most celebrated of the Malacca kramats, the one at Makhap, is a representative type of the first class, that in which there really is a grave. It is the one place where a hardened liar respects the sanctity of an oath. And it is occasionally visited in connection with civil cases, when the one party challenges the other to take a particular oath. A man who thinks nothing of perjuring himself in the witness box, and who might not much mind telling a lie even with the Quran on his head, will flinch before the ordeal of a falsehood in the presence of the Dato Makhap. 129. After explaining the difference between beneficent spirits and the spirits of evil, Mr. Blagden continues, some time ago one of these objectionable hantas, spirits of evil, had settled down in a karyong tree in the middle of this village of Bukit Sengga, and used to frighten people who passed that way in the dusk. So the Paong was duly called upon to exorcise it, and under his superintendence the tree was cut down, after which there was no more trouble. But it is certain that it would have been excessively dangerous for an ordinary layman to do so. This point may be illustrated by a case which was reported to me soon after it occurred, and which again shows the intimate connection of spirits with trees. A Javanese coolie, on the main road near Air Panis, cut down a tree which was known to be occupied by a hantu. He was thereupon seized with what, from the description, appears to have been an epileptic fit, and showed all the traditional symptoms of demoniac possession. He did not recover till his friends had carried out the directions of the spirit, speaking through the sufferer's mouth, it seems, viz., to burn incense, offer rice, and release a fowl. After which the hantu left him. In many places there are trees which are pretty generally believed to be the abodes of spirits, and not one Malay in 10 would venture to cut one down, while most people would hardly dare to go near one after dark. On one occasion an exceptionally intelligent Malay, with whom I was discussing the terms on which he proposed to take up a contract for clearing the banks of a river. made it an absolute condition that he should not be compelled to cut down a particular tree which overhung the stream, on the ground that it was a spirit tree. That tree had to be excluded from the contract. 130. The following description, by Sir W. Maxwell, of a parrot cromet may be taken as fairly typical of the cromet, in which there really is a grave. Rightly or wrongly the Malays of Leret assign an Achinese origin to an old grave which was discovered in the forest some years ago, and of which I propose to give a brief description. It is situated about halfway between the Leret residency and the mining village of Kemunting. In the neighborhood the old durian trees of Java betoken the presence of a Malay population at a date long prior to the advent of the Chinese miner. The grave was discovered about 20 years ago by workmen employed by the Menteri of Perak to make the Kemunting road, and it excited much curiosity among the Malays at the time. The Menteri and all the ladies of his family went on elephants to see it, and it has been an object of much popular prestige ever since. The Malays of Java were able from the village tradition to give the name and sex of the occupant of this lonely tomb, To Biden Susu Lanjut, whose name sounds better in the original than in an English translation. She is said to have been an old Achinese woman of good family. Of her personal history nothing is known, but her claims to respectability are evinced by the carved head and foot stones of Achinese workmanship which adorn her grave, and her sanctity is proved by the fact that the stones are 8 feet apart. It is a well-known Malay superstition that the stones placed to mark the graves of saints miraculously increased their relative distance during the lapse of years, and thus bear mute testimony to the holiness of the person whose resting place they mark. The cromet on the Kemunting road is on the spur of a hill through which the roadway is cut. A tree overshadows the grave and is hung with strips of white cloth and other rags, panji, which the devout have put there. The direction of the grave is as nearly as possible due north and south. The stones at its head and foot are of the same size, and in every respect identical one with the other. They are of sandstone, and are said by the natives to have been brought from Achin. In design and execution they are superior to ordinary Malay art, as will be seen, I think, on reference to the rubbings of the carved surface of one of them, which have been executed for me by the Leret Survey Office, and which I have transmitted to the Society with this paper. The extreme measurements of the stones, furnished from the same source, are 2 foot 1 x 0, 9 x 0, 7. They are in excellent preservation, and the carving is fresh and sharp. Some Malays profess to discover in the 3 rows of vertical direction on the broadest face of the slabs the Mohammedan attestation of the unity of God, La ilaha illallah, repeated over and over again. But I confess that I have been unable to do so. The offerings at a cromet are generally incense, istangi or satangi, or benzoin, cominion. These are burned in little stands made of bamboo rods. One end is stuck in the ground and the other split into 4 or 5, and then opened out and plated with basket work so as to hold a little earth. They are called sanka. A Malay will often vow that if he succeeds in some particular project, or gets out of some difficulty in which he may happen to be placed, he will burn 3 or more sanka at such and such a cromet. Persons who visit a cromet in times of distress or difficulty, to pray and to vow offerings, in case their prayers are granted, usually leave behind them as tokens of their vows small pieces of white cloth, which are tied to the branches of a tree or to sticks planted in the ground near the sacred spot. For votary purposes the long-forgotten tomb of To Biden Susu Lanjut enjoys considerable popularity among the Mohammedans of Leret. And the tree which overshadows it has, I am glad to say, been spared the fate which awaited the rest of the jungle which overhung the road. No coolie was bold enough to put an axe to it. 131. Mr. George Bellamy, writing in 1893, thus described the cromet at Tanjong Karang in the Kuala Selangor district. The cromet about which I am now writing is a very remarkable one. It is situated on the extreme point of land at the mouth of the river Selangor, close to where the new lighthouse has been erected. A magnificent kayu era, a kind of fig tree, forms a prominent feature of the Tanjong, point or cape, and at the base of this tree, enveloped entirely by its roots, is an oblong-shaped space having the appearance of a Malay grave. with the headstones complete. To this sacred spot constant pilgrimages are made by the Malays, and the lower branches of the tree rarely lack those pieces of white and yellow cloth which are always hung up as an indication that some devout person has paid his vows. The Chinese also have great respect for this kromet, and have erected a sort of sylvan temple at the foot of the tree. Mr. Bellamy tells how one Raja Abdullah fell in love with a maiden named Miriam, who disappeared and was supposed to have been taken by the spirits, though she was really carried off by an earlier lover named Hassan. Raja Abdullah died and was buried at the foot of the fig tree. Mr. Bellamy concludes, if you ever happen to see a very big crocodile at the mouth of the Selangor River, floating listlessly about, be careful not to molest it. It is but the buaya kromet, which shape the spirit of Raja Abdullah sometimes assumes. When walking along the Pantai shore, if you chance to meet a very large tiger, let him pass unharmed. It is only Raja Abdullah's ghost, and in proof thereof you will see it leaves no footmarks on the sand. And when you go to see the new lighthouse at Tanjong Kromet, you may perhaps come face to face with a very old man, who sadly shakes his head and disappears. Do not be startled, it is only Raja Abdullah 132. In No. 2 of the same volume of the Selangor Journal Mr. Bellamy refers to another kromet, that of To Ketapang, which he appears to localize in Ulu Selangor. It is by no means necessary to ensure the popularity of a kromet or shrine that the saint to whose memory it is dedicated should be a Malay. The cosmopolitan character of these shrines is attested in the following note which I sent to the Selangor Journal 133 about the shrines in the Ulu Langat, Kajang, district of Selangor. The chief kromets in the district are Makam To Saya, the tomb of a Javanese of high repute. Makam Said Idris, at Reko, Said Idris being the father of the Penggulu of Cheras, Makam To Janggut, a Kampar man, on the road to Cheras, and Makam To Gerdu or Berdu, at Dusun Tua, Ulu Langat. To Berdu was of Sakai origin. I have never yet, however, heard of any shrine being dedicated to a Chinaman, and it is probable that this species of canonization is confined, at least in modern times, to local celebrities professing the Mohammedan religion. As would certainly be the case of the Malays and Javanese mentioned in the foregoing paragraph, and quite possibly too in the case of the Sakai. It is true that Chinese often worship at these shrines, just as, on the same principle, they employ Malay magicians in prospecting for tin. But there appear to be certain limits beyond which they cannot go, as it was related to me when I was living in the neighborhood, that a Chinaman who had, in the innocence of his heart, offered at a Moslem shrine a piece of the accursed pork, was pounced upon and slain before he reached home by one of the tigers which guarded the shrine. The shrine of To Kamarong is one of the most celebrated shrines in the Langat district, the saint's last resting place being guarded by a white elephant and a white tiger, the latter of which had been a pet, pamanan, of his during his lifetime. In this respect it is exactly similar to the shrine of To Parwi of Pantay in Sunjai Ujang, which is similarly guarded, both shrines having been erected on the seashore, it is said. In the days when the sea came much farther inland than it does at present. The fame of To Kamarong filled the neighborhood, and it is related that on one occasion an irate mother exclaimed, of a son of hers who was remarkable for his vicious habits, may the To Kromet Kamarong fly away with him. Next day the boy disappeared, and all search proved fruitless, until 3 days later To Kamarong appeared to her in a dream, and informed her that he had carried the boy off, as she had invited him to do. And that if she were to look for his footprints she would be able to discover them inside the pad tracks of a tiger, one of whose feet was smaller than the rest, and which was then haunting the spot. She did so, and discovered her son's footprints exactly as the saint had foretold. This ghost tiger, which no doubt must be identified with To Kamarong's pet, used to roam the district when I was stationed in the neighborhood, and both I and, I believe, the then district engineer, Mr. Spearing, saw this tiger's tracks, and can vouch for the fact that one footprint was smaller than the rest. This curious feature is thought by the local Malays at least, to be one of the specially distinctive marks of a Remo Kromet, or ghost tiger, just as the possession of one tusk that is smaller than the other is the mark of a ghost elephant. 134. Closely connected with the subject of shrines is that of high places, such as those spots where religious penance was traditionally practiced. One of these sacred spots is said to have been situated upon the Mount Ophir of Malacca, which is about 4,000 feet high, and on which a certain legendary princess known as Tuan Putri Gunung Ledang is said to have dwelt. Until she transferred her ghostly court to Jugra Hill, upon the coast of Selangor. 135. Such fasting places are usually, as in Java, either solitary hills or places which present some great natural peculiarity. Even remarkable trees and rocks being, as has already been pointed out, pressed into the service of this Malay natural religion. C. Nature of rites. The main divisions of the magico-religious ceremonies of the Malays are prayer, sacrifice, lustration, fasting, divination, and possession. Prayer, which is defined by Professor Tyler as request made to a deity as if he were a man, is still in the unethical stage among the Malays. No request for anything but personal advantages of a material character being ever, so far as I am aware, preferred by the worshipper. The efficacy of prayer is, however, often supposed to be enhanced by repetition. As prayer is a request made to a deity as if he were a man, so sacrifice is a gift made to a deity as if he were a man. The ruder conception that the deity takes and values the offering for itself, gives place, on the one hand, to the idea of mere homage as expressed by a gift, and, on the other, to the negative view that the virtue lies in the worshipper depriving himself of something prized. 136. A general survey of the charms and ceremonies brought together in this volume will, I think, be likely to establish the view that the Malays, in accordance with the reported practice of many other races, probably commenced with the idea of sacrifice as a simple gift, and therefrom developed first the idea of ceremonial homage, and later the idea of sacrifice as an act of abnegation. Evidences of the original gift theory chiefly survive in the language of charms, in which the deity appealed to is repeatedly invited to eat and drink of the offerings placed before him, as a master may be invited to eat by his servants. The intermediate stage between the gift and homage theories is marked by an extensive use of substitutes, and of the sacrifice of a part or parts for the whole. Thus we even find the dough model of a human being actually called the substitute, tukar ganti, and offered up to the spirits upon the sacrificial tray. In the same sense are the significant directions of a magician, that, if the spirit craves a human victim, a cock may be substituted, and the custom of hunters who, when they have killed a deer, leave behind them in the forest small portions of each of the more important members of the deer's anatomy, as representatives of the entire carcass. In this last case the usual, ritualistic change may be traced from practical reality to formal ceremony. The originally valuable offering is compromised for a smaller tribute or a cheaper substitute, dwindling at last to a mere trifling token or symbol. 137. This homage theory will, I believe, be found to cover by far the greater bulk of the sacrifices usually offered by Malays, and the idea of abnegation appears to be practically confined to vodal ceremonies or vows, niyat, in which the nature and extent of the offering are not regulated by custom, but depend entirely upon the wealth or caprice of the worshipper, there being merely a tacit understanding that he shall sacrifice something which is of more than nominal value to himself. Of the manner in which offerings are supposed to be received by the deity to whom they are offered it is difficult to obtain very much evidence. I have, however, frequently questioned Malays upon this subject, and on the whole think it can very safely be said that the deity is not supposed to touch the solid or material part of the offering, but only the essential part, whether it be life, savor, essence, quality, or even the soul. It will perhaps be advisable, in order to avoid repetition, to describe a few of the special and distinctive sub-rites which form part of many of the more important ceremonies, such as, in particular, rites performed at shrines. The rite of burning incense, the scattering of, or banqueting upon, sacrificial rice, and the application of the neutralizing rice paste, tepung tawar. Of the rites performed at shrines, Mr. Blagden says, the worship there, as with most other kramats, consists of the burning of incense, the offering of nasi kunyit, yellow rice, and the killing of goats. But I also noticed a number of live pigeons there which illustrate the practice, common in Buddhist countries, of releasing an animal in order to gain merit thereby. At a shrine on the Langat River I have seen fowls which had, I was told, been similarly released. Mr. Blagden's remarks apply with equal force to the services performed at the shrines of Selangor, and I believe also of other states. It should, however, I think, be pointed out that the nasi kunyit, yellow rice, is, usually at all events, eaten by those who take part in the service. At a ceremony which was held on one occasion after my recovery from sickness, and in which, by request, I took part, 138 incense was burnt, and Mohammedan prayers chanted. After which the usual strip of white cloth, 5 cubits in length, was laid upon the saint's grave, the saint being the father of the present Sultan of Selangor. And the party then adjourned to a shelter some 20 or 30 yards lower down the hill, where, first the men, and then the women and children, partook of the flesh of the slaughtered goat and the saffron-stained rice, pulut. After the meal the Bilal, mosque attendant, who was present with the Malay headman and the local priest of the mosque, returned to the tomb, and making obeisance, recited a Mohammedan prayer. Craving permission to take the cloth back for his own use, which he presently did. These Bilals are needy men and live upon the alms of the devout, so I suppose he thought there was no reason why the saint should not contribute something to his support. The burning of incense is one of the very simplest, and hence commonest, forms of burnt sacrifice. Some magicians say that it should be accompanied by an invocation addressed to the spirit of incense, which should be besought, as in the example quoted below, to pervade the 7 tiers of earth and sky respectively. It would appear that the intention of the worshipper is to ensure that his sacrifice of sweet savor should reach the nostrils of the gods and help to propitiate them, wherever they may be, by means of a foretaste of offerings to follow. This invocation, however, is not unfrequently omitted, or at least slurred over by the worshipper, in spite of the contention of the magicians who use it, that, without it the spell merely rises like smoke which is blown away by the wind. The following is one form of the invocation in question. Zabur 139 Hijau is your name, O incense. Zabur Bajang the name of your mother. Zabur Pute the name of your fumes. Scales from the person of God's apostle 140 were your origin. May you fumigate the 7 tiers of the earth. May you fumigate the 7 tiers of the sky. And serve as a summons to all spirits, to those which have magic powers, and those which have become saints of God. The spirits of God's elect. Who dwell in the halo of the sun. And whose resort is the Kaaba of God. At even and morn, by night and day. And serve as a summons to the elect of God. Who dwell at the gate of the spaces of heaven. And whose resort is the white diamond. In the interior of Egypt, at morn and eve. Who know, how, to make the dead branch live. And the withered blossom unfold its petals. And to perform the word of God. By the grace of, the creed, there is no God but God, etc. The direction taken by the fumes of the incense is observed and noted for the purpose of divination. This feature of the rite will be noticed under the heading of medicine. 141. Another form of sacrifice consists in the scattering of rice. The sacrificial rice, Orisa sativa, used in the ceremonies is always of the following kinds: firstly, parched rice, biras berdi; secondly, washed rice, biras beso; thirdly, saffron-stained rice, biras kunyit, i.e. rice stained with turmeric, 142, and, finally, a special kind of glutinous rice called pulut, Orisa glutinosa, which is also very generally used for sacrificial banquets. Of these, the parched rice is generally used for strewing the bottom of the sacrificial tray, anchak, when the framework has been covered with banana leaves, but the offerings have not yet been deposited within it. The washed and saffron rice are generally used for scattering either over the persons to be benefited by the ceremony, or else upon the ground or house floor. With reference to the selection of rice for this purpose, it has been suggested that the rice is intended to attract what may be called the bird soul, i.e. the soul of man conceived as a bird, to the spot, or to keep it from straying at a particularly dangerous moment in the life of its owner. The pullet or glutinous rice is the kind of rice generally used for sacrificial banquets, e.g. for banquets at high places, etc. Lustration is generally accomplished either by means of fire or of water. The best examples of the former are perhaps the fumigation of infants, and the API saline or purificatory fire, over which women are half-roasted when a birth has taken place, but these being special and distinctive ceremonies, will be described with others of the same nature in Chapter 6. One of the forms of lustration by water, however, appears rather to take the place of a subrite, forming an integral portion of a large class of ceremonies, such as those relating to building, fishing, agriculture, marriage, and so forth. Hence it will be necessary to give a general sketch of its leading features in the present context. The ceremony of lustration by water, when it takes the form of the subrite referred to, is called tepong tawar, which properly means the neutralizing rice flour, water, neutralizing being used almost in a chemical sense, i.e. in the sense of sterilizing the active element of poisons, or of destroying the active potentialities of evil spirits. The rite itself consists in the application 143 of a thin paste made by mixing rice flour with water. This is taken up in a brush or bouquet of leaves and applied to the objects which the neutralization is intended to protect or neutralize. Whether they be the posts of a house, the projecting ends of a boat's ribs, tejak pirahu, the seaward posts of fishing stakes, puchi kalong, or the forehead and back of the hands of the bride and bridegroom. The brush must be first fumigated with incense, then dipped into the bowl which contains the rice water, and shaken out almost dry, for if the water runs down the object to which it is applied it is held to portend tears. Whereas if it spreads equally all round, benchar, it is lucky. The composition of the brush, which is considered to be of the highest importance, appears to vary, but only within certain limits. It almost invariably, in Selangor, consists of a selection of leaves from the following plants, which are made up in small bouquets of 5, 7, or 9 leaves each, and bound round with riburibu, a kind of small creeper, or a string of shredded tree bark, daun tirap. The following is a list of the leaves generally used. 1. Leaves of the grass called sambwa dara, which is said to be the symbol of a settled soul, alamat menetapkan semangat, and which hence always forms the core of the bouquet. 144. 2. The leaves of the selaguri, which appears to be a shrub or small tree with yellow flowers, Clerodendron disperifolium, BL, Bourbonacea, or Sida rhombifolia, L. Malvaceae, a common small shrub in open country, 145, which is described as one of the first of shrubs, Keu asal, and is said to be used as a reminder of origin, Peringatan asal. 3. The leaves of the pullet, the exact identity of which I have not yet ascertained, but which may be the Urania lobata, L., one of the Malvaceae, which is said to be used for the same purpose as the preceding. 4. The leaves of the gandarusa, Instisha gandarusa, L. acanthaceae, a plant described as often cultivated and half-wild, a shrub used in medicine. The selection of this plant is said to be due to its reputation for scaring demons, Alamat Mengalakan Hantu. So great is its efficacy supposed to be, that people who have to go out when rain is falling and the sun shining simultaneously, a most dangerous time to be abroad, in Malay estimation, put a sprig of the gandarusa in their belts. 5. The leaves of the gandasali, which I have not yet been able to identify, no such name appearing in Ridley's plant list, but which I believe to be a waterside plant which I have seen, with a white and powerfully fragrant flower. 146. It is considered to be a powerful charm against noxious birth spirits, such as the langsur. 6. The leaves of the sapangal, which is not yet identified. 7. The leaves of the lenjuang mera, or the common red Dracaena, Cordyline terminalis, var. Faria, Liliaceae. 147. This shrub is planted in graveyards, and occasionally at the four corners of the house, to drive away ghosts and demons. 8. The leaves of the sapino, unidentified, a plant with big round leaves, which is always placed outside the rest of the leaves in the bunch. 9. To the above list may be perhaps added the sadawar, sidawar or tawar, Costus speciosus, L. Cytominii, and Forestia, spp. Camelinaceae, and 10. The sapal, Fagria racemosa, Jack, Logeniaceae. Leaves of the foregoing plants and shrubs are made up, as has been said, in small sets or combinations of 5, 7, or even perhaps of 9 leaves apiece. These combinations are said to differ according to the object to which the rice water is to be applied. It is extremely unlikely, however, that all magicians should make the same selections even for the same objects, rather would they be likely to make use of such leaves on the list as happen to be most readily available. Still, however, as the only example of such differentiation which I have yet been able to obtain, I will give the details of 3 separate and distinctive combinations, which were described to me by a Selangor magician. 1. For a wedding ceremony. Sambha dara. Tied round with a string of shredded tree bark. Seliguri. Pulut. Sapangal. Sapino. 2. For blessing fishing stakes. Gandarusa. Tied with the creeper riburibu. Seliguri. Sapangal. Lenjuang Mera. Sapino. 3. For the ceremony of taking the rice soul. Lenjuang Mera. Tied with riburibu. Seliguri. Pulut. Sapangal. Sapino. Further inquiry and the collection of additional material will no doubt help to elucidate the general principles on which such selections are made. Short rhyming charms are very often used as accompaniments of the rite of rice water, but appear to be seldom if ever repeated aloud. The following is a specimen, and others will be found in the Appendix 148. Neutralizing rice paste, true rice paste. And, thirdly, rice paste of Kadangsa. Keep me from sickness, keep me from death. Keep me from injury and ruin. Other not less important developments of the idea of lustration by water are to be found in such ceremonies as the bathing of mother and child after a birth and the washing of the floor, basolanti, upon similar occasions. The bathing of the sick, of bride and bridegroom at weddings, of corpses, Maroang, 149 and the annual bathing expeditions, Mandi Safar, which are supposed to purify the persons of the bathers and to protect them from evil, Talak Bala. Fasting, or the performance of religious penance, which is now but seldom practiced, would appear to have been only undertaken in former days with a definite object in view, such as the production of the state of mental exaltation which induces ecstatic visions, the acquisition of supernatural powers, sakti, and so forth. The fast always took place, of course, in a solitary spot, and not unfrequently upon the top of some high and solitary hill such as Mount Ophir, Gunung Ledang, on the borders of Malacca territory. Frequently, however, much lower hills, or even plains which possessed some remarkable rock or tree, would be selected for the purpose. Such fasting, however, did not, as sometimes with us, convey to the Malays the idea of complete abstinence. As the magicians informed me that a small modicum of rice contained in a ketipat, which is a small diamond-shaped rice receptacle made of plaited coconut leaf, was the daily allowance of anyone who was fasting. The result was that fasts might be almost indefinitely prolonged, and the thrice 7 days fast of Che Utus upon Jugra Hill, on the Selangor coast, 150 is still one of the traditions of that neighborhood. Whilst in Malay romances and in Malay tradition this form of religious penance is frequently represented as continuing for years. Finally, I would draw attention to the strong vein of sympathetic magic or make-believe, which runs through and leavens the whole system of Malay superstition. The root idea of this form of magic has been said to be the principle that, cause follows from effect. One of the principles of sympathetic magic is that any effect may be produced by imitating it. If it is wished to kill a person, an image of him is made and then destroyed. And it is believed that through a certain physical sympathy between the person and his image, the man feels the injuries done to the image as if they were done to his own body, and that when it is destroyed he must simultaneously perish. 151. The principle thus described is perhaps the most important of all those which underlie the black art of the Malays. Chapter 4. The Malay Pantheon. A. Gods. A careful investigation of the magic rites and charms used by a nation which has changed its religion will not unfrequently show that what is generally called witchcraft is merely the debris of the older ritual. Condemned by the priests of the newer faith, but yet stubbornly, though secretly, persisting, through the unconquerable religious conservatism of the mass of the people. There is nothing that clings longer to a race than the religious faith in which it has been nurtured. Indeed, it is impossible for any mind that is not thoroughly scientific to cast off entirely the religious forms of thought in which it has grown to maturity. Hence in every people that has received the impression of foreign beliefs, we find that the latter do not expel and supersede the older religion, but are engrafted on it, blent with it, or overlie it. Observances are more easily abandoned than ideas, and even when all the external forms of the alien faith have been put on, and few vestiges of the indigenous one remain, the latter still retains its vitality in the mind, and powerfully colors or corrupts the former. The actual religion of a people is thus of great ethnographic interest, and demands a minute and searching observation. No other facts relating to rude tribes are more difficult of ascertainment, or more often elude inquiry. 152. The general principle stated by Logan in the passage just quoted receives remarkable illustration from a close investigation of the folklore and superstitious beliefs of the Malays. Two successive religious changes have taken place among them, and when we have succeeded in identifying the vestiges of Brahmanism which underlie the external forms of the faith of Muhammad, long established in all Malay kingdoms, we are only halfway through our task. There yet remain the powerful influences of the still earlier indigenous faith to be noted and accounted for. Just as the Buddhists of Ceylon turn in times of sickness and danger, not to the consolations offered by the creed of Buddha, but to the propitiation of the demons feared and reverenced by their early progenitors. And just as the Burmese and Talangs, though Buddhists, retain in full force the whole of the Nat superstition, so among the Malays, in spite of centuries which have passed since the establishment of an alien worship, the Mohammedan peasant may be found invoking the protection of Hindu gods against the spirits of evil with which his primitive faith has peopled all natural objects. 153. What was the faith of Malaya 700 years ago? It is hard to say, but there is a certain amount of evidence to lead to the belief that it was a form of Brahmanism, and that, no doubt, had succeeded the original spirit worship. 154. The evidence of folklore, taken in conjunction with that supplied by charm books and romances, goes to show that the greater gods of the Malay pantheon, though modified in some respects by Malay ideas, were really borrowed Hindu divinities. And that only the lesser gods and spirits are native to the Malay religious system. It is true that some of these native gods can be with more or less distinctness identified with the great powers of nature, the king of the winds, Raja Angin, for instance, Mambang Tali Harus, or the god of mid-currents, the Malay Neptune. The gods of thunder and lightning, of the celestial bodies, etc., but none of them appear to have the status of the chief gods of the Hindu system, and both by land and water the terrible Shiva, Batara Guru, or Kala, is supreme. Yet each department of nature, however small, has its own particular godling or spirit who requires propitiation, and influences for good or evil every human action. Only the moral element is wanting to the divine hegemony, the cockeyed, limping substitute which does duty for it, reflecting only too truthfully the character of the people with whom it passes as divine. I will first take, in detail, the gods of Hindu origin. Batara, or Batara, Guru, is the name by which Shiva is known to his worshippers, who constitute the vast majority of the Balinese, and who probably constituted the bulk of the old Javanese. 155. In the magic of the peninsular Malays we find Vishnu the preserver, Brahma the creator, Batara Guru, Kala, and Sri simultaneously appealed to by the Malay magician, and though it would, perhaps, be rash, as Mr. Wilkinson says, to infer solely from Malay romances or Malay theatrical invocations, many of which owe much to Javanese influence, that Hinduism was the more ancient religion of the Malays. There is plenty of other evidence to prove that the Batara Guru of the Malays, no less than the Batara Guru of Bali and Java, is none other than the recognized father of the Hindu Trinity. 156. Of the greater deities or gods, Batara Guru is unquestionably the greatest. In the Hikayat Sang Samba, the Malay version of the Bhamakavya, Batara Guru appears as a supreme god, with Brahma and Vishnu as subordinate deities. It is Batara Guru who alone has the water of life, air Utama, Atama, Jiva, which brings the slaughtered heroes to life. 157. So to this day the Malay magician declares that To Batara Guru, under any one of the many corruptions which his name now bears 158, was the all-powerful spirit who held the place of Allah before the advent of Mohammedanism. A spirit so powerful that he could restore the dead to life. And to him all prayers were addressed. Mr. Wilkinson, in the article from which we have already quoted, deals with another point of interest, the expression Sangyang, or Batara, which is prefixed to Guru. After pointing out that yang in this case is not the ordinary Malay pronoun, yang, who, but an old word meaning a deity, he remarks, that so far as he has been able to discover, it is only used of the greater Hindu divinities, and not of inferior deities or demigods. Thus we find it applied to Shiva and Vishnu, but never to the monkey god Hanuman, or a deity of secondary importance like Durmadua. Such inferior divinities have only the lesser honorific sang prefixed to their names, and in this respect fare no better than mere mortals, such as Sang Superba and Sang Ranjana Tapa, and animals, such as, in fables, Sang Kanchil, Mr. Mouse Deer, and Sang Tikus, Mr. Rat. The expression Batara is also limited to the greater Hindu divinities, except when used as a royal title, e.g. Batara Guru, Batara Kala, Batara Indra, Batara Vishnu, etc. Thus the expressions Sangyang and Batara are fairly coincident in their application. 159 But there are a few deities of whom the honorific Sangyang is used, but not Batara, e.g. Sangyang Tunggao, the only god, Sangyang Sakma, etc. Thus Batara would seem to be limited in use to the actual names of Hindu deities as distinct from epithets describing those deities. Batara Guru would seem to be an exception, the only one, to this rule, and to point to the fact that the original meaning of Guru had been lost sight of, and that the expression had come to be regarded only as a proper name. Occasionally, as is only to be expected, the Malays get mixed in their mythology, and of this Mr. Wilkinson gives two examples, one of the identification of Batara Guru, Shiva, with Brahma, Baramana, and another of the drawing of a distinction between Guru, Shiva, and Mahadewa, which latter is only another name for the same divinity. Such slips are inevitable among an illiterate people, and should always be criticized by comparison with the original Hindu tenets, from which these ideas may be presumed to have proceeded. Mr. Wilkinson quotes an extraordinary genealogy representing, inter alia, Guru as the actual father of the Hindu Trinity, and also of Sambhu, whom he cannot identify, and Sari, who is the Hindu Sri, the goddess of grain, and, therefore, a deity of immense importance to the old Javanese and Malays. On this I would only remark that Sambhu, or Jambu, is the first portion of the name almost universally ascribed to the crocodile spirit by the peninsular Malays. 160. It would be beyond the scope of this work to attempt the identification of Batara Guru, Shiva, with all the numerous manifestations and titles attributed to him by the Malays, but the special manifestation, of Shiva, which is called Kala, forms an integral part of the general conception, whether among the Malays or Hindus, and is, therefore, deserving of some attention. The Malay conception of Batara Guru seems to have been that he had both a good and a bad side to his character. Though he was destroyer, he was also restorer to life, 161, and it would appear that these two opposite manifestations of his power tended to develop into two distinct personalities, a development which apparently was never entirely consummated. This, however, is not the only difficulty, for on investigating the limits of the respective spheres of influence of Batara Guru and Kala, we find that the only sphere, which is always admitted to be under Kala's influence, is the intermediate zone between the respective spheres of influence of Batara Guru, as he is called if on land, Si Raya, if at sea, and a third divinity, who goes by the name of To Panjang Kuku or Grandsire Longclaws. Now Hindu mythology, we are told, knows next to nothing of the sea, and any such attempt as this to define the respective boundaries of sea and land is almost certain to be due to the influence of Malay ideas. Again, the intermediate zone is not necessarily considered less dangerous than that of definitely evil influences. Thus the most dangerous time for children to be abroad is sunset, the hour when we can call it neither perfect day nor night. So too a day of mingled rain and sunshine is regarded as fraught with peculiar dangers from evil spirits, and it would be quite in keeping with such ideas that the intermediate zone, whether between high and low watermark, or between the clearing and primeval forest, should be assigned to Kala, the destroyer. In which case the expression, Grandsire Longclaws, might be used to signify this special manifestation of Shiva on land, possibly through the personality of the tiger, just as the crocodile spirit appears to represent Shiva by water. 162. We thus reach a point of exceptional interest, for hunting, being among the old Hindus one of the 7 deadly sins, was regarded as a low pursuit, and one which would never be indulged in by a god. Yet I was repeatedly told when collecting charms about the spectre huntsman that he was a god, and, explicitly, that he was Batara Guru. This shows the strength of the Malay influences which had been at work, and which had actually succeeded in corrupting the character, so to speak, of the supreme god of this borrowed Hindu trinity. 163. The Batara Guru of the sea, who by some magicians, at all events, is identified with Si Raya, the Great One, and, probably wrongly, with the god of mid-currents 164, Mombang Tali Harus, is of a much milder character than his terrestrial namesake or compeer, and although sickness may sometimes be ascribed to the sea spirit's wrath, it is neither so sudden nor so fatal as the sickness ascribed to the wanton and unprovoked malice of the spectre huntsman, or spirit of the land. Fishermen and seafarers, on the other hand, obtain many a favor from him, and even hope to make friends with him by means of simple sacrifices and charms. Si Raya, or Maduraya, is said to have a family, his wife's name being Madurudi, and his children, Wa Ranai, and Si Kakas, the Scratcher, all of whom, however, have their own separate spheres of influence. The Great One himself, Maduraya, rules over the sea from low water mark, at the river's mouth, out to mid-ocean. And if his identity with To Rimpun Alam is accepted, 165 his place of abode is at the navel of the seas, within the central whirlpool, Pusat Tasek, from the center of which springs the magic tree, Pa Jangi, on whose boughs perches the rock, Garuda, of fable, and at whose foot dwells the gigantic crab, whose entrance into and exit from the cave in which he dwells is supposed to cause the displacement of water which results in the ebb and flow of the tide. 166. The only other divinities, of the rank of Mombangs, which are of any importance are the white divinity, who dwells in the sun, the black divinity, who dwells in the moon, and the yellow divinity, who dwells in the yellow sunset glow. Which latter is always considered most dangerous to children. When there is a decided glow at sunset, anyone who sees it takes water into his mouth, dekimam air, and dislodges it in the direction of the brightness, at the same time throwing ashes, desemer dengan abu, saying, Mombang cunning. Mombang kelabu. Pantat cunning desemer abu. This is done, in order to put out the brightness, the reason that it must be put out being that in the case of anyone who is not very strong, lima semengat, it causes fever. B. Spirits, demons, and ghosts. The genes, or genii, generally speaking, form a very extensive class of quite subordinate divinities, godlings, or spirits, whose place in Malay mythology is clearly due, whether directly or indirectly, to Mohammedan influences, but who may be most conveniently treated here as affording a sort of connecting link between gods and ghosts. There has, it would appear, been a strong tendency on the part of the Malays to identify these imported spirits with the spirits of their older, Hindu, religion. But the only genie who really rises to the level of one of the great Hindu divinities is the Black King of the Genii, Sanggala 167 Raja, or Saraja Jinn, who appears at times a manifestation of Shiva Bhattara Guru, who is confounded with the destructive side of Shiva, i.e., Kala. This at least would appear to be the only theory on which we could explain the use of many of the epithets or attributes assigned to the king of the genii, who is at one time called the one and only God, at another, Bantara, i.e. Bhattara, Guru, the genie that was from the beginning, and at another, the land demon, the black Bhattara Guru, etc. The following is a description of this, the mightiest of the genii. Peace be with you. Ho, black genie with the black liver, black heart and black lungs, black spleen and tusk-like teeth, scarlet breast and body hairs inverted, and with only a single bone. 168. So far as can be made out from the meager evidence obtainable, the spirit thus described is identifiable with the Black King of Genii, who dwells in the heart of the earth, and whose bride, Sang-Gadan, or Gading, presented him with 7 strapping black genii as children. 169. Plate 2. Spirits. Models of the white and black genii, Jean Pute and Jean Hidem. Page 94. Altogether there are 190 of these, black genii, more strictly, perhaps, 193, which coincides curiously with the number of mischiefs, badi, which reside in all living things. The resemblance, I may add, does not end here. For though the genii may do good, and the badi do not, both are considered able to do infinite harm to mortals, and both make choice of the same kind of dwelling places, such as hollows in the hills, solitary patches of primeval forest, dead parasites on trees, etc. etc. As to the origin of these genii, one magician told me that all jinns came from the country Ban Yujin, which may possibly be Persia. 170 other magicians, however, variously derive them from the dissolution of various parts of the anatomy of the great snake Sakadamuna, of the first great failure to make man's image, at the creation of man. From the drops of blood which spurt up to heaven when the first twins, Abel and Cain, in the Malay version Habil and Kabil, bit their thumbs, from the big coconut monkey or baboon, Barak Basar, and so on. The theory already mentioned, viz. that the Black King of the Genii gradually came to be identified with Kala, and later came gradually to be established as a separate personality, appears to be the only one which will satisfactorily explain the relations subsisting between the black and white genii, who are on the one hand distinctly declared to be brothers, whilst the white genie is in another passage declared to be Maharaja Dua or Mahadeva, which latter is, as we have already seen, a special name of Shiva. This white genie is said to have sprung, by one account, from the blood drops which fell on the ground when Habil and Kabil bit their thumbs. By another, from the irises of the snake Sakadamuna's eyes, Benai Mata Sakadamuna, and is sometimes confused with the white divinity, To Mombang Pute, who lives in the sun. The name of his wife is not mentioned, as it is in the case of the black genie, but the names of 3 of his children have been preserved, and they are Tanjak Malam Kaya, Pari Lang, lit. Kite-like, i.e. winged skate, and Bintang Sutan, or Star of Sutan. 171. On the whole, I may say that the white genie is very seldom mentioned in comparison with the black genie, and that whereas absolutely no harm, so far as I can find out, is recorded of him, he is, on the other hand, appealed to for protection by his worshippers. A very curious subdivision of genii into faithful, Jinn Islam, and infidel, Jinn Kafir, is occasionally met with, and it is said, moreover, that genii, it is to be hoped orthodox ones, may be sometimes bought at Mecca from the Sheikh Jinn, headman of genii, at prices varying from $90 to $100 apiece. 172. Besides these subdivisions, certain genii are sometimes specifically connected with special objects or ideas. Thus there are the genii of the royal musical instruments, Jin Nemphri, or Lempiri, Gendang, and Nabat, who are sometimes identified with the genii of the state, Jin Karajan, and the genii of the royal weapons, Jin Sembuana. Both of which classes of genii are held able to strike men dead. The only other genie that I would here specially mention is the Jin Afrit, sometimes called Jin Rafrit. From whom the white man, a designation which is often specially used in the peninsula as a synonym for Englishman, is sometimes said to have sprung, but who belongs in Arabian mythology to a higher class than the mere genii. Before leaving the subject of genii, I must, however, point out the extremely common juxtaposition of the Arabic word jinn and the Malay gembelang. From the frequency with which this juxtaposition occurs, and from the fact that the two appear to be used largely as convertible terms, we might expect to find that jinn and gembelang were mere synonyms, both applicable to similar classes of spirits. The process is not quite complete, however, as although the expression gembelang tunggao, the only gembelang, is found as well as jinn tunggao, the higher honorific sang raja or saraja is never, so far as I am aware, prefixed to the word gembelang, though it is frequently prefixed to jinn. Of the other members of the Malay hierarchy who owe their introduction to Mohammedan influences, the only ones of importance are angels, malaikat, prophets, nabi, and headmen, sheikh. I will take them in this order. Of the angels, unquestionably the most important are Azrael or Ijrael, Michael, Mikael, Israfil, Itrafil or Seraphil, and Gabriel, Jibrail or Jabrail, often corrupted into Raja Brahil. There can be no doubt that the foregoing are meant for the names of a group of 4 archangels, the name of Israfil corresponding to Abdil, who generally occupies the 4th place in our own angelic hierarchy. Their customary duties are apportioned among the 4 great angels as follows. Azrael is, as with us, the angel of death, who carries off the lives of all creatures. Israfil is Lord of all the different airs, in our body. Michael is the giver of daily bread, and Gabriel is a messenger or bringer of news. Sometimes, again, a white angel, Malaikat Putih, is mentioned, e.g. as being in charge of all things in the jungle, but what his specific duties are in this connection does not transpire. In an invocation addressed to the sea spirit, however, we find 4 more such angels mentioned, all of whom hold similar charges. Chitar Ali is the angel's name, who is Lord of the whirlpool. Sabah Ali is the angel's name, who is Lord of the winds. Sir Ali is the angel's name, who is Lord of the waters of the sea. Puter Ali is the angel's name, who is Lord of the rainbow. No doubt the names of many more of the subordinate angels might be collected, as we are repeatedly told that they are 44 in number. Of the prophets, Nabi, there are an indefinite number, the title being applied to many of the more prominent characters who figure in our own Old Testament, as well as in the Quran. But who would not by ourselves be considered to possess any special qualifications for prophetic office. Among the more famous of these I may mention, after Muhammad and his immediate compeers, the Prophet Solomon, sometimes considered, no doubt owing to his unrivaled reputation for magical skill, as the king of the genii, whose assistance the hunter or trapper is continually invoking. The Prophet David, celebrated for the beauty of his voice, and the Prophet Joseph, celebrated for the beauty of his countenance. Besides these, and others of the same type, there is a group of minor prophets whose assistance is continually invoked in charms. These are the Prophet Tap, Tetap or Katap, Lord of the Earth. The Prophet Kyler, Kythir or Khizr, Lord of Water, the Prophet Noah, Lord of Trees, and the Prophet Elias, Planter of Trees. Khizr is often confounded with Elias. He discovered and drank of the fountain of life, whence his connection with water, and will consequently not die till the last trump. Next to the prophets comes the Sultan, or King, Malik, both of which Arabic titles, however, are somewhat rarely used by Malay magicians. Still we find such expressions as Saraja, Sangraja, Malik, King of Kings, applied to Batara Guru. Next to these royal honorifics comes the title of headman or sheikh. There are, it is usually stated, 4 of these sheikhs who are penned, Kandang, in the 4 corners of the earth respectively, and whose names are Abdul Qadir, Abdul Muri, a third whose name is not mentioned, and Abdul Ali. 173. Sometimes they are called Sheikh Alam, or Si Puter Alam, and are each said to reside within a ring fence of white iron. Hence we obtain a perfectly intelligible meaning for the expression, ask pardon of the 4 corners of the world, i.e. of the sheikhs who reside therein, though the phrase sounds ridiculous enough without such explanation. The only other Arabic title which is perhaps worth noticing here 174 is that of priest, imam, which we find somewhat curiously used in an invocation addressed to the sea spirit. Imam and Jalil is the name of the priest of the sea. In the invocation addressed to the sea spirit we find the expression Jungle Chief of the World is the name of the Old Man of the Sea. There can, however, be little doubt that this Old Man of the Sea is a mere synonym for Batara Guru. A set of expressions to which special reference should perhaps be made consists of the titles used by the wild jungle tribes, Sakais. The use of which is important as confirming the principle that the autochthonies are more influential with the spirits residing in their land than any later arrivals can be. Whatever skill the latter may have acquired in the magic arts of the country from whence they came. Abdullah bin Abdul Qadir, Munshi, in his autobiography, has an interesting passage on the beliefs of the Malays on the subject of spirits and demons, beliefs which are much more deeply rooted than is generally supposed. He does not, however, differentiate between national customs and beliefs, and those which have come in with the Mohammedan religion. And indeed it is not easy to do so. Here, everything is classed under the generic term shaitan, which is Arabic, and we find the Rakshasa of Hindu romances and the Jinn and Efrit of the Arabian Nights in the company of a lot of Indo-Chinese spirits and goblins, who have not come from the West like the others. I explained to Mr. M. clearly the names of all the shaitan believed in by Chinese and Malays, all ignorance and folly which have come down from their ancestors in former times, and exist up to the present day, much more than I could relate or explain. I merely enumerated the varieties, such as Hantu, Shaitan, 175 Polong, 176 Pontianak, Penanggalan, 177 Jin, 178 Pelisit, 179 Mambang, 180 Hantu Pemberu, 181 Hantu Rimba, Jadi Jadian, 182 Hantu Bengkas, 183 Boda, Gargasi, Raksaksa, 184 Nenek Kabayan. 185 Himbasan, 186 Sawan, 187 Hantu Mati di Buno, 188 Bajang, 189 Katagaran, Sempakkan, Pupatkan, 190 Efrat, 191 Gemalang, 192 Turkina, 193 Yubatguna. 194 Besides all these there are ever so many ilmu, branches of secret knowledge, all of which I could not remember, such as Gagak, 195 Penundak, 196 Pengasi, 197 Keeble, 198 Kasakshan, 199 Tuju, 200 Alaman, 201 Pendras, 202 Parahu, 203 Chucha, 204 Palali, 205 Parangsang, 206 and a quantity of others. All these are firmly believed in by the people. Some of these arts have their professors, guru, from whom instruction may be got. Others have their doctors, who can say this is such and such a disease, and this is the remedy for it, and besides these there are all those arts which are able to cause evil to man. When Mr. M. heard all this he was astonished and wondered, and said, "Do you know the stories of all these?" I replied, if I were to explain all about them it would fill a large book, and the contents of the book would be all ignorance and nonsense without any worth, and sensible persons would not like to listen to it, they would merely laugh at it. 207. To the foregoing the following list of spirits and ghosts may be added. The Hantu Kubur, grave demons, are the spirits of the dead, who are believed to prey upon the living whenever they get an opportunity. With them may be classed the Hantu Orang Mati di Buno, or spirits of murdered men. The Hantu Ribbit is the storm fiend that howls in the blast and revels in the whirlwind. 208. The Hantu Air and Hantu Lot are water and sea spirits, and the hantu bandan is the spirit of the waterfall, which may often be seen lying prone on the water, with head like an inverted copper, kawa, where the water rushes down the fall between the rocks. The hantu longgak 209 is continually looking up in the air. Those who are attacked by him foam at the mouth. The hantu rimba, deep forest demon, hantu raya 210, great demon, hantu dene, demon of wild beast tracks, the hantu hantuan, echo spirits, and I think the hantu bakal, are all spirits of the jungle, but are perhaps somewhat less localized than the large class of spirits, such as the Malacca cane, garu, gutta, and camphor tree spirits, which are specially associated with particular trees. The hantu brak is the baboon demon, the brak being what is generally called the coconut monkey, a sort of big baboon. It is sometimes supposed to take possession of dancers, and enable them, whilst unconscious, to perform wonderful climbing feats. The hantu belian, according to many Selangor Malays, is a tiger spirit which takes the form of a bird. This bird is said to be not unlike the racket-tailed king crow, chenchoy, and to sit on the tiger's back, whence it plucks out the tiger's fur and swallows it, never allowing it to fall to the ground. 211. The hantu songke 212 is the spirit who so often interferes with the toils for catching wild animals and snares for wildfowl, Yankasho Jaring Dan Ratchik. He is described as being invisible below the breast with a nose of enormous length, and eye sockets stretched sideways to such an extent that he can see all round him. The following charm is recited in order to neutralize his evil influence. Peace be with you, grandson of the spectre huntsman, whose dwelling place is a solitary patch of primeval forest, whose chair is the nook between the buttresses of trees, whose leaning post the wild erica palm, whose roof the leaves of the tucas, whose body hairs are leaves of the risam, whose mattress leaves of the larek, whose swing the tree madang jelaway, and whose swing ropes are Malacca cane plants. The gift of His Highness Sultan Birumbangan, who dwelt at Pagar Ryong, in the house whose posts were heart of the tree nettle, whose threshold a stem of spinach, strewn over with stems of the puret, whose body hairs were inverted, and whose breasts were 4 in number, to whom belonged the casting net for flies, and whose drum was headed with the skins of lice. Break not faith with me, or you shall be killed by the impact of the sanctity of the 4 corners of the world, killed by the impact of the 44 angels, killed by the impact of the pillar of the Kaaba, killed by the thrust of the sacred lump of iron, killed by the shaft of the thunderbolt, killed by the pounce of twilight lightning, killed by the impact of the 30 sections of the Quran, killed by the impact of the saying, there is no God but God, etc. Giants are called Bodha, Buddha, Rakshasa, and Gargasi, Gasi or Gegasai, or sometimes hantu tinggi, tall demons, the first 2 of these names being clearly derivable from a Sanskrit origin. In addition to those enumerated we may add the various classes of good people, such as the Bidadari, or Bidadari, or Peri, fairies and elves, which are of foreign origin, and the Orang Bunyan, a class of Malay spirits about whom very little seems known. The latter appear to be a race of good fairies, who are so simple-minded that they can be very easily cheated. Thus it is always said of them, that whenever they come into a hamlet, as they may occasionally do, to buy anything, they always pay without bargaining whatever price is asked, however exorbitant it may be. I have been told of their existence at Kapur village, near Klang in Selangor, at Jugra, where it was said they might formerly be heard paddling their boats upon the river when no boat was visible, and elsewhere. Besides these there are several kinds of blood-sucking, vampire, demons, which are mostly birth spirits, and also certain incubi, such as the hantu kopek, which is the Malay equivalent of our own nightmare. Chapter 5. Magic rites connected with the several departments of nature. A. Air. 1. Wind and weather charms. Not the least important attribute of the Malay magician in former days was his power of controlling the weather, a power of which Malay magic incantations still preserve remarkable traces. Thus when the wind fails and the sails of a boat are flapping, kalau layer kelepek kelepek, a Selangor magician would not unfrequently summon the wind in the following terms. Come hither, sir, come hither, my lord. Let down your locks so long and flowing. And if the wind is contrary he would say, veer round, wind, a needle or twain, of the compass. A needle to, let me, fetch capper. 213. However heavy the merchandise that I carry unassisted. Let me repair to Klang for the morning meal. And Langat for the evening bathe. Come hither, sir, come hither, my lord. And let down your locks so long and flowing. Again, if the wind grew violent he would say, eggs of the house lizard, eggs of the grass lizard. Make a trio with eggs of the tortoise. I plant this pole thus in the midstream. That, wind and tempest may come to naught. Let the white, ones, turn into chalk. And the black, one, into charcoal. 214. Sometimes the magician will fasten a rice spoon, kemcha, 215 horizontally to the mast of the vessel, and repeat some such charm as the following. The bird enga enga flies. To perch on the house of Malam Pelita. May you die as you lean, may you die from a push. May you die by this sending of Prince Rice Spoons, 216. Of rain-making ceremonies in Selangor there now remains little but tradition. Yet a Langat Malay told me that if a Malay woman puts upon her head an inverted 217 earthenware pan, bilanga, and then, setting it upon the ground, fills it with water and washes the cat in it until the latter is more than half drowned, heavy rain will certainly ensue. 218. On the other hand the recital of the following charm will, it is believed, effectually stop the heaviest downpour. Though the stem of the Meranti tree 219 rocks to and fro, in the storm. Let the yam leaves be as thick as possible. 220. That rain and tempest may come to naught. With the foregoing should be classed such charms as are used by the Malays to dispel the yellow sunset glow. 221. 2. Birds and bird charms. The chief features of the bird lore of the peninsular Malays, which, as will appear in the course of this chapter, is strongly tinged with animism, have been thus described by Sir William Maxwell. Ideas of various characters are associated by Malays with birds of different kinds, and many of their favorite similes are furnished by the feathered world. The peacock strutting in the jungle, the Argus pheasant calling on the mountain peak, the hoot of the owl, and the cry of the nightjar, have all suggested comparisons of various kinds, which are embodied in the proverbs of the people. 222. The Malay is a keen observer of nature, and his illustrations, drawn from such sources, are generally just and often poetical. The supernatural bird Garuda, the eagle of Vishnu, who figures frequently in Malay romances, is dimly known to the Malay peasant. If, during the day, the sun is suddenly overcast by clouds and shadow succeeds to brilliancy, the Perak Malay will say, Garuda is spreading out his wings to dry. 223 tales are told, too, of other fabulous birds. 224, the Jintayu, which is never seen, though its note is heard, and which announces the approach of rain. 225 and the Chandrawasi, which has no feet. The Chandrawasi lives in the air, and is constantly on the wing, never descending to earth or alighting on a tree. Its young even are produced without the necessity of touching the earth. The egg is allowed to drop, and as it nears the earth it bursts, and the young bird appears fully developed. The note of the Chandrawasi may often be heard at night, but never by day, and it is lucky, say the Malays, to halt at a spot where it is heard calling. There is an allusion to this bird in a common pantan, a kind of erotic stanza very popular among the Malays. Chandrawasi Burong Sakti. Sungat Berkarong Didalam Awan. Ganda Gulana Didalam Hadi. Sahari Tidak Mamandang Tuan. 226. Nocturnal birds are generally considered ill-omened all over the world, and popular superstition among the Malays fosters a prejudice against one species of owl. If it happens to alight and hoot near a house, the inhabitants say significantly that there will soon be tearing of cloth, koya kapan, for a shroud. This does not apply to the small owl called pungak, which, as soon as the moon rises, may often be heard to emit a soft plaintive note. The note of the pungak is admired by the Malays, who suppose it to be sighing for the moon, and find in it an apt simile for a desponding lover. The babarek or birik, another nocturnal bird, is a harbinger of misfortune. This bird is said to fly in flocks at night. It has a peculiar note, and a passing flock makes a good deal of noise. If these birds are heard passing, the Perak peasant brings out a senkalan, a wooden platter on which spices are ground, and beats it with a knife, or other domestic utensil, calling out as he does so, Nenek, Bawa Hadinia, great-grandfather. Bring us their hearts. This is an allusion to the belief that the bird babarek flies in the train of the spectre huntsman, Hantu Pemburu, who roams Malay forests with several ghostly dogs, and whose appearance is the forerunner of disease or death. Bring us their hearts is a mode of asking for some of his game, and it is hoped that the request will delude the Hantu Pemburu into the belief that the applicants are Rayat, or followers of his, and that he will, therefore, spare the household. The babarek 227 which flies with the wild hunt, bears a striking resemblance to the white owl, Totosel, the nun who broke her vow, and now mingles her tutu with the haloa of the wild huntsman of the Hars. 228. The legend of the spectre huntsman is thus told by the Perak Malays. In former days, at Katapang, in Sumatra, there lived a man whose wife, during her pregnancy, was seized with a violent longing for the meat of the pelandak, mouse deer. But it was no ordinary pelandak that she wanted. She insisted that it should be a doe, big with male offspring, and she bade her husband go and seek in the jungle for what she wanted. The man took his weapons and dogs and started, but his quest was fruitless, for he had misunderstood his wife's injunctions, and what he sought was a buck pelandak, big with male offspring, an unheard-of prodigy. Day and night he hunted, slaying innumerable mouse deer, which he threw away on finding that they did not fulfill the conditions required. He had sworn a solemn oath on leaving home that he would not return unsuccessful, so he became a regular denizen of the forest, eating the flesh and drinking the blood of the animals which he slew, and pursuing night and day his fruitless search. At length he said to himself, I have hunted the whole earth over without finding what I want, it is now time to try the firmament. So he hollowed on his dogs through the sky, while he walked below on the earth looking up at them, and after a long time, the hunt still being unsuccessful, the back of his head, from constantly gazing upwards, became fixed to his back. And he was no longer able to look down at the earth. One day a leaf from the tree called sea limbak fell on his throat and took root there, and a straight shoot grew upwards in front of his face. 229 In this state he still hunts through Malay forests, urging on his dogs as they hunt through the sky, with his gaze evermore turned upwards. 230. His wife, whom he left behind when he started on the fatal chase, was delivered in due time of 2 children, a boy and a girl. When they were old enough to play with other children, it chanced one day that the boy quarrelled with the child of a neighbor with whom he was playing. The latter reproached him with his father's fate, of which the child had hitherto been ignorant, saying, Thou art like thy father, who has become an evil spirit, ranging the forests day and night, and eating and drinking no man knows how. Get thee to thy father. Then the boy ran crying to his mother and related what had been said to him. Do not cry, said she, it is true, alas, that thy father has become a spirit of evil. On this the boy cried all the more, and begged to be allowed to join his father. His mother yielded at last to his entreaties, and told him the name of his father and the names of the dogs. He might be known, she said, by his habit of gazing fixedly at the sky and by his 4 weapons, a blowpipe, sumpatan, a spear, a kris, and a sword, klawang. And, added she, when thou hearest the hunt approaching, call upon him and the dogs by name, and repeat thy own name and mine, so that he may know thee. The boy entered the forest, and, after he had walked some way, met an old man who asked him where he was going. I go to join my father, said the lad. If thou findest him, said the old man, ask him where he has put my chisel which he has borrowed from me. This the boy promised to do, and continued his journey. After he had gone a long way he heard sounds like those made by people engaged in hunting. As they approached, he repeated the names which his mother had told him, and immediately found himself face to face with his father. The hunter demanded of him who he was, and the child repeated all that his mother had told him, not forgetting the message of the old man about the chisel. Then the hunter said, "Truly thou art my son. As for the chisel, it is true that when I started from home I was in the middle of shaping some bamboos to make steps for the house. I put the chisel inside one of the bamboos. Take it and return it to the owner. Return now and take care of thy mother and sister. As for him who reproached thee, hereafter we will repay him. I will eat his heart and drink his blood, so shall he be rewarded." From that time forward the spectre huntsman has afflicted mankind, and many are those whom he has destroyed. Before dismissing his son, he desired him to warn all his kindred never to use bamboo for making steps for a house, and never to hang clothes to dry from poles stuck in between the joists supporting the floor, and thus jutting out at right angles with a house, lest, said he, I should strike against such poles as I walk along. Further, he continued, when ye hear the note of the bird byrick at night, ye will know that I am walking near. Plate 3. The Spectre Huntsman. The Spectre Huntsman, Wild Huntsman, of Malay legend, taken from a model made by a Selangor Malay. The model shows the spectre huntsman himself carrying his spear in the right hand, and one of his hounds, which is lame, in a wallet at his side. The remainder of his dogs, all differently colored, precede him in his search for his quarry. Page 116. Then the boy returned to his mother and delivered to her and all their kindred the injunctions of the lost man. One account says that the woman followed her spectre husband to the forest, where she joins in the chase with him to this day, and that they have their children born in the woods. The first boy and girl retained their human form, according to this account, but some Pawang say that the whole family are in the forest with the father. 231. Numerous mantra, or charms, against the evil influence of the wild huntsman are in use among the Pawangs, or medicine men of Perak. These are repeated, accompanied by appropriate ceremonies, when the disease from which some sick person is suffering has been traced to an encounter with the hantu pemburu. 232. The following may serve as a specimen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum hay si jidi laki majeda. Pergi buru karimba rancha mahang. Katapang nama bukit nia. Si langsat nama anjing nia. Si kumbang nama anjing nia. Si nibong nama anjing nia. Si pintas nama anjing nia. Si aru nama anjing nia. Timiang balu nama sampatin nia. Langkapuri nama lemming nia. Singabwana nama matania. Piso rout panjang ulu. Ikan pembla pining berbulu. Inila piso rout darapada maharaja guru. Ikan pembla prat hantu pemburu. Aku tahu asal angka mula menjadi orang katapang. Pulang la angka karimba rancha mahang. Jangan angka miniakat pada tubo badanku. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Peace be on thee, O Cgd, husband of Majeda. Go thou and hunt in the forest of Rancha Mahang. Katapang is the name of thy hill. Si Lang Sat is the name of thy dog. Si Kumbang is the name of thy dog. Si Nibong is the name of thy dog. Si Pintas is the name of thy dog. Si Aru is the name of thy dog. Timiang Balu is the name of thy blowpipe. Langkapuri is the name of thy spear. Singabwana is the name of its blade. The peeling knife with a long handle is to split in twain the fibrous betel nut. Here is a knife from Maharaja Guru to cleave the bowels of the hunter spirit. I know the origin from which thou springest. O man of Katapang! Get thee back to the forest of Rancha Mahang. Afflict not my body with pain or disease. In charms intended to guard him who repeats them, or who wears them written on paper, against the evil influences of the spectre huntsman. The names of the dogs, weapons, etc., constantly vary. The origin of the dreaded demon is always, however, ascribed to Katapang 233 in Sumatra. This superstition strikingly resembles the European legends of the wild huntsman, whose shouts the trembling peasants hear above the storm. It is, no doubt, of Aryan origin, and, coming to the peninsula from Sumatra, seems to corroborate existing evidence tending to show that it is partly through Sumatra that the peninsula has received Aryan myths and Indian phraseology. A superstitious prejudice against the use of bamboo in making a stepladder for a Malay house and against drying clothes outside a house on poles stuck into the framework, exists in full force among the Perak Malays. The note of the birik at night, telling as it does of the approach of the hantu pemburu, is listened to with the utmost dread and misgiving. The Bataks in Sumatra call this bird by the same name, birik. It is noticeable that in Batak legends regarding the creation of the world, the origin of mankind is ascribed to Putriordabulan, the daughter of Bataraguru, who descended to the earth with a white owl and a dog. 234. To the information contained in the foregoing passage I would add the following observations. Charms for neutralizing the power of the spectre huntsman are by no means uncommon, and though they almost invariably differ in unimportant details, such as the names of his dogs and weapons, they still bear strong and unmistakable family likeness. Still there are some versions which contain important divergencies. 2 or 3 of these versions will be found in the appendix. And it will only be after the diligent collation and compilation of a great many versions that the real germ or nucleus of the myth as known to the Malays will be clearly apparent. One of the charms given in the appendix evidently alludes to a different version of the story. The lines which contain the allusion being as follows. I know your origin, O man of penance, whose dwelling was upon the hill of Mount Ophir. You sprang from a son of the prophet Joseph who was wroth with his mother, because she would eat the hearts of the birds of paradise. Yet even here, if we accept the obvious interpolation of the reference to the son of the prophet Joseph, the task of reconciling the conflicting versions may be easier than would appear at first sight. 235. A still more curious deviation occurs in another version, 236, where the spectre huntsman's poniard and kairis are declared to be the insignia of the great spirit King Rama. The passage is as follows. With a blind crow as his guide, the giant demon, Si Adunada, carries his weapons, slung over his shoulder with back bent double. Salampuri is the name of his poniard, Sikan. Silambwara the name of his kairis. The insignia of the demon Rama. That it is his weapons which the spectre huntsman's son, Adunada, carries on his back appears from a passage below, which runs. O Si Adunada, with the sword slung at your back. Bent double you come from the lightwood swamps. We did not guess that you were here. This reference to Rama opens up a long vista of possibilities, but for the present it will be sufficient to remark that the spectre huntsman himself is almost universally declared by the Malays to be the king of the land folk, Raja Orang Darat. It is on account of this kingship that his weapons receive distinguishing titles such as are given to royal weapons. This, too, is the reason that he is so much more dreaded by Malays than ordinary spirits of evil. His mere touch being considered sufficient to kill, by the exercise of that divine power which all Malay Rajas are held to possess. 237. To return from the foregoing digression, there are many other curious legends connected with birds. Thus, in 1882, Captain Kellam wrote as follows. From Mr. W. E. Maxwell, H.M. Assistant Resident, of Larat, I hear that the Malays have a strange legend connected with one of the large hornbills, but which species I was not able to find out. It is as follows. A Malay, in order to be revenged on his mother-in-law, the legend does not relate, shouldered his axe and made his way to the poor woman's house, and began to cut through the posts which supported it. After a few steady chops the whole edifice came tumbling down, and he greeted its fall with a peal of laughter. To punish him for his unnatural conduct he was turned into a bird, and the Tabang Menchua, literally, he who chopped down his mother-in-law, may often be heard in the jungle uttering a series of sharp sounds like the chop of an axe on timber. Followed by ha. 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 238. The following account of the bird lore of the Malay Peninsula was compiled by me from notes supplied to the Selangor Journal 239 by the late Sir William Maxwell. The nightjar, Burung Cero 240, takes its name from the word applied to the second stage in the operation of husking rice. Malay women husk rice by pounding it in a mortar with a wooden pestle. The husked grain is then commonly winnowed in a sieve, and the unhusked rice, unta, which remains has to be separated from the husked rice and pounded over again. The second process, which is called karo, is that from which the nightjar derives its name, the quick fancy of the Malay hearing in the note of the bird the slow measured stroke of a pestle, ontan, descending in a mortar, lasong. This is possibly the foundation of the legend that the nightjar is a woman who, while engaged in husking rice by moonlight, was turned into a bird in consequence of a quarrel with her mother. Another name for the nightjar is burung cempak. The burung sipa putri, princess's beetle quid, belongs to the honeybirds or bee-eaters, of which there are several species, remarkable chiefly for their brilliant metallic plumage. A quaint story is told in explanation of its name. Once upon a time the owl, Ponggok, fell in love with the princess of the moon, Putri Bulan, and asked her to marry him. She promised to do so, if he would allow her first to finish her quid of beetle undisturbed, but before finishing it she threw it down to the earth, where it took the form of the small bird in question. The princess then requested the owl to make search for it, but as, of course, he was unable to find it, the proposed match fell through. This is the reason why the owl, to quote the Malay proverb, sighs longingly to the moon, and is the type of the plaintive lover. 241. The burung tinggal anak, lit. Goodbye, children bird, is a small bird whose note is to be heard at the season when the young rice is sprouting, Musimpati peka anak. As soon as her young are hatched out this bird dies in the nest, repeating the words, tinggal anak, goodbye, children, and the maggots which breed in her corpse afford an unnatural nourishment to her unsuspecting offspring. Burung dayam, cow tua, or hold your peace, tua, is the name of a small bird which is said to repeat the words. Dayam, cow, tua. Krisaku ada. Or. Hold thy peace, tua. My kairis, dagger, is with me. The story runs that once upon a time there was a man who had a slave called Tua, who answered him back, and with whom he accordingly found fault, using the words given above. In the transport of his rage he was turned into a bird. The bird called kuau in Perak, kuau is the name given in Malacca and Selangor to the Argus pheasant, which in Perak is called kwang, is about the size of the myna, Gambala kerbau, and is said to have been metamorphosed from a woman. The reason of whose transformation is not known. It is said to be unknown on the right bank of the Perak River. The kap-kap bird is the name of a night bird of evil omen, whose note heard at night prognosticates death. The tearer of the shroud, burung charik kapan, is also a night bird, with a slow, deliberate note which the Malays declare sounds exactly like the tearing of cloth. 242 This signifies the tearing of the shroud, and unerringly forebodes death. Yet another night bird ominous of approaching dissolution is the tumbak larong. This bird, like the two preceding, is probably a variety of owl. The first and third are only found inland at a distance from the sea. To Katampi, old man winnow the rice for the burial feast, as Sir Frank Swettenham calls him. 243, is a species of horned owl, which derives its name from a word meaning to winnow, tampi, manampi. Malays say that this bird has a habit of treading upon the extremities of its own wings, and fluttering the upper part while thus holding them down. This singular habit produces a sound resembling that of winnowing. The to katampi is larger than the jampuk, another species of owl, which is popularly supposed to enter the fowl house and there live on the intestines of fowls, which it extracts during life by means of a certain charm, elmu palali. A charm similar to those used by the Malays for filing teeth, etc. which it uses in order to perform the operation painlessly. The luck bird, burung untang, is a very small white bird about the size of a canary. It builds a very small white nest, which if found and placed in a rice bin possesses the valuable property of securing a good harvest to its owner. As, however, the nest is built on branches in places difficult of access, it is but rarely found, and Malays will give $10 for a genuine specimen, while sellers are known to ask as much as $25. The ruwak is a kind of heron whose nest if discovered would give the possessor the power of becoming invisible, aliman. But as neither nest nor eggs can usually be found, it is held to be childless. Yet, however, if it is possible to approach sufficiently near, when the bird is heard calling in the swamps, it may be seen dipping a twig or else its bent leg into the water, and accompanying its action with its call, as if it were bathing a child on its knee. Hence the Malay who hears its note says mockingly, the ruwak is bathing its young one. Tukang is the name given in Kedah to a kind of hornbill, which is believed to be the same as the langlin of Perak. The horn is of a yellow tinge, and is made into buttons, which, the Malays say, turn to a livid color whenever the wearer is about to fall sick, and black when he is threatened by the approach of poison. 244. The merbu, merbok, is a variety of dove which brings good luck to its owner. Instances have been known where all the houses in a village have been burnt except that which contained a merbu. Indeed, treatises have been written on the subject of keeping them. When the merbu dies, its body merely shrivels up instead of breeding worms, which, it is added, would be worth keeping as curiosities should any appear. 245. The bird called padrudang is a diver which has the power of remaining under water for a very long time. It is only to be found where the fish called kalisa exist in large quantities. The eggs of the kalisa are of great size, and the Malays say, therefore, that it cohabits with the padrudang. These eggs are considered a delicacy by the Malays, who make them into a sort of custard pudding, esrikaya. To the ground pigeon, to cooker, belongs the following story. Once upon a time there was a maiden who lived in the forest with her parents and little sister. When she grew up she was troubled by an anxiety to accompany her father in his expeditions to the forest, where he was engaged in clearing the ground for a rice plantation. Her parents, however, persuaded her to stay at home. First until the trees were felled, then until the fallen timber had been burnt off, then till the rice had been planted, and then again till it was cut. When, however, they attempted to put her off yet once more, until the rice should be trodden out, she could bear it no longer, and taking off her bracelets and earrings, which she left behind the door, and placing her little sister in the swinging cot, she changed herself into a ground dove and flew away to the clearing. She retained her necklace, however, and this accounts for the speckled marks on this dove's neck. On arriving at the spot where her parents were engaged at work, she alighted on a dead tree stump, changong, and called out thrice to her mother, "Mother, mother, I have left my earrings and bracelets behind the door, and have put my little sister in the swing." Her mother, amazed at these words, hastened home, and found her daughter gone. She then returned to the bird, which repeated the same words as before, this time, however, concluding with the coo of a dove. In vain the distressed parents endeavored to recapture her, by cutting down the tree on which she had perched. Before they had done so she flew to another, and after following her from tree to tree for several miles they were obliged to desist, and she was never recaptured. 246. The following notes on birds are taken from a reprint 247 of Museum Notes, by Mr. L. Ray, June, the official curator of the Perak Museum. Mr. Ray says, "The weaver bird, which makes the long hanging bottle-shaped nests occasionally seen hanging from the branches of a low tree, is said to use a golden needle in the work. And it is affirmed that if the nest is carefully picked to pieces, without breaking any part of it, the needle will be found. But if it is pulled ruthlessly apart, or if even a single piece of the grass of which it is made is broken in unraveling it, the golden needle will disappear." The makers of these curious and beautiful nests are said to always choose trees that are infested with red ants or wasps, or which grow in impassable swamps. The weaver bird, Ploceus baya, Blythe, is called, in Selangor, burong tempua or chayak raya. It is said to use only the long jungle grass called lawang for making its nest, which latter is called buaraban, and is used by the Malays for polishing sheaths and scabbards. When an infant keeps crying, one of the parents takes the weaver bird's nest, reduces it to ashes, and fumigates the child by thrice moving it round in a circle over the smoke. Whilst doing so, the parent either stands up with the right toe resting upon the toe of the left foot, or else squats upon the left heel, bending the right knee, and saying, as the weaver bird's young in its nest, "So rest and weep not, Bajamana anak tempua dalam sarang naya, Bajatala, kau diam jangan menangus." To the above I may add that besides the ordinary bottle-shaped nest, the weaver birds also occasionally make a hood-shaped, or rather a helmet-shaped nest, which is alleged by the Malays to be the male bird's swing, bayan. This swing resembles the upper half of an ordinary bottle-shaped nest, with a perch across it, which latter is also woven of grass. On the walls of the swing, just over each end of the perch, is a small daub of clay. The Malays allege that the male bird swings in it while the hen bird is sitting, and that the young too take the air in it as soon as they are able to fly so far. Into the two daubs of mud over the perch the male bird, say the Malays, sticks fireflies to give itself light at night. The king crow 248 is called by the Malays the slave of the monkeys, burung hamba kra. It is a pretty, active, noisy little bird, incessantly flying about with its two long racket-shaped tail feathers fluttering after it. They say that when it has both of these feathers it has paid off its debt and is free, but when it is either destitute of these appendages, or has only one, it is still in bondage. The grey sea eagle 249 is called burung hamba sipit, the slave of the shellfish, and its office is to give warning by screaming to the shellfish of the changes of the tide, so that they may regulate their movements. And those species which crawl about on the mud at low water may know when to take refuge in the trees and escape the rising tide, or when the tide is falling, that they may know when to descend to look for food. The burung demam, or fever bird, is so called from its loud, tremulous note, and the Malays say that the female bird calls in its fever-stricken voice to its mate to go and find food, because it has fever so badly that it cannot go itself. This bird is probably one of the large green barbets. The note is often heard, and doubtless the bird has been collected, but it is one thing shooting a bird and another identifying it as the producer of a certain note. Another bird, the white-breasted water hen, a frequenter of the edges of reedy pools and the marshy banks of streams, is reputed to build a nest on the ground which has the property of rendering anyone invisible who puts it on his head. The prevailing idea among the Malays is that the proper and legitimate use to put it to is to steal money and other species of property. The next few notes on Malay bird lore were collected by the writer in Selangor. The toucan or small hornbill, ingang, was metamorphosed from a man who, in conjunction with a companion, broke into the house of an old man living by himself in the jungle, and slew him for the sake of his wealth. When life was extinct they threw a sheet over the body, and proceeded to ransack the house, throwing the loot into a second sheet close to the corpse. Day was about to dawn, when a false alarm induced them to make a hurried departure, so that they picked up the sheet with their loot and made off with it, carrying it slung hastily upon a pole between them. As they proceeded on their way day commenced gradually to dawn, and the man behind noticing something unexpected about the bundle, and divining the cause, called out to his companion Orang. Pro-rang, the man. His companion, misunderstanding his exclamation, thought he meant that they were pursued by man, and only went all the faster, until, on hearing his comrade repeat the cry a second and a third time, he turned round. And there saw the feet of the man he had murdered protruding from the sheet, a sight which startled him to such a degree that he turned into a bird upon the spot, and flew away into a tree, repeating as he went the fatal cry of Orang. Rang, which had caused the transformation. And to this day, whenever the Malay hears among the treetops the cry of Rang, Rang, he knows that he is listening to the cry of the murderer. 250. The Argus, pheasant 251 and the crow 252 in the days of King Solomon were bosom friends, and could never do enough to show their mutual friendship. One day, however, the Argus pheasant, who was then dressed somewhat dowdily, suggested that his friend the crow should show his skill with the brush by decorating the Argus pheasant's, feathers. To this the crow agreed, on condition, however, that the arrangement should be mutual. The Argus pheasant agreed to this, and the crow forthwith set to work, and so surpassed himself that the Argus pheasant became, as it is now, one of the most beautiful birds in the world. When the crow's task was done, however, the Argus pheasant refused to fulfill his own part of the bargain, excusing himself on the plea that the day of judgment was too near at hand. Hence a fierce quarrel ensued, at the end of which the Argus pheasant upset the ink bottle over the crow, and thus rendered him coal-black. 253 Hence the crow and the Argus pheasant are enemies to this day. The bird called barau barau is said to have once been a Biden, midwife, whose employers, Anak Biden, refused to pay her for her services, and kept constantly putting her off. Her patience, however, had its limits, and one day, after experiencing the usual evasion, she broke out into a torrent of intemperate language, in the midst of which she was changed into a bird, whose querulous note may be recognized as the voice of the aged woman as she cries out for the payment of her just wages. About the big kingfisher, Pakaka, an amusing parallel to the fable of the fox and the crow is related. It is said that this kingfisher once caught a fish, and flew to a low branch just overhanging the water to devour it. The fish, seeking for a means to save his life, decided to try the effect of a speech, and accordingly addressed his captor in the following verses, judiciously designed to appeal at once to her vanity and compassion. O Kingfisher! Kingfisher! What a glittering beak! Yet while you, big sister, are filling your maw, little brother will lose his life. At this critical juncture the kingfisher opens her beak to laugh, and the fish slips back into his native element and escapes. Fowling ceremonies. Ideas of sympathetic magic run very strongly through all ceremonies connected with the taking of wild birds, such for instance as jungle fowl or pigeon. The commonest method of snaring jungle fowl is to take a line, called ratchik, with a great number of fine nooses attached to it, and set it so as to form a complete circle, enclosing an open space in the forest. You must bring a decoy bird with you, and the instructions which I collected say that you should on arriving enter the circle, holding the bird like a fighting cock, and repeat these lines. Ho, si la nong, si tempui. Come and let us play at cockfighting. On the border line between the primary and secondary forest growth. Your cock, grandsire, is spurred with steel. Mine is but spurred with bamboo. Here deposit the bird upon the ground. The challenge of the decoy bird will then attract the jungle fowl from all directions, and as they try to enter the circle, in order to reach the decoy, they will entangle themselves in the nooses. As often as you succeed, however, in catching one, you must be careful to cast the mischief out of it, using the same form of words as is used to drive the mischief out of the carcass of the deer. The method of catching wild pigeon is much more elaborate, and brings the animistic ideas of the Malays into strong relief, the souls of the wild pigeon being repeatedly referred to. Plate 4. Pigeon decoy hut. Used in snaring wild pigeon. Page 133. First you build a small sugarloaf, conical, hut, called bumbun, in a carefully selected spot in the jungle. This hut may be from 4 to 5 feet high, is strongly built of stakes converging to a point at the top, and is thickly thatched with leaves and branches. The reason for making it strong is that there is always an off chance that you may receive a visit from a tiger. At the back of the hut you must leave a small square opening, it can hardly be dignified with the name of a door, about 2 feet high and with a flap to it, through which you can creep into the hut on your hands and knees. I may remark, parenthetically, that you will find the hut very damp, very dark, and very full of mosquitoes, and that if you are wise you will take with you a small stock of cigarettes. In front of the hut, that is to say, on the side away from the door, if you want to proceed in the orthodox way, you will have to clear a small rectangular space, and put up round it on 3 sides, right, left, and front opposite the hut, a low railing consisting of a single bar about 18 inches from the ground. This is to rail off what is called King Solomon's Palace Yard, and will also be useful from a practical point of view, as it will serve as a perch for your decoy. 254. The instructions proceed as follows. Before entering the hut, the wizard must go through what is called the neutralizing rice paste, tepong tawar, ceremony, first in the center of the enclosed space, and then in each corner successively. Beating each of the forked sticks, uprights, at the corners with a bunch of leaves. He must then take the decoy tube, and after reciting the appropriate charm, sound a long-drawn note in each corner successively, and then insert the mouth end of it into the hut through a hole in the thatch, supporting the heavy outer end upon a forked upright stick. Then entering the hut, he slips the noose at the end of the decoy bird's rod onto the decoy bird's feet, and pushing the bird out through the front door of the hut, makes it flutter onto one of the horizontal rods, where it will sit, if well trained, and call its companions. After a time the decoy bird's challenge is met by first one and then many counter-challenges, then the wild pigeon approach, there is a great fluttering of wings. And presently one of the first arrivals flies down and commences to walk round and round the hut. Then the wizard awaits his opportunity, and as the pigeon passes in front of the door he pushes out one of the rods with a noose at the end, slips the noose over the bird's neck or feet, and drags it into the hut. The hut must be used, if possible, before the leaves with which it is thatched have faded, as the wild pigeon are less likely to be suspicious of the hut when its thatch is green. In the way just described any number of pigeon can be taken, a bag of 20 or 30 being a fair average for a day's work under favorable conditions. The call will occasionally, for some unexplained reason, attract to the spot wild animals such as deer, especially mouse deer, and tigers. Is it not possible that the story of the lute of Orpheus may have had its origin in some old hunting custom of the kind? The following are specimens of the charms used by the wizard. When you are about to start, to decoy pigeons, say, "It is not I who am setting out. It is To Bujang Sibur 255 who is setting out." Then sound the decoy tube, Bulu Dikut, thrice loudly, and say, "I pray that they, the pigeons, may come in procession, come in succession, to enter into this bundle 256 of ours. Now set out, and when you reach the conical hut, Bum Bun, say, My hut's name is the Magic Prince. My decoy's name is Prince Distraction. Distraught be ye, O capper, pigeon. Distraught be ye, O pudding, pigeon. Distraught be ye, O Serap 257, pigeon. Distraught, with desire, to enter our bundle. Or else when you first reach the hut, take the leaves of the branch of a tree which is as high as your head, the leaves of the branch of a tree which is as high as your waist, the leaves of the branch of a tree which is as high as your knee, and the leaves of a tree which is only as high as your ankle joint. Make them all into a bunch, and with them, flick the outside of the hut, saying these lines. Dok Ding, stands for the Duding pigeon, which makes 3 with the Madukara pigeon. The twig breaks, and the twig is pressed down, and our immemorial customs are restored. When scattering the rice, say, Sift the broken rice ends. Sift them over the rushwork rice bag. As one disappears another is invited. Invited and brought down. If you descend not, the bear-cat, Binturang, shall devour you. If you come not, wild beasts shall devour you. And if you perch on a twig, you shall fall headlong. If you perch on a bough, you shall be killed by a woodcutter. If you perch on a leaf, you shall be bitten by the leaf snake. If you descend to the ground, you shall be bitten by a venomous serpent. If you fly upwards, you shall be swooped upon by kites and eagles. That is, if you descend not. Cluck, cluck. Souls of Queen Capper, of Princess Pudding, and handmaid Serap, come down and assemble in King Solomon's audience hall, and put on King Solomon's breast ornaments and armlets. When sprinkling the rice paste, tepong tawar, on the uprights at each corner of the railed-off enclosure, say, Neutralizing rice paste, genuine rice paste. Add plumpness to plumpness. Let pigeon come down to the weight of thousands of pounds. And alight upon the ivory hall, which is carpeted with silver, and whose railings are of amalgam. Unto the dishes of Her Highness Princess Labar Nyairu, broad sieve. Come in procession, come, in succession. The assembly flower begins to unfold its petals. Come down in procession, come down as stragglers. King Solomon's self has come to call you. Sift, sift, the rice, over the rice bag. King Solomon's self bids you haste. Sift, sift the rice ends. Sift them over the rushwork bag. As one disappears another is invited. Is invited and escorted down. Sift, sift the rice ends. Sift them over the salt bag. As one disappears another is invited. And escorted inside, the hut. When you are sounding the call, Malong, stand in the middle of the enclosure and say. Cluck, cluck. Soul of Princess Puting, of Queen Capper, and Queen Serap. Enter ye into our bundle. And perch upon the ivory railing. Come in procession, come in succession. The assembly flower unfolds its petals. Come down in procession, come down in succession. King Solomon's self is come to call you. If you do not come down, the bear-cat shall eat you. If you do not appear, wild beasts shall devour you. If you perch upon a twig, you shall fall headlong. All over, the 7 valleys and 7 knolls of rising ground. If ye go to the hills, ye shall get no food. If ye go to the forest pools, ye shall get no drink. Or else the following. Cut the Mankuta 258 branch. Cut it, through, and thrust it downwards. Let those which are near be the first to arrive. And those which are far off be sent for. Let those which have eggs, leave their eggs. And those which have young, desert their young. Let those which are blind, come led by others. And those which have broken limbs, come on crutches. Come and assemble in King Solomon's audience hall. Cluck, cluck. Souls of Queen Capper, Princess Puting, Handmaid Serap. Come down and assemble in King Solomon's audience hall. And put on King Solomon's necklace, breast ornaments, and armlets. 259. When about to enter the hut say. Hearken, O hearts of wild doves. Cut we the rod of invitation. This hut is named the Magic Prince. This tube is named Prince Distraction. Distraught, be ye, by day, distraught by night. Distraught, with longing, to assemble in King Solomon's hall. Cluck, cluck. Souls of Queen Capper, etc., as before, point 260. When you have just entered, and before you seat yourself, say. Sift, sift the rice ends. Sift them over a rushwork rice bag, etc., as before. Put your lips to the decoy tube, and sound the call, saying. Cut the Mankuta stem. Cut it, through, and thrust it downwards, etc., as before. Or else some longer version, such as one of those given in the appendix. When the wild pigeon have arrived and have entered the enclosure or palace yard, wait till they are in a good position, and then push out one of the rods with the fine noose at the end, slip the noose over the bird's neck. And drag it into the house, saying as you do so. Whack whack, stands for, a heron on the kitchen shelf. Covered over with the top of a coconut shell. Do you move aside, Sir Bachelor, master of the ceremonies? I wish to ensnare the necks of the race of wild doves. Now that you understand the process of decoying pigeon with a pigeon call, I must explain something of the curious nomenclature used by the wizard, for during the ceremony you must never call a spade a spade. In the first place, the hut must not on any account be mentioned as such, it is to be called the Magic Prince. Why so called, it is hard to say, but most likely the name is used in allusion to the wizard who is concealed inside it. The name given to the calling tube itself is more appropriate, as it is called, Prince Distraction, Raja Hila, this name of course being an allusion to the extraordinary fascination which it evidently exercises on the pigeon. Then the decoy, or rather, perhaps, the rod to which it is linked, is called Putri Pamango, or the squatting princess. Next to these come 3 princesses which prove to be merely the representatives of 3 important species of wild pigeon. Their names, though variously given, are perhaps most commonly known as Princess Capper, Princess Serap, and Princess Puting. Finally, even the rod used for ensnaring the pigeon has its own special name, see Raja Naila, Prince Invitation. King Solomon's necklaces and armlets are of course the nooses with which they are to be snared, and which will catch them either by the neck or by the leg. The princesses are invited to enter a gorgeous palace. Come down, pigeons, in your myriads, and perch upon the ivory hall. That is, carpeted with silver, and railed with amalgam. Come down, to the dishes of Her Highness Princess Labar Nyairu, Broad Sieve. The dishes of Her Highness Princess Broad Sieve cleverly suggest an abundance of provender such as is likely to appeal to a hungry bird. In another version the 3 princesses are invited to enter the palace tower, called Fatima Passes, Mahalijai Fatima Lalu. Moreover those who issue the invitation are no respecters of persons. Let those which are near, arrive the first. Let those which are far off be sent for. Let those which have eggs, leave their eggs. Those which have young, leave their young. Those which are blind, be led by others. Those which have broken limbs, come on crutches. Come and assemble in King Solomon's audience chamber. And a similar passage in another charm says, let those which are near, arrive the first. Let those which are far off be sent for. Cluck. Cluck. Souls of the children of forest doves. Come ye down and assemble together. In the fold of God and King Solomon. If blandishments fail, however, there is to be no doubt about the punishments in store for their willful highnesses. Thus, a little later, we find the alternative. A thoroughgoing imprecation calculated to convince the most headstrong of birds. I call you, I fetch you down. If you come not down you shall be eaten by the bear cat. You shall be choked to death with your own feathers. You shall be choked to death with a bone in your throat. If you perch on a creeper you shall be entangled by it. If you settle on a leaf you shall be bitten by the leaf snake. Come you down quickly to God's fold and King Solomon's. And an imprecation of similar import says, if you do not come down, the bear cat shall eat you. If you perch on a bough, you shall slip off it. If you perch on a creeper, you shall slide off it. If you perch upon a leafless stump, the stump shall fall. If you settle on the ground snake shall bite you. If you soar up to heaven, the eagle shall swoop upon you. B. Earth. 1. Building ceremonies and charms. The first operation in building is the selection of the site. This is determined by an elaborate code of rules which make the choice depend, firstly, upon the nature of the soil with respect to color, taste, and smell, secondly, upon the formation of its surface. And, thirdly, upon its aspect. The best soil, whether for a house, village, orchard, or town, is a greenish-yellow, fragrant-scented, tart-tasting loam. Such a soil will ensure abundance of gold and silver unto the 3rd generation. The best site, whether for a house, village, orchard, or town, is level. The best aspect, of the surface, is that of land which is low upon the north side and high upon the south side. Such a site will bring absolute peacefulness. 261. When you have found a site complying with more or less favorable conditions, in accordance with the code, you must next clear the ground of forest or undergrowth, lay down 4 sticks to form a rectangle in the center thereof. And call upon the name of the lords of that spot, i.e., the presiding local deities or spirits. Now dig up the soil, enclosed by the 4 sticks, and taking a clod in your hand, call upon the lords of that spot as follows. Ho, children of Mentri 262 Guru, who dwell in the 4 corners of the world. I crave this plot as a boon. Here mention the purpose to which you wish to put it. If it is good, show me a good omen. If it is bad, show me a bad omen. Wrap the clod up in white cloth, and after fumigating it with incense, place it at night beneath your pillow, and when you retire to rest repeat the last 2 lines of the above charm as before and go to sleep. If your dream is good proceed with, if bad desist from, your operations. Supposing your dream to be good, you must, approximately, clear the site of the main building and peg out the 4 corners with dead sticks. Then take a dead branch and heap it up lightly with earth, in the center of the site. Set fire to it, and when the whole heap has been reduced to ashes, sweep it all up together and cover it over while you repeat the charm, which differs but little from that given above. Next morning uncover it early in the morning and God will show you the good and the bad. The site being finally selected, you must proceed to choose a day for erecting the central house post, by consulting first the schedule of lucky and unlucky months, and next the schedule of lucky and unlucky days of the week. 263. The best time of day for the operation to take place is said to be always 7 o'clock in the morning. Hence there seems to be no need to consult a schedule to discover it, though some magicians may do so. The propitious moment having been at last ascertained, the erection of the center post will be proceeded with. First, the hole for its reception must be dug, the operation being accompanied by the recital of a charm, and the post erected. The greatest precautions being taken to prevent the shadow of any of the workers from falling either upon the post itself or upon the hole dug to receive it, sickness and trouble being otherwise sure to follow. The account in the appendix, of which the above is a resume, omits to describe the sacrifice which has to be made before the erection of the center post, which has therefore been drawn from the instructions of other magicians. When the hole has been dug and before the center post is actually erected, some sort of sacrifice or offering has to be made. First you take a little Brazil wood, kayu sepan, a little ebony wood, kayu arung, a little asaphoetida, ingu, and a little scrap iron, tahi basai, and deposit them in the hole which you have dug. Then take a fowl, 264 a goat, or a buffalo, according to the ascertained or reputed malignity of the locally presiding earth demon, Puaka, and cut its throat according to Mohammedan custom, spilling its blood into the hole. Then cut off its head and feet, and deposit them within the hole to serve as a foundation for the center post to rest upon, Butlapik Tiang Esri. Put a ring on your little finger out of compliment to the earth spirit, Akan Membujak Jembalang Itu, repeat the charm and erect the post. 265. Another form of the above ceremony was described to me by a magician as follows. Deposit in the hole a little scrap iron and tin ore, a candle nut, bua keras or bua gorek, a broken hatchet head, biliong pada, and a cent, in copper. Wait till everybody else has returned home, and, standing close to the hole, pick up 3 clods, kipul, of earth, hold them, jengam, over the incense, turn right about face, and repeat the charm. Then take the 3 clods home, without once turning round to look behind you till you reach home, place them under your sleeping pillow and wait till nightfall, when you may have either a good or a bad dream. If the first night's dream be bad, throw away one of the clods and dream again. If the second night's dream be bad, repeat the process, and whenever you get a good dream deposit the clod or clods under the butt end of the center post to serve as a foundation. A magician gave me this specimen of a charm used at this ceremony, of erecting the center post. Ho, Raja Guru, Maharaja Guru. You are the sons of Batara Guru. I know the origin from which you spring. From the flashing of lightning spurs. I know the origin from which you spring. From the brightening of daybreak. Ho, spectre of the earth, brains of the earth, demon of the earth. Retire ye hence to the depths of the ocean. To the peace of the primeval forest. Betwixt you and me. Division was made by Adam. Another rule of importance in house building is that which regulates the length of the threshold. As to which the instructions are as follows. Measure off, on a piece of string, the stretch, fathom, of the arms of her who is to be mistress of the proposed house. Fold this string in 3 and cut off 1/3. Take the remainder, fold it in 8 and cut off 7/8. Take the remaining 8, see how many times it is contained in the length of the threshold, and check off the number, of these measurements, against the category, bilangan, of the 8 beasts, Benatang yang dilapan. This category runs as follows: 1. The dragon, naga; 2. The dairy cow, sapi; 3. The lion, singa; 4. The dog, anjing; 5. The draft cow, lembu; 6. The ass, kaldii; 7. The elephant, gaja; and 8. The crow, gagak, all of which have certain ominous significations. If the last measurement coincides with one of the unlucky beasts in the category, such as the crow, which signifies the death of the master of the house, the threshold is cut shorter to make it fit in with one that is more auspicious. 266. The names of the 8 beasts, coupled with the events which they are supposed to foreshadow, are often commemorated in rhyming stanzas. Here is a specimen. The dragon, naga. A dragon of bulk, a monster dragon. Is this dragon that turns round month by month. 267. Wherever you go you will be safe from stumbling blocks. And all who meet you will be your friends. 2. The dairy cow, sapi. There is the smoke of a fire in the forest. Wherein Chaelai is burning lime. They were milking the young dairy cow. And in the midst of the milking it sprawled and fell down dead. 3. The lion, singa. A lion of courage, a lion of valor. Is the lion gambling at the end of the point? The luck of this house will be lasting, bringing you prosperity from year to year. 4. The dog, anjing. The wild dog, the jackal. Barks at the deer from night to night. Whatever you do will be a stumbling block. In this house men will stab one another. The draft cow, lembu. The big cow from the middle of the clearing has gone to the deep forest to calve there. Great good luck will be your portion. Never will you cease to be prosperous. 6. The ass, kaldii. The ass within the fort carries grass from morn to eve. Whatever you pray for will not be granted. Though big your capital, the half will be lost. 7. The elephant, gaja. The big riding elephant of the Sultan has its tusks covered with amalgam. Good luck is your portion. No harm or blemish will you suffer. 8. The crow, gagak. A black crow soaring by night has perched on the house of the great magic prince. Great indeed is the calamity which has happened. Within the house its master lies dead. In close connection with the ceremonies for the selection of individual house sites are the forms by which the princes of Malay tradition selected sites for the towns which they founded. The following extract will perhaps convey some idea of their character. One day Raja Marong Maha Padasat went into his outer audience hall, where all his ministers, warriors, and officers were in attendance, and commanded the 4 mantris to equip an expedition with all the necessary officers and armed men, and with horses and elephants, arms and accoutrements. The 4 mantris did as they were ordered, and when all was ready they informed the Raja. The latter waited for a lucky day and an auspicious moment, and then desired his second son to set out. The prince took leave after saluting his father and mother, and all the ministers, officers, and warriors who followed him performed obeisance before the Raja. They then set out in search of a place of settlement, directing their course between south and east, intending to select a place with good soil, and there to build a town with fort, moat, palace, and ballet. 268 They amused themselves in every forest, wood, and thicket through which they passed, crossing numbers of hills and mountains, and stopping here and there to hunt wild beasts, or to fish if they happened to fall in with a pool or lake. After they had pursued their quest for some time they came to the tributary of a large river which flowed down to the sea. Farther on they came to a large sheet of water, in the midst of which were 4 islands. The prince was much pleased with the appearance of the islands, and straightway took a silver arrow and fitted it to his bow named Indra Sakti, and said, O arrow of the bow Indra Sakti, fall thou on good soil in this group of islands. Wherever thou mayest chance to fall, there will I make a palace in which to live. He then drew his bow and discharged the arrow, which flew upwards with the rapidity of lightning, and with a humming sound like that made by a beetle as it flies round a flower, and went out of sight. Presently it came in sight again, and fell upon one of the islands, which on that account was called Pulo Indra Sakti. On that spot was erected a town with fort, palace, and balai, and all the people who were living scattered about in the vicinity were collected together and set to work on the various buildings. 269. Even in the making of roads through the forest it would appear that sacrificial ceremonies are not invariably neglected. On one occasion I came upon a party of Malays in the Labu jungle who were engaged in making a bridle track for the Selangor government. A small bamboo censer, on which incense had been burning, had been erected in the middle of the trace. And I was informed that the necessary rites, for exorcising the demons from the trace, had just been successfully concluded. 2. Beasts and beast charms. All wild animals, more especially the larger and more dangerous species, are credited in Malay folklore with human or, occasionally, superhuman powers. In the pages which now follow I shall deal with the folklore which refers to the more important animals, first pointing out their anthropomorphic traits, then detailing some of the more important traditions about them, and finally, where possible, describing the methods of hunting them. The elephant. Of the elephant we read. The superstitious dread entertained by Malays for the larger animals is the result of ideas regarding them which have been inherited from the primitive tribes of Eastern Asia. Mohammedanism has not been able to stamp out the deep-rooted feelings which prompted the savage to invest the wild beasts which he dreaded with the character of malignant deities. The tiger, elephant, and rhinoceros 270 were not mere brutes to be attacked and destroyed. The immense advantages which their strength and bulk gave them over the feebly armed savage of the most primitive tribes naturally suggested the possession of supernatural powers. And propitiation, not force, was the system by which it was hoped to repel them. The Malay addresses the tiger as Dato, grandfather, and believes that many tigers are inhabited by human souls. Though he reduces the elephant to subjection, and uses him as a beast of burden, it is universally believed that the observance of particular ceremonies, and the repetition of prescribed formulas, are necessary before wild elephants can be entrapped and tamed. Some of these spells and charms, mantra, are supposed to have extraordinary potency, and I have in my possession a curious collection of them, regarding which, it was told me seriously by a Malay, that in consequence of their being read aloud in his house 3 times all the hens stopped laying. The spells in this collection are nearly all in the Siamese language, and there is reason to believe that the modern Malays owe most of their ideas on the subject of taming and driving elephants to the Siamese. Those, however, who had no idea of making use of the elephant, but who feared him as an enemy, were doubtless the first to devise the idea of influencing him by invocations. This idea is inherited, both by Malays and Siamese, from common ancestry. 271. To the above evidence, which was collected by Sir W. E. Maxwell no doubt mainly in Perak, I would add that at Labu, in Selangor, I heard on more than one occasion a story in which the elephant folk were described as possessing, on the borders of Siam, a city of their own, where they live in houses like human beings, and wear their natural human shape. This story, which was first told me by Unku said Ketchel of Jelebu, was taken down by me at the time, and ran as follows. A Malay named Labo went out one day to his rice field and found that elephants had been destroying his rice. He therefore planted caltrops of 1.5 cubits in length in the tracks of the offenders. That night an elephant was wounded in the foot by one of the caltrops, and went off bellowing with pain. Day broke and Labo set off on the track of the wounded elephant, but lost his way, and after 3 days and nights journeying, found himself on the borders of a new and strange country. Presently he encountered an old man, to whom he remarked, "Hello, grandfather, your country is extraordinarily quiet." The old man replied, "Yes, for all noise is forbidden, because the king's daughter is ill." "What is the matter with her?" asked Si Labo. The old man replied that she had trodden upon a caltrop. Si Labo then asked, "May I see if I can do anything to help her?" The old man then went and reported the matter to the king, who ordered Si Labo to be brought into his presence. Now the country which Si Labo had reached was a fine open country on the borders of Siam. It is called Pak Hanang, and its only inhabitants are the elephant people who live there in human guise. And whoever trespasses over the boundaries of that country turns into an elephant. Then Si Labo saw that the king's daughter, whose name was Princess Rimbat, was suffering from one of the caltrops which he himself had planted. He therefore extracted it from her foot, so that she recovered, and the king, in order to reward Si Labo, gave him the princess in marriage. Now when they had been married a long time, and had got 2 children, Si Labo endeavored to persuade his wife to accompany him on a visit to his own country. To this the princess replied, "Yes. But if I go you must promise never to add to the dish any young tree shoots at mealtime." 272. On this they started, and at the end of the first day's journey they halted and sat down to eat. But Si Labo had forgotten the injunctions of his wife, and put young tree shoots into the dish with his rice. Then his wife protested and said, "Did I not tell you not to put young tree shoots into your food?" But Si Labo was obstinate, and merely replied, "What do I care?" so that his wife was turned back into an elephant and ran off into the jungle. Then Si Labo wept and followed her, but she refused to return as she had now become an elephant. Yet he followed her for a whole day, but she would not return to him, and he then returned homewards with his children. This is all that is known about the origin of elephants who are human beings. A Malay charm which was given me, at Labu, to serve as a protection against elephants, Pendinding Gajah, gives the actual name of the elephant king. O grandfather Moyong Kaban! Destroy not your own grandchildren. Ghost elephants, Gajah Kramat, are not uncommon. They are popularly believed to be harmless, but invulnerable, and are generally supposed to exhibit some outward and visible sign of their sanctity, such as a stunted tusk or a shrunken foot. They are the tutelary genii of certain localities, and when they are killed the good fortune of the neighborhood is supposed to depart too. Certain it is, that when one of these ghost elephants was shot at Klang a year or 2 ago, it did not succumb until some 50 or 60 rifle bullets had been poured into it. And its death was followed by a fall in the local value of coffee in coffee land, from which the district took long to recover. 273. A ghost elephant is very often thought to be the guardian spirit of some particular shrine, an idea that is common throughout the peninsula. Other general ideas about the elephant are as follows. Elephants are said to be very frightened if they see a tree stump that has been felled at a great height from the ground, as some trees which have high spreading buttresses are cut. Because they think that giants must have felled it, and as ordinary-sized men are more than a match for them, they are in great dread of being caught by creatures many times more powerful than their masters. Some of the larger insects of the grasshopper kind are supposed to be objects of terror to elephants, while the particularly harmless little pangolin, Manus pentadactyla, is thought to be able to kill one of these huge beasts by biting its foot. The pangolin, by the by, is quite toothless. Another method in which the pangolin attacks and kills elephants is by coiling itself tightly around the end of the elephant's trunk, and so suffocating it. This idea is also believed in by the Sinhalese, according to Mr. W. T. Hornaday's 2 Years in the Jungle. The foregoing passage refers to Perak, but similar ideas are common in Selangor, and they occur no doubt, with local variations, in every one of the Malay states. Selangor Malays tell of the scaring of elephants by the process of drawing the slender stem of the bamboo down to the ground and cutting off the top of it, when it springs back to its place. The story of the pangolin is also told in Selangor with additional details. Thus it is said that the jawi tree, a kind of banyan, is always avoided by elephants because it was once licked by the armadillo. The latter, after licking it, went his way, and, the elephant coming up was greatly taken aback by the offensive odor, and swore that he would never go near the tree again. He kept his oath, and his example has been followed by his descendants, so that to this day the jawi is the one tree in the forest which the elephant is afraid to approach. The following directions for hunting the elephant were given me by Libai Jamal, a famous elephant hunter of Linging, near the Sunjai Ujong border. When you first meet with the spoor of elephant or rhinoceros, Observe whether the foothold contains any dead wood, then, take the twig of dead wood, together with a ball of earth as big as a maize cob taken from the same foothold. If there is only one of you, one ball will do; if there are 3 of you, 3 balls will be wanted; if 7, 7 balls, but not more. Then roll up your ball of earth and the twig together in a tree leaf, breathe upon it, and recite the charm, for blinding the elephant's eyes, the purport of which is that if the quarry sees, its eyesight shall be destroyed, and if it looks, its eyesight shall be dimmed, by the help of God, the prophet, and the medicine man, who taught the charm. Now slip your ball of earth into your waistband just over the navel, and destroy the scent of your body and your gun. To do this, take a bunch of certain leaves 274, Don Shrek, together with stem leaves of the beetle vine, Carapax siri, leaves of the wild camphor, Chapa, and leaves of the clubgourd, Labu air pute, break their midribs with your left hand. Shut your eyes, and say, as these tree leaves smell, so may my body, and gun, be scented. When the animal is dead, beat it with an end of black cloth, repeating the charm for driving away the mischief, badi, from the carcass, which charm runs as follows. Badiyu, mother of mischief, badi Panji, blind mother. I know the origin from which you sprang, 275. 3 drops of Adam's blood were the origin from which you sprang. Mischief of earth, return to earth. Mischief of ant heap, return to ant heap. Mischief of elephant, return to elephant. 276. Mischief of wood, return to wood. Mischief of water, return to water. Mischief of stone, return to stone. And injure not my person. By the virtue of my teacher. You may not injure the children of the race of man. The perquisites of the Poang, magician, are to be, a little black cloth and a little white cloth, and the only special taboo mentioned by Libai Jamal was, on no account to let the naked skin rub against the skin of the slain animal. Before leaving the subject of elephants, I may add that Raja Jafar, of Baranang in Selangor, told me that Libai Jamal, when charged by an elephant or rhinoceros, would draw upon the ground with his finger a line which the infuriated animal was never able to cross. This line, he said, was called the Baris Laksamana, or the Admiral's line, and the knowledge of how to draw it was naturally looked upon as a great acquisition. The tiger. The tiger is sometimes believed to be a man or demon in the form of a wild beast. And to the numerous aboriginal superstitions which attach to this dreaded animal, Mohammedanism has added the notion which connects the tiger with the Caliph Ali. One of Ali's titles throughout the Muslim world is, the victorious lion of the Lord, and in Asiatic countries, where the lion is unknown, the tiger generally takes the place of the king of beasts. But the anthropomorphic ideas of the Malays about the tiger go yet farther than this. Far away in the jungle, as I have several times been told in Selangor, the tiger folk, no less than the elephants, have a town of their own, where they live in houses, and act in every respect like human beings. In the town referred to, their houseposts are made of the heart of the tree nettle, Tiras gelatang, and their roofs thatched with human hair. One informant added that men's bones were their only rafters. And men's skins their house walls, and there they live quietly enough until one of their periodical attacks of fierceness, Menganas, comes on and causes them to break bounds and range the forest for their chosen prey. There are several of these tiger villages or enclosures in the peninsula, the chief of them being Gunung Ledang, the Mount Ophir of Malacca, just as Pasuma is the chief of such localities in Sumatra. So too, from Perak, Sir W. E. Maxwell writes in 1881. A mischievous tiger is said sometimes to have broken loose from its pen or fold, Pekka Kandang. This is an allusion to an extraordinary belief that, in parts of the peninsula, there are regular enclosures where tigers possessed by human souls live in association. During the day they roam where they please, but return to the Kandang at night. 277. Various fables ascribe to the tiger a human origin. One of these, taken down by me word for word from a Selangor Malay, is intended to account for the tiger's stripes. The gist of it ran as follows. An old man picked up a boy in the jungle with a white skin, green eyes, and very long nails. Taking the boy home, his rescuer named him Muhammad Yatim, i.e. Muhammad the Fatherless, and when he grew up sent him to school, where he behaved with great cruelty to his schoolfellows, and was therefore soundly beaten by his master, Tosay Panjang Janggut, i.e. Tosay Longbeard, who used a stick made of a kind of wood called Los 278 to effect the chastisement. At the first cut the boy leapt as far as the doorway. At the second he leapt to the ground, at the third he bounded into the grass, at the fourth he uttered a growl, and at the fifth his tail fell down behind him and he went upon all fours, whereat his master, improvising a name to curse him by, exclaimed, "This is of a truth God's tiger. Harimau Allah. Go you," he added, addressing the tiger, "to the place where you will catch your prey, the borderland between the primeval forest and the secondary forest growth. And that between the secondary forest growth and the plain, catch there whomsoever you will, but see that you catch only the headless. Alter no jot of what I say, or you shall be consumed by the iron of the regalia, and crushed by the sanctity of the 30 divisions of the Quran." Hence the tiger is to this day compelled to ask for his prey, and uses divination, Berdenung, as all men know, for the purpose of discovering whether his petition has yet been granted. Hence, too, he carries on his hide to this very day the mark of the stripes with which he was beaten at school. The method of divination said to be practiced by the tiger is as follows: the tiger lies down and gazes, Berdenung, at leaves which he takes between his paws, and whenever he sees the outline of a leaf take the shape of one of his intended victims. Without the head, he knows it to be the sign that that victim has been granted to him, in accordance with the very terms of his master's curse. I once asked, at Labu, how it was known that the tiger used divination, and was told this story of a man who had seen it. A certain Malay had been working, together with his newly married wife, in the rice fields at Labu. And on his stepping aside at noon into the cool of the forest, he saw a tiger lying down among the underwood apparently gazing at something between its paws. By creeping stealthily nearer he was able at length to discern the object at which the tiger was gazing, and it proved to be, to his intense horror, a leaf which presented the lineaments of his wife, lacking only the head. Hurrying back to the rice field he at once warned the neighbors of what he had seen, and implored them to set his wife in their midst and escort her homeward. To this they consented, but yet, in spite of every precaution, the tiger broke through the midst of them and killed the woman before it could be driven off. The bereaved husband thereupon requested them to leave him alone with the body and depart, and when they had done so, he took the body in his arms, and so lay down embracing it, with a dagger in either hand. Before sunset the tiger returned to its kill, and leapt upon the corpse, whereupon the husband stabbed it to the heart, so that the points of the daggers met, and killed it on the spot. The power of becoming a man or were-tiger, as it has sometimes been called, is supposed to be confined to one tribe of Sumatrans, the Kerinci Malays, many of whom are to be met with in the Malay native states. This belief is very strongly held, and on one occasion, when I asked some Malays at Jugra how it could be proved that the man really became a tiger, they told me the case of a man some of whose teeth were plated with gold, and who had been accidentally killed in the tiger stage, when the same gold plating was discovered in the tiger's mouth. 279. Of the strength of the Malay belief in were-tigers Mr. Clifford writes, "The existence of the Malayan loup-garou to the native mind is a fact, and not a mere belief. The Malay knows that it is true. Evidence, if it be needed, may be had in plenty. The evidence, too, of sober-minded men, whose words in a court of justice would bring conviction to the mind of the most obstinate jurymen, and be more than sufficient to hang the most innocent of prisoners. The Malays know well how Haji Abdallah, the native of the little state of Kerinci in Sumatra, was caught naked in a tiger trap, and thereafter purchased his liberty at the price of the buffaloes he had slain while he marauded in the likeness of a beast. They know of the countless Kerinci men who have vomited feathers, after feasting upon fowls, when for the nonce they had assumed the forms of tigers. And of those other men of the same race who have left their garments and their trading packs in thickets whence presently a tiger has emerged. All these things the Malays know have happened, and are happening today, in the land in which they live, and with these plain evidences before their eyes, the empty assurances of the enlightened European that tigers do not, and never did exist, excite derision not unmingled with contempt. Writing on the same theme, Sir Frank Swettenham says, "Another article of almost universal belief is that the people of a small state in Sumatra called Kerinci have the power of assuming at will the form of a tiger. And in that disguise they wreak vengeance on those they wish to injure. Not every Kerinci man can do this, but still the gift of this strange power of metamorphosis is pretty well confined to the people of the small Sumatran state. At night when respectable members of society should be in bed, the Kerinci man slips down from his hut, and, assuming the form of a tiger, goes about, seeking whom he may devour. I have heard of 4 Kerinci men arriving in a district of Perak, and that night a number of fowls were taken by a tiger. The strangers left and went farther up country, and shortly after only 3 of them returned and stated that a tiger had just been killed, and they begged the local headman to bury it. On another occasion some Kerinci men appeared and sought hospitality in a Malay house, and there also the fowls disappeared in the night, and there were unmistakable traces of the visit of a tiger, but the next day one of the visitors fell sick, and shortly after vomited chicken feathers. It is only fair to say that the Kerinci people strenuously deny the tendencies and the power ascribed to them, but aver that they properly belong to the inhabitants of a district called Cheniku in the interior of the Kerinci country. Even there, however, it is only those who are practiced in the ilmu sihir, the occult arts, who are thus capable of transforming themselves into tigers, and the Kerinci people profess themselves afraid to enter the Cheniku district. There are many stories about ghost tigers, Ramo Kramat, which are generally supposed to have 1 foot a little smaller than the others, Kaki Tenkis. During my stay in the Langit district I was shown on more than one occasion the spoor of a ghost tiger. This happened once near Sepang village, on a wet and clayey bridle track, where the unnatural smallness of one of the feet was very conspicuous. Such tigers are considered invulnerable, but harmless to man, and are looked upon generally as the guardian spirits of some sacred spot. One of these sacred spots was the shrine, Kramat, of To Kamarong, about 2 miles north of Sepang village. This shrine, it was alleged, was guarded by a white ghost elephant and ghost tiger, who ranged the country round but never harmed anybody. One day, however, a Chinaman from the neighboring pepper plantations offered at this shrine a piece of pork, which, however acceptable it might have been to a Chinese saint, so incensed the orthodox guardians of this Mohammedan shrine that one of them, the ghost tiger, fell upon the Chinaman and slew him before he could return to his house. By far the most celebrated of these ghost tigers, however, were the guardians of the shrine at the foot of Jugra Hill, which were formerly the pets of the Princess of Malacca, Tuan Putri Gunong Ledong. Local report says that this princess left her country when it was taken by the Portuguese, and established herself on Jugra Hill, a solitary hill on the southern portion of the Selangor coast, which is marked on old charts as the False Parceller Hill. The legend which connects the name of this princess with Jugra Hill was thus told by Mr. G. C. Bellamy, formerly of the Selangor Civil Service. Bukit Jugra, Jugra Hill, in its isolated position, and conspicuous as it is from the sea, could scarcely escape being an object of veneration to the uneducated Malay mind. The jungle which clothes its summit and sides is supposed to be full of hantus, demons or ghosts. And often when talking to Malays in my bungalow in the evening have our discussions been interrupted by the cries of the Langswayer, a female birth demon, in the neighboring jungle, or the mutterings of the Bajang, a familiar spirit, as he sat on the roof tree. But the Putri, Princess, of Gunong Ledong holds the premier position amongst the fabulous denizens of the jungle on the hill. And it is strange that places so far apart as Mount Ophir and Bukit Jugra should be associated with one another in traditionary lore. The story runs that this estimable lady, having disposed of her husband by pricking him to death with needles, 280 decided thenceforth to live free from the restrictions of married life. She was thus able to visit distant lands, taking with her a cat 281 of fabulous dimensions as her sole attendant. This cat appears to have been a most amiable and accommodating creature, for on arriving at Jugra he carried the princess on his back to the top of the hill. Here the lady remained for some time, and during her stay constructed a bathing place for herself. Even to this day she pays periodical visits to Jugra Hill, and although she herself is invisible to mortal eye, her faithful attendant, in the shape of a handsome tiger, is often to be met with as he prowls about the place at night. He has never been known to injure anyone, and is reverently spoken of as a Remo Kromet, ghost tiger. To the above story Mr. C.H.A. Turney, then senior district officer and stationed at Jugra, added the following. The princess and the stories about her and the tiger are well known, and the latter are related from mother to daughter in Langat. There are, however, they say, one or two omissions. Instead of one tiger there were two, the real Harimau Kromet and an ambitious young tiger who would also follow the princess in her round of visits. This brute came to an untimely and ignominious end, as he deserved to, at the hands of one Innes, who was disturbed whilst reading a newspaper, and this can be verified by Captain Sayers. The other tiger jogged along gaily with his phantom mistress, and made night hideous with his howlings and prowlings all about the Jugra Hill. He was really Kromet, and was said to have been shot at by several Malays, and the present Sergeant Major Ali, now stationed at Kuala Lumpur, can vouch for this. 282. I myself collected at the time the following extra details. The local version of the legend about the Kromet at the foot of Jugra Hill runs somewhat as follows. Once upon a time one Nakoda Ragam was travelling with his wife, who is apparently to be identified with the Princess of Malacca. Tuan Putri Gunong Ledong, in a boat, sampan, when the latter pricked him to death with a needle, Mati Dichuchik Jaram. His blood flooded the boat, Daranaya Hanyat Dalam sampan, and presently the woman in the boat was hailed by a vessel sailing past her. What have you got in that boat? Said the master of the vessel, and the princess replied, it is only spinach juice, kua bayam. She was therefore allowed to proceed, and landed at the foot of Jugra Hill, where she buried all that yet remained of her husband, which consisted of only one thigh, paha. 283 She also took ashore her two cats, which were in the boat with her, and which, turning into ghost tigers, became the guardians of this now famous shrine. 284. Tigers are naturally too fierce to be tracked by the Malays, and are usually caught in specially constructed traps, penjara remo, or killed by a self-acting gun or spear trap, bilantek esnapang, bilantek terbang, bilantek parap, etc. But even in this case the Poang explains to the tiger that it was not he but Muhammad who set the trap. There are, however, as might be expected, a great number of charms intended to protect the devotee in various ways from the tiger's claws and teeth. Of these I will give one or two typical specimens. Sometimes a charm is used to keep the tiger at a distance, penjo remo. Ho, Bersanu. Ho, Berkay. I know the origin from which you sprang. It was, Sheikh Abunia Laha Abu Kasap. Your navel originated from the center of your crown. Your breasts are, to be seen, in, the spoor of, your 4 feet. 285. May you go wide, of me, as the 7 tiers of heaven. May you go wide, of me, as the 7 tiers of earth. If you do not go wide, you shall be a rebel unto God, etc. Sometimes the desired effect is expected to be obtained by a charm for locking the tiger's jaws. Ho, Sir Cruncher. Ho, Sir Muncher. Let the twig break under the weight of the wild goose. Fast shut and locked be, your jaws, by virtue of Ali Mustafa. Om. Thus I break, the tusks of, all beasts that are tusked. By virtue of this prayer from the land of Siam. 286. The next specimen is described as a charm for fascinating, striking fear into, a tiger and hardening one's own heart. O earth shaker, rumble and quake. Let iron needles be my body hairs. Let copper needles be my body hairs. Let poisonous snakes be my beard. A crocodile my tongue. And a roaring tiger in the dimple of my chin. Be my voice the trumpet of an elephant. Yea, like unto the roar of the thunderbolt. May your lips be fast closed and your teeth clenched. And not till the heavens and the earth are moved. May your heart be moved. To be wroth with or to seek to destroy me. By the virtue of, there is no God but God, etc. To which may be added. Koan. Paya Koan. Let, celestial, splendor reside in my person. Whosoever talks of encountering me. A cunning lion shall be his opponent. O, all ye things that have life. Endure not to confront my gaze. It is I who shall confront the gaze of you. By the virtue of, there is no God but God. When tigers were wounded, it was said, in Selangor, that they would doctor themselves with Ubat Tasak, which is the name generally given to a sort of poultice used by those who have just undergone circumcision. And when a tiger was killed, a sort of public reception was formerly always accorded to him on his return to the village. Though I have not seen the actual reception, generally miscalled a wake, I once saw near Kajang in Selangor a tiger which had been prepared for the ceremony. The animal was propped up on all fours as if alive, and his mouth kept open by propping the roof with a stick. It was unfortunately impossible for me to wait for the ceremony, but from a description which I received afterwards, it was evidently regarded as a sort of reception given by the people of the village to a live and powerful war chief or champion, Hulubalang, who had come to pay them a visit. The dancing and fencing which takes place on such occasions being intended for his entertainment. One of these ceremonies, which took place in Jugra in Selangor, was thus described. A tiger's wake. At 10 a.m. A great noise of rejoicing, with drums and gongs, approaching Jugra by the river, was heard, and on my questioning the people, I was told Raja Yaqub had managed to shoot a tiger with a spring gun behind Jugra hill, and was bringing it in state to the Sultan. I went over to the Sultan's at Raja Yaqub's request to see the attendants on the slaughter of a tiger. The animal was supported by posts and fastened in an attitude as nearly as possible approaching the living. Its mouth was forced open, its tongue allowed to drop on one side, and a small rattan attached to its upper jaw was passed over a pole held by a man behind. This finished, 2 swords were produced and placed crosswise, and a couple of panglamas 287 selected for the dance. The gongs and drums were beaten at a quick time, the man holding the rattan attached to the tiger's head pulled it, moving the head up and down, and the 2 panglamas, after making their obeisance to the Sultan, rushed at their swords, and holding them in their hands commenced a most wild and exciting dance. They spun around on one leg, waving their swords, then bounded forward and made a thrust at the tiger, moving back quickly with the point of the weapon facing the animal. They crawled along the ground and sprung over it uttering defiant yells, they cut and parried at supposed attacks, finally throwing down their weapons and taunting the dead beast by dancing before it unarmed. This done, Ines told me the carcass was at my disposal. The death of the tiger now establishes the fact of the existence of tigers here, for asserting which I have been pretty frequently laughed at. However, this is not the Jugra pest, a brute whose death would be matter for general rejoicing, the one now destroyed being a tigress 8 feet long and 2 feet 8 inches high. I may add that both the claws and whiskers of tigers are greatly sought after as charms, and are almost invariably stolen from a tiger when one is killed by a European. I have also seen at Klang a charm written on tiger's skin. The deer 288. Anthropomorphic ideas are held by the Malays almost as strongly in the case of the deer as of any other animal. The deer is, by all Malays, believed to have sprung from a man who suffered from a severe ulcer or abscess, chabuk, on the leg, which is supposed to have left its trace on the deer's legs to this day. Of the Paric form of this legend Sir William Maxwell writes as follows. The deer, rusa, is sometimes believed to be the metamorphosed body of a man who has died of an abscess in the leg, chabuk, because it has marks on the legs which are supposed to resemble those caused by the disease mentioned. Of course there are not wanting men ready to declare that the body of a man who has died of chabuk has been seen to rise from the grave and to go away into the forest in the shape of a deer. The Selangor legend is practically identical with that current in Perak. The deer are frequently addressed, in the charms used by the hunters, exactly as if they were human beings, e.g. If you wish to wear bracelets and rings, stretch out your 2 forefeet. These rings and bracelets are of course the nooses which depend from the toils. In a charm of similar import we find: Ho, Crown Prince, Raja Muda, with your speckled princess, Putri Dandi. Rouse you quickly, from your slumbers. And clasp, round your neck, King Solomon's necklace. I may add that in some places the Poang, magician, will himself first enter the toils, probably with the object of deceiving the stag as to their nature and purpose. The ceremonies for hunting deer are somewhat intricate, and it will perhaps be best to commence by giving a general description of deer catching as practiced by the Malays. This pastime, deer catching, is one the Malay delights in. After a rainy night, deer may be easily traced to their lair by their footprints, and as they remain stationary by day the hunters have ample time to arrange their apparatus. When the hiding place is discovered all the young men of the Kampong 289 assemble, and the following ceremony is performed before they sally out on the expedition: 6 or 8 coils of rattan rope, about an inch in diameter, are placed on a triangle formed with 3 rice pounders, and the oldest of the company, usually an experienced sportsman, places a coconut shell filled with burning incense in the center, and taking sprigs of 3 bushes, viz. the Jelatang, Sapuni, and Sambon 290 plants. These, it is supposed, possess extraordinary virtues. He walks mysteriously round the coils, beating them with the sprigs, and erewhile muttering some gibberish, which, if possessing any meaning, the sage keeps wisely to himself. During the ceremony the youths of the village look on with becoming gravity and admiration. It is believed that the absence of this ceremony would render the expedition unsuccessful. The deer would prove too strong for the ropes, and the wood demons frustrate their sport by placing insurmountable obstacles in their way. Much faith appears to be placed in the ceremony. Each coil referred to above is 60 to 70 fathoms long, and to the rope running nooses, made also of rattan rope, are attached about 3 feet apart from each other. On reaching the thicket wherein the deer are concealed, stakes are driven into the ground a few feet apart in a straight line. The coils are then opened out, and the rope attached to the stakes, 2 or 3 feet above the ground. With the nooses hanging down, and 2 of the party conceal themselves near the stakes armed with knives for the purpose of dispatching the deer when entangled in the nooses. The remainder of the hunters arrange themselves on the opposite side of the thicket and advance towards it, shouting and yelling at the top of their voices. The deer, startled from their rest, spring to their feet and naturally flee from the noise towards the nooses, and in a short time are entangled in them. As they struggle to escape, the concealed hunters rush out and dispatch them. Occasionally the flight is prolonged till the major party arrives, and then the noble creatures soon fall beneath the spears and knives of their assailants. The animal is divided between the sportsmen. 291. The gibberish employed by the deer Pawangs when the latter enter the jungle is intended to induce the wood demons and earth demons to recede, or at least to dissuade them from active interference with the proceedings. Charms are also employed by the Poang, as he proceeds, from time to time, to ask for a tree, to which the toils may be fastened, to ask for a deer, to unroll and suspend the toils, to call upon the spirits, who are the herdsmen of the deer, to drive the latter down to meet the dogs, to turn back the deer when they have got away, to prick or urge on the dogs, or make them bark, to stop wild dogs from barking in the jungle, or those of the pack from barking at the wrong moment, to deceive the deer as to the reality of the toils used by the hunters, to deceive the spirits as to the identity of the hunting party, and, finally, to drive out the mischief, badi, from the carcass of the slain animal, examples of all of which will be found in the course of the next few pages. The first charm which I give is one used in asking for deer. Ho! Master of me your slave, Sidi the dim-eyed. See Lailanang and see Ligon his brother. See Darapan, see Bong, see Bakar. See Song Sang, Sir Topsy-Turvy, see Berhanyat, Sir Floater. See Pongking, see Tamunking. I demand deer, a male and a female. Blunt-hoofed, hard-browed. Long-eared, tight-waisted. Shut-eyed, shaggy-maned, spotted. If not the shut-eyed, the shaggy-maned and the spotted. The rascal, the starveling, the mere skeleton. Most fervently we beg this boon, by the light of this very same day. By virtue of the Kiraman Kadibin 292. And here is the token of my petition. 293. The directions proceed. On first entering the jungle, say. Ho, Hanta Bakar, Jembalang Bakar. Turn a little aside. That I may let loose my bodyguard. By which the pack is no doubt intended. When you meet the slot, examine the slot. If it is a little shortened on one side, the quarry is in some danger. If it has gone lame of one hoof, it is a sign that it will be killed within 7 days. After entering the jungle, and finding the dogs, wait for the dogs to bark, and then give out this cooee. Ho! Si Lanang, Si Lambon. Si Keter, Si Bekha. Ye 4 herdsmen of the deer. Come ye down to meet the dogs. And refuse not to come down. Or ye shall be rebels unto God, etc. It is not I who am huntsman. It is Paong Sidi, wizard Sidi, that is huntsman. It is not I whose dogs these are. It is Paong Sakti, the magic wizard, whose dogs these are. Let Dang Darai cross the water. It is only a civet cat that is left for me. Grant this by virtue of my teacher, To Raja. May his art be yet more powerful in my hands. 294. By virtue of, there is no God but God, etc. A dear Paong, Che in Dut, also gave me this charm for recital when the support, lit. Shoulder, of the noose is being cut, for which purpose it would appear that a young tree of the kind called delic is usually taken. The delic's branches spread out horizontally, at the top, 295. Chop at it, and it will produce roots. Though its bark is destroyed, a cudgel is still left for people's bones. Even though it be worked on by the charm Kalanting Bakar. 296. From the same source I obtained this charm, addressed to the deer, but intended for fixing the scent, Menatapkan bow, and for suspending the toils, Memasang Jerat. Teng 297, stands for, the Sadingtang flower. Ascend ye the twin stream. If you delight in bracelets and rings, push forward your 2 forefeet. When setting the nooses, Bubokan Perindu Jerat, say, addressing the deer as before. Be filled with yearning, be filled with longing. As the holy basil grows even to a rock. Be filled with yearning as you sit. Be filled with yearning as you go. Fast bound by love of this noose of mine. The directions given me by another Paong commenced with a charm for emboldening the dogs, after which the account proceeds. When you have finished, the charm referred to, take 7 steps forward, leaving the toils behind you. And standing erect, look forward and call as follows. O all ye Seds, lawful descendants of the Prophet. Unto you, my lords, belong the deer. Si Lambon was the origin of the deer. Si Lanang is their herdsman. Drive ye the deer into our toils. This causeway of rock, Tishan Batu, is your high road and market square. The resort of innumerable people. Follow, follow in long procession. And let the assembly flower unfold its petals. Come in procession, come in succession. Our toils have come to summon you to the spot. Ho, dear that are unfortunate, dear that are cursed. Enter this path of mine which is empty of men. On the left stand spearmen. On the right stand spearmen. And whichever of those 2 ways you go, by that self-same way will you be turned back. Now proceed till you meet the stag, and as he rouses himself from slumber, say. Ho, crown prince with your speckled princess. Rouse you in haste and slip on King Solomon's royal breast ornament. Receive it in your turn. And do ye, huntsmen, shout by again and again. Hear the spearmen right and left shout in concert. So, too, when spearing the deer, say. It is not I who spear you. It is Paong Sidi who spears you. When you have secured a deer, flick, Kabaskan, the carcass thrice in a downward direction with a black cloth or with a leafy spray, if you will, such as the deer feed upon, for instance with the sendayan, or sendarian, a kind of sedge. Or with fern shoots, and call out. O si lanang, si lambon. Si keter, si bekhe, who are 4 persons. Take back your own share, of the carcass. 298. Here, take the representative parts, pierce them with a rattan line, and suspend them from a tree. But the fullest account of this ceremony, of driving out the mischief from the carcass, runs as follows. When you have caught the deer, cast out the mischief from it, buang dia punya badi. To effect this, take a black jacket such as can cast out this mischief. If no black jacket is obtainable, take the branch of any tree, and stroke the carcass, from the head downwards to the feet and the rump. Saying as you do so. Ho badi sarang, badi mak buta. Si pancher mak tuli. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs. It is the junior dog boy who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs. It is the dog boy Rukia who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs. It is Mukul 299, Michael, who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs. It is Israfel who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs. It is Azrael who casts them out. It is not I who cast out these mischiefs. It is Mukarel, who casts them out. I know the origin of these mischiefs. They are the offspring of the Jin Ibn Yujin, who dwell in the open spaces and hill-locked basins. Return ye to your open spaces and hill-locked basins. And do me no harm or scathe. I know the origin from which you spring. From the offspring of the Jin Ibn Yujin do ye spring. Here take small portions of his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, hind feet, 4 feet, hair, of his coat, liver, heart, spleen and horns, if it be a stag, wrap them up in a leaf, and deposit them in the slot of his approaching tracks. Saying, O Mentala, Batara, Guru, 1 a month, 2 a month, 3 a month, 4 a month, 5 a month, 6 a month, 7 a month, be the deer which fall, by night to you, by day to me. 1 deer I take with me, and 1 I leave behind. A deer Paong named Che in Dut gave me a charm for turning the deer back upon their tracks, though their flesh was torn to rags and their bones well becudgeled. It concluded with the following appeal to the spirits. Ho, ye spirits, turn back my deer. If you do not turn them back, at sea ye shall get no drink. Ashore ye shall find no food. By virtue of the word of God, etc. I will conclude with the following charm, believed to be a means of bringing the stag low. Measure off 3 sticks, probably dead wood taken from the slot of the deer, as in the case of the elephant. Their length being measured by the distance from the roof of your mouth to the teeth of the lower jaw. Lay these sticks in a triangular form inside the slot of the stag, press the left thumb downwards in the center of the triangle, and humble your heart. This will humble the deer's heart too. The mouse deer or chevrotin is the brr rabbit of the Malays. It figures in many proverbial sayings and romances, in which it is credited with extraordinary sagacity, and is honored by the title of Mentri Blucher, the vizier of the secondary forest growth. 300. It is generally taken by means of a snare called tapa pelendok, but sometimes by tapping on the ground with sticks, menjtok pelendok. The sound of which is supposed to imitate the drumming of the buck's 4 feet upon the ground in rutting time, by which the attention of the doe is attracted. Whatever the reason may be, there is no doubt that the method is often successful. When this tapping method is adopted, the charms used are similar to those used for calling the big deer, e.g. Arakarak iring iring. Kembang bunga asai pangil pangil. Datang bararak, datang bariring. Raja Suleiman datang memangal. Follow in procession, follow in succession. The assembly flower has opened its petals. Come in procession, come in succession. King Solomon comes to summon you. But at the end of the charm is added, Inila gong naya, i.e., this is his, King Solomon's, gong. The stick which is used may be of any kind of wood except a creeper, and the best place for the operation is where the ground sounds hollow when tapped. Either 3, 5, or 7 leaves must, however, be laid on the spot before the tapping is commenced. The directions for setting the snare, Jerat or Tapa Pelandak, were taken down by me as follows. First look for a tree whose sap is viscid, and chop at it thrice, with a cutlass. If the splinters fall, one the right and the other the wrong way up, lit. One prone and the other supine, it is a bad sign, though it is a good sign when one is setting a trap, for in the case of a snare they must fall the wrong way up, supine. When this is done, commence to set the snare near the foot of a tree, at about a fathom's distance, and say. As a coconut shell rocks to and fro. When filled with clay. Avaunt ye, Gembalang and Batty. That I may set this snare. Next you say. Ho, sir, pointed hoof. Sir, sharp muzzle. Do you step upon this snare that I have spread? Within 2 days or 3. If you do not step upon this snare that I have spread. Within 2 days or 3. You shall be choked to death with blood in your throat. You shall be in sore straits within the limits of your own big jungle. At sea you shall get no drink. Ashore you shall get no food. By virtue of, etc. Hunting dogs. Hunting dogs are spoken to continually as if they were human beings. Several examples of this occur in the deer charms. Thus we find the following passage addressed to the dogs. Let not go the scent. Formidable were you from the first. Hot foot, do you pursue? If you do not pursue Hotfoot, I will minimize my benediction, lit. My peace be with you. If it, the deer, be a buck, you shall have him for a brother. If it be a doe, you shall have her for a wife. So too, again, after calling several dogs by name, the Poang gets together the accessories, leaves of the tukas and lenjuang, a brush of leaves, cherek, and a black cloth, and exclaims. Bark, Sir Slenderfoot, bark, Sir Brushtail. The Poang generally tries to deceive the deer as to his ownership of the hunting dogs. Thus he will say. It is not I whose dogs these are. It is the magical deer Poang whose dogs these are. So, too, they are called by certain specific names, according to their breed and color. Which are in several cases identical with the names of the dogs with which the wild spectre huntsman, the most terrible of all personified diseases in the Malay category, hunts down his prey. Ugliness is by no means looked upon as a disadvantage, but rather the opposite. An ugly dog is apparently formidable. Thus we find a dog addressed as follows. Let not go the scent, of the quarry. As you were formidable, lit. Ugly, from the first. Again, the description of the good points of some of these dogs which is given in the appendix would, if ugliness and formidability are convertible terms, satisfy the most exacting whipper-in. The so-called good points being for the most part a mere list of deformities. These points, however, are merely the external sign of the luck to which dogs, as well as human beings, are believed to be born. In a fine passage we are told. From the 7 hills and the 7 valleys comes the intense barking of my dogs. My dogs are dogs of luck. Not luck that is adventitious, but luck incarnate with their bodies. Go tread upon the heaped and rotting leaves, and never desert the scent. Speaking of dog lore generally, it may be remarked that though dogs are very frequently kept by the Malays, it is considered unlucky to keep them. The dog is unlucky. He longs for the death of his master, an event which will involve the slaying of animals at the funeral feast, when the bones will fall to the dogs. When a dog is heard howling at night, he is supposed to be thinking of the broken bones, Nyat Handak Mengutib Tulangpada. Even the wild dogs in the jungle 301 are warned not to bark, and are addressed as if they were human. If you bark your windpipe shall burst. If you smack your lips your tongue shall be docked. If you come nearer, you shall break your leg. Return to the big virgin jungle. Return to your caverns and hill-locked basins. To the stream which has no headwaters. To the pond which was never dug. To the waters which bear no passengers. To the fountainhead which is, never, dry. If you do not return, you shall die. Cursed by the first pen, i.e. the human tongue. Pierced by the twig of a gamuti palm 302. Impaled by a palm thatch needle. Transfixed by a porcupine's quill. Bears and monkeys. The bear 303 is believed to be the mortal foe of the tiger, which he sometimes defeats in single combat. Bruang, the Malay word for bear, has a curious resemblance to our word bruin. 304, a story is told of a tame bear which a Malay left in charge of his house and of his sleeping child while he was absent from home. On his return he missed his child, the house was in disorder, as if some struggle had taken place, and the bear was covered with blood. Hastily drawing the conclusion that the bear had killed and devoured the child, the enraged father slew the animal with his spear, but almost immediately afterwards he found the carcass of a tiger, which the faithful bear had defeated and killed. And the child emerged unharmed from the jungle, where she had taken refuge. It is unnecessary to point out the similarity of this story to the legend of Beth Gellert. It is evidently a local version of the story of the ichneumon and the snake in the Panchatantra. Monkeys and men have always been associated in native tradition, and Malay folklore is no exception to the rule. Thus we get the tradition of the great man-like ape, the Mawas, a reminiscence of the orangutan or MIAs of Borneo, which is said to make shelters for itself in the forks of trees. And to be born with the blade of a cutlass, wood knife, in place of the bone of the forearm, so that it is able to cut down the undergrowth as it walks through the jungle. It is believed, moreover, occasionally to carry off and mate with humankind. The siamang, Hylobates lar. 305 which walks on its hind legs, is, however, the species which is most commonly associated in legend with the human race. In fact, it is not impossible that there may sometimes have been a confusion between its name, siamang, and samang, which is the name of one of the aboriginal, Negrito, races of the interior. The following Malay legend, which I took down at Labu in Selangor, is believed to explain its origin, and also that of the bear, 306. Once upon a time Her Highness the Princess Telan became the affianced bride of Si Malam Bangsu. After the betrothal Si Malam Bangsu sailed away and did not return when the period of the engagement, which was fixed at from 3 to 4 months, came to an end. Then Si Malam Panjang, elder brother of Si Malam Bangsu, decided to take the place of his younger brother, and be married to the Princess Telan. The latter, however, repelled his advances, and he therefore attacked her savagely. But she turned herself into an ape, siamang, and escaped to the jungle, so that Si Malam Panjang desisted from pursuit. Then the ape climbed up into a pagaranak tree which grew on the seashore, and leaned over the sea, and there she chanted these words. "Oh my dear Malam Bangsu! You have broken your solemn promise and engagement. And I have to take upon myself the form of an ape." Now Si Malam Bangsu was passing at the time, and on recognizing the voice of the Princess Telan he took a blowgun and shot her so that she fell into the sea. Then he took rosewater and sprinkled it over her, so that she resumed her natural shape, and they started to go home together. Still, however, Si Malam Bangsu would not wed her, but promised that he would do so when he came back from his next voyage. Whereupon the princess chanted these words. "If you do not return within 3 months, you will find me turned into an ape." The same course of events, however, happened as before. Malam Bangsu did not return at the time appointed. His elder brother, Malam Panjang once more attacked her, and, leaping towards an areca palm, she once more became an ape, whereupon she chanted as before. "Oh my dear Malam Bangsu! You have broken your solemn promise and engagement. And I am forced to become an ape." Again Malam Bangsu, as he passed by, heard and recognized her voice, but upon learning that he had been for the second time the cause of his princess's troubles, he exclaimed, "Better were it for me were I nothing but a big fish." And leaping into the water he disappeared, and was changed into a big fish as he desired. Now the princess's nurse, who was called the daughter of Sakambang China, was at the same time transformed into a bear, and as they were bathing at the time when they were surprised, and had not time to wash off all the soap, rice cosmetic. The white marks on the breast and brows of the bear and on the breast and brows of the ape, siamang, have remained unto this day. Occasionally the opposite transformation is believed to take place, some species of the monkey tribe being supposed to turn into fish. Thus the Kra, Macacus cynomolgus, is believed to develop into a species of fish called sinungang, and of the fish called callo, calui or callu. Sir W. E. Maxwell writes, the icon callo, is believed to be a monkey transformed. Some specially favored observers have seen monkeys half through the process of metamorphosis, half monkey and half fish. The species of monkey which is believed to turn into the icon callo is, as I was told in Selangor, the birak or coconut monkey. Berhakim kepada brak is a Malay proverbial expression which means, to make the monkey judge, or, to go to the monkey for justice. A fable is told by the Malays of two men, one of whom planted bananas on the land of the other. When the fruit was ripe each claimed it, but not being able to come to any settlement they referred the matter to the arbitration of a monkey, of the large kind called brak. The judge decided that the fruit must be divided. But no sooner was this done than one of the suitors complained that the other's share was too large. To satisfy him the monkey reduced the share of the other by the requisite amount, which he ate himself. Then the second suitor cried out that the share of the first was now too large. It had to be reduced to satisfy him, the subtracted portion going to the monkey as before. Thus they went on wrangling until the whole of the fruit was gone, and there was nothing left to wrangle about. Malay judges, if they are not calumniated, have been known to protract proceedings until both sides have exhausted their means in bribes. In such cases the unfortunate suitors are said to berhakim kepada brak. The wild pig and other animals. There are several superstitions about the wild boar which prove that it was not always regarded as an unclean animal. Of these the following recipe, which was given me by a jugra, Selangor, Malay, for turning brass into gold is the most remarkable. Kill a wild pig and rip open its paunch. Sew up in this a quantity of old, scrap, brass, pile timber over it, burn it, and then leave it alone until the grass has grown right over it. Then dig up the gold. Again, certain wild boars are believed to carry on their tushas a talisman of extraordinary power, which is called ranti babi, or wild boar's chain. This chain consists, it is asserted, of 3 links of various metals, gold, silver, and amalgam, and is hung up on a shrub by the wild boar when he is enjoying his wallow, so that it is occasionally stolen by Malays who know his habits. I may add that, according to a Malay at Langat, the war tiger, Ramo Jati Jadian, occasionally appears in the shape of a wild boar escaping from a grave, in the center of which may be afterwards seen the hole by which the animal has escaped. Among the modern Malays, avoidance of the flesh of swine and of contact with anything connected with the unclean animal is, of course, universal. No tenet of Islam is more rigidly enforced than this. It is singular to notice, among a people governed by the ordinances of the Prophet, traces of the observance of another form of abstinence enjoined by a different religion. The universal preference of the flesh of the buffalo to that of the ox in Malay countries is evidently a prejudice bequeathed to modern times by a period when cow beef was as much an abomination to Malays as it is to the Hindus of India at the present day. This is not admitted or suspected by ordinary Malays, who would probably have some reason, based on the relative wholesomeness of buffalo and cow beef, to allege in defense of their preference of the latter to the former. To the above I may add that it is invariably the flesh of the buffalo, and not that of the ox, which is eaten sacrificially on the occasion of festivities. 307 But the flesh of the so-called white, albino, buffalo, kerbau baler, is generally avoided as food, though I have known it to be prescribed medicinally, as in the case of Raja Kahar, a son of H. the Sultan of Selangor, the circumstances of whose illness will be detailed elsewhere. As might be expected, a story is told by the Malays to account for this distinction. The general outline of the tale is to the effect that a Malay boy, a mere child, fell into the big rice bin, kipak, in his parents' absence and was suffocated by the rice. After some days the body began to decompose, and the ooze emanating from the rice bin was licked up by a buffalo belonging to the boy's parents. The attention of these latter being thus attracted to the rice bin, they found therein the remains of their child, and thereupon cursed the buffalo, which, we are led to infer, became white, and has remained so ever since. According to one version, a ground dove, to cooker, was implicated both in the offense and the punishment which followed it. Wherefore to this day no man eats of the flesh of either of the offenders. Perhaps the most extraordinary transformation in which the Malays implicitly believe is that of the squirrel, which is supposed to be developed from a large caterpillar called ulat sentadu. 308. About the cat there are many superstitions which show that it is believed to possess supernatural powers. Thus it is supposed to be lucky to keep cats because they long for a soft cushion to lie upon, and so, indirectly, wish for the prosperity of their master. On the other hand, cats must be very carefully prevented from rubbing up against a corpse, for it is said that on one occasion when this was neglected, the baddie or evil principle which resides in the cat's body entered into the corpse, which thus became endowed with unnatural life and stood up upon its feet. So too the soaking of the cat in a pan of water until it is half drowned is believed to produce an abundance of rain. It is, besides, believed to be extremely unlucky to kill cats. Of this superstition Mr. Clifford says, "It is a common belief among Malays that if a cat is killed he who takes its life will in the next world be called upon to carry and pile logs of wood, as big as coconut trees, to the number of the hairs on the beast's body. Therefore cats are not killed, but if they become too daring in their raids on the hen coop or the food rack, they are tied to a raft and sent floating downstream, to perish miserably of hunger. The people of the villages by which they pass make haste to push the raft out again into midstream, should it in its passage adhere to bank or bathing hut, and on no account is the animal suffered to land. To anyone who thinks about it, this long and lingering death is infinitely more cruel than one caused by a blow from an axe, but the Malays do not trouble to consider such a detail, and would care little if they did. Before leaving the subject of cats, I must mention the belief that the freshwater fish called ikan belida was originally a cat. Sir W.E. Maxwell says that many Malays refuse to eat it for this reason, and adds, they declare that it squalls like a cat when harpooned, and that its bones are very white and fine like a cat's hairs. A story is also sometimes told to account both for the general similarity of habits of the cat and the tiger and for the fact that the latter, unlike most of the felidae, is not a tree climber. It is to the effect that the cat agreed to teach the tiger its tricks, which it did, with the exception of the art of climbing trees. The tiger, thinking it had learnt all the cat's tricks, proceeded to attack its teacher, when the cat escaped by climbing up a tree, so the tiger never learnt how to climb and cannot climb trees to this day. Even the smallest and commonest of mammals, such as rats and mice, are the objects of many strange beliefs. Thus, clothes which have been nibbled by rats or mice must not be worn again. They are sure to bring misfortune, and are generally given away in charity. So too on the Selangor coast a mollusk called sipit tantarang or mentarang is believed to have sprung from a mouse. And many kinds of charms, generally addressed to the Prophet Joseph, Nabi Yusuf, are resorted to in order to drive away rats and mice from the rice fields. The following passage describes the general ideas about animal superstitions which prevail on the east coast of the peninsula. The beliefs and superstitions of the fisher folk would fill many volumes. They believe in all manner of devils and local sprites. They fear greatly the demons that preside over animals, and will not willingly mention the names of birds or beasts while at sea. Instead, they call them all Chua 309, which, to them, signifies an animal, though to others it is meaningless, and is supposed not to be understanded of the beasts. To this word they tack on the sound which each beast makes in order to indicate what animal is referred to, thus the pig is the grunting chua, the buffalo the chua that says whack, and the snipe the chua that cries kek kek. Each boat that puts to sea has been medicined with care, many incantations and other magic observances having been had recourse to, in obedience to the rules which the superstitious people have followed for ages. After each take the boat is swept by the medicine man with a tuft of leaves prepared with mystic ceremonies, which is carried at the bow for the purpose. The omens are watched with exact care, and if they be adverse no fishing boat puts to sea that day. Every act in their lives is regulated by some regard for the demons of the sea and air, and yet these folk are nominally Mohammedans, and, according to that faith, magic and sorcery, incantations to the spirits, and prayers to demons, are all unclean things forbidden to the people. But the fisher folk, like other inhabitants of the peninsula, are Malays first and Mohammedans afterwards. Their religious creed goes no more than skin deep, and affects but little the manner of their daily life. 3. Vegetation charms. The vegetation spirit of the Malays follows in some vague and partial way, to use Professor Tyler's words, from the analogy of the animal spirit. It is difficult to say, without a more searching inquiry than I have yet had the opportunity of making, whether Malay magicians would maintain that all trees had souls, semangat, or not. All that we can be certain of at present is that a good many trees are certainly supposed by them to have souls, such, for instance, as the durian, the coconut palm, and the trees which produce eaglewood, garu, gutta percha, camphor, and a good many others. What can be more significant than the words and actions of the men who in former days would try and frighten the durian groves into bearing? Or of the toddy collector who addresses the soul of the coconut palm in such words as, "Thus I bend your neck, and roll up your hair, and here is my ivory toddy knife to help the washing of your face." Or of the collectors of jungle produce who traffic in eaglewood, camphor, and gutta, the spirits of the first two of which trees are considered extremely powerful and dangerous, or, above all, of the reapers who carry the rice soul home at harvest time. A special point in connection with the Malay conception of the vegetation soul perhaps requires particular attention, viz. the fact that apparently dead and even seasoned timber may yet retain the soul which animated it during its lifetime. Thus, the instructions for the performance of the rites to be used at the launching of a boat, which will be found below under the heading, "The Sea, Rivers, and Streams," involve an invocation to the timbers of the boat, which would therefore seem to be conceived as capable, to some extent, of receiving impressions and communications made in accordance with the appropriate forms and ceremonies. So, too, a boat with a large knot in the center of the bottom is considered good for catching fish. And in strict conformity with this idea is the belief that the natural excrescences, or knobs, and deformities of trees are mere external evidences of an indwelling spirit. So, too, the fruit of the coconut palm, when the shell lacks the 3 eyes to which we are accustomed, is believed to serve in warfare as a most valuable protection, pilias, against the bullets of the enemy. And the same may be said in a minor degree of the joints of solid bamboo, bulu tumpat, which are occasionally found. Whilst to a slightly different category belong the comparatively numerous examples of tabashir, mineral concretions in the wood of certain trees, which are so highly valued by the Malays for talismanic purposes. Such trees as the mali, rotan janang, dragon's blood rattan, bulu kasap, rough bamboo, etc. are all said to supply instances of the concretions referred to, but the most famous of them all is without doubt the so-called coconut pearl, of which I quote the following account from Dr. Dennis's Descriptive Dictionary of British Malaya. Coconut pearls. The following remarks concerning these peculiar accretions are extracted from nature. During my recent travels, Dr. Sidney Hickson writes to a scientific contemporary, I was frequently asked by the Dutch planters and others if I had ever seen a coconut stone. These stones are said to be rarely found, 1 in 2,000 or more, in the perisperm of the coconut, and when found are kept by the natives as a charm against disease and evil spirits. This story of the coconut stone was so constantly told me, and in every case without any variation in its details, that I made every effort before leaving to obtain some specimens, and eventually succeeded in obtaining 2. One of these is nearly a perfect sphere, 14 mm, in diameter, and the other, rather smaller in size, is irregularly pear-shaped. In both specimens the surface is worn nearly smooth by friction. The spherical one I have had cut into two halves, but I can find no concentric or other markings on the polished cut surfaces. Dr. Kimmins has kindly submitted one half to a careful chemical analysis, and finds that it consists of pure carbonate of lime without any trace of other salts or vegetable tissue. I should be very glad if any of your readers could inform me if there are any of these stones in any of the museums, or if there is any evidence beyond mere hearsay of their existence in the perisperm of the coconut. 310. On this letter Mr. This Elton Dyer makes the following remarks. Dr. Hickson's account of the calcareous concretions occasionally found in the central hollow, filled with fluid, the so-called milk, of the endosperm of the seed of the coconut is extremely interesting. It appears to me a phenomenon of the same order as tabashir, to which I recently drew attention in Nature. The circumstances of the occurrence of these stones or pearls are in many respects parallel to those which attend the formation of tabashir. In both cases mineral matter in palpable masses is withdrawn from solution in considerable volumes of fluid contained in tolerably large cavities in living plants, and in both instances they are monocotyledons. In the case of the coconut pearls the material is calcium carbonate, and this is well known to concrete in a peculiar manner from solutions in which organic matter is also present. In my note on tabashir I referred to the reported occurrence of mineral concretions in the wood of various tropical dicotyledonous trees. Tabashir is too well known to be pooh-poohed. But some of my scientific friends express a polite incredulity as to the other cases. I learn, however, from Professor Judd, FRS, that he has obtained a specimen of apatite found in cutting up a mass of teakwood. The occurrence of this mineral under these circumstances has long been recorded, but I have never had the good fortune to see a specimen. The durian. The durian tree, for an account of whose famous fruit the classical description in Wallace's Malay archipelago may be referred to, is a semi-wild fruit tree, whose stem frequently rises to the height of some 80 or 90 feet before the branches are met with. It is generally planted in groves, which are often to be found in the jungle when all other traces of former human habitation have completely disappeared, though even then its fruit, if tradition says true, is as keenly fought over by the denizens of the forest, monkeys, bears, and tigers, as ever it was by their temporary dispossessors. Interspersed among the durian trees will be found numerous varieties of orchard trees of a less imperial height, amongst which may be named the rambutan, rambay, lonsat, duku, 311 mangosteen, and many others. A small grove of these trees, which was claimed by the late Sultan Abdul Samad of Selangor, grew within about a mile of my bungalow at Jugra. And I was informed that in years gone by a curious ceremony, called menyima durian, was practiced in order to make the trees more productive. On a specially selected day, it was said, the village would assemble at this grove, and, no doubt with the usual accompaniment of the burning of incense and scattering of rice, the most barren of the durian trees would be singled out from the rest. One of the local Pawangs would then take a hatchet, biliang, and deliver several shrewd blows upon the trunk of the tree, saying, "Will you now bear fruit or not? If you do not I shall fell you." 312. To this the tree, through the mouth of a man who had been stationed for the purpose in a mangosteen tree hard by, was supposed to make answer, "Yes, I will now bear fruit. I beg you not to fell me." 313. I may add that it was a common practice in the fruit season for the boys who were watching for the fruit to fall, for which purpose they were usually stationed in small palm-thatched shelters, to send echoing through the grove a musical note, which they produced by blowing into a bamboo instrument called tuang-tuang. I cannot, however, say whether this custom now has any ceremonial significance or not, though it seems not at all unlikely that it once had. 314. The Malacca cane. No less distinct are the animistic ideas of the Malays relating to various species of the Malacca cane plant. Mr. Ray of the Perak Museum writes as follows. A Malacca cane with a joint as long as the height of the owner will protect him from harm by snakes and animals, and will give him luck in all things. What is called a samambu bangku 315 or baku, possesses the power of killing anyone even when the person is only slightly hurt by a blow dealt with it. These are canes that have died down and have begun to shoot again from near the root. They are very rare. One of 18 inches in length is valued at $6 or $7, and one long enough to make a walking stick of, at $30 to $50. At night the Rotan samambu plant is said to make a loud noise, and, according to the Malays, it says, Bulam Sampai, 316 meaning that it has not yet reached its full growth. They are often to be heard in the jungle at night, but the most diligent search will not reveal their whereabouts. The Rotan Mano 317 is also said to give out sounds at night. The sounds are loud and musical, but the alleged will-o'-the-wisp character of the Rotans which are supposed to produce them seems to point to some night bird, tree frog, or lizard as being the real cause of the weird notes. Though it is just possible that the wind might make the rattan leaves vibrate in such a way as to cause the sounds. In Selangor it is the stick insect, karanting, which is believed to be the embodiment of the Malacacane spirit, Hantu Samambu, by which last name it is most commonly called. These stick insects are believed by the Selangor Malays to produce the sounds to which Mr. Ray refers, and in order to account for their peculiar character a story is told, the main features of which are as follows. Once upon a time a married couple fell out. And the husband surreptitiously introduced stones into the cooking pot in place of the yams which his wife was cooking. Then he went off to climb for a coconut, and as he climbed, he mocked her by calling out, Masek Bilam. Masek Bilam. Are they cooked yet? Are they cooked yet? What she did by way of retaliation is not clear, but as he climbed and mocked her, she is said to have retorted, Panjat Bilam. Panjat Bilam. Have you climbed it yet? Have you climbed it yet? A reply which clearly shows that her woman's wit had been at work, and that she was not going to allow her husband to get the better of her. 318 However this may be, a deadlock ensued. The result of which was that both parties were transformed into stick insects, but were yet condemned to mock each other as they had done during the period of their human existence. I have often from my boat, during dark nights on the Langit River, listened to the weird note which my Malays invariably ascribe to these insects, and which is not inaptly represented by one of the Malay names for them, viz. Bilam Balam. I have not yet, however, succeeded in identifying the real producer of the note, of which all I can say at present is, that although it may not be itself discoverable, the Malays look upon it as a certain guide to the localities where the Malacacanes grow. The Tualang or Sealang tree. So too of the Tualang tree Mr. Ray writes. One of the largest and stateliest of the forest trees in Perak is that known as Tolong, or To-Olong. 319 It has a very poisonous sap, which produces great irritation when it comes in contact with the skin. 2 Chinamen who had felled one of these trees in ignorance, had their faces so swelled and inflamed that they could not see out of their eyes, and had to be led about for some days before they recovered from the effects of the poison. Their arms, breasts, and faces were affected, and they presented the appearance of having a very bad attack of erysipelas. These trees are supposed to be the abiding places of Hantu, or spirits, when they have large hollow projections from the trunk, called Rumah Hantu, or spirit houses. These projections are formed when a branch gets broken off near the trunk, and are quite characteristic of the tree. There are sometimes 3 or 4 of them on a large tree, and the Malays have a great objection to cutting down any that are so disfigured, the belief being that if a man fells one he will die within the year. As a rule these trees are left standing when clearings are made, and they are a source of trouble and expense to planters and others, who object to their being left uncut. The following series of events actually happened. A Malay named Panda Tambang undertook, against the advice of his friends, to fell one of the To-Olong trees, and he almost immediately afterwards was taken ill with fever, and died in a few weeks' time. Shortly after this some men were sitting plaiting at taps 320 under the shade of another of these ill-omened trees, when, without any warning, a large branch fell down, breaking the arm of one man, and more or less injuring 2 others. There was not a breath of wind at the time, or anything else likely to determine the fall of the branch. After this it was decided to have the tree felled, as there were coolie houses nearly under it. There was great difficulty in getting anyone to fell it. Eventually a Penang Malay undertook the job, but stipulated that a poang, or sorcerer, should be employed to drive away the demons first. The poang hung pieces of white and red cloth on sticks round the tree, burnt incense in the little contrivances made of the split leaf stalks of the burdam palm, used by the Malays for that purpose, cut off the heads of 2 white fowls. Sprinkled the blood over the trunk, and in the midst of many incantations the tree was felled without any mishap. But, strange to say, the poang, who was a Haji 321 and a slave debtor of the To Puan Halima, died about 9 months afterwards. There appears to be very little reason to doubt that the word twalang, To Olung or Sialang, is the name not of a particular species of tree, but rather the generic name of all trees in which wild bees have built their nests. So that in reality it simply means a bee tree. I have not yet succeeded in obtaining any of the Malay charms used by the collectors of these bees' nests, except such as are used by Sakais under Malay influence on the Selangor coast, the Sakais being most usually the collectors. Some of these latter, however, were pure Malay charms, and may perhaps be considered, in the absence of charms collected from Malays, as evidence of at least secondary importance. One of these charms commences as follows. Here is the peeling knife, the knife with the long handle, stuck into the buttress of a pulai tree. And another, which is almost word for word the same, as follows. Here is the peeling knife, the knife with the long handle, with which to stab, lit. Peck at, the buttress of the pulai tree. It will be noticed that both refer to the pulai tree by name, and not to the twalang. The footnote which I here quote with reference to the customs of Siak is, almost word for word, equally true of the bee trees in Selangor. 322. Other haunted trees, Pokok Barantu, are the Jawi Jawi, the Jelatang, and Birambong, of which the following tradition will perhaps suffice. All trees, according to Malay tradition, were planted by the Prophet Elias. 323 and are in the Prophet Noah's charge. In the days of King Solomon, trees could speak as well as birds and animals, and several of the trees now to be seen in the forest are really metamorphosed human beings. Such are the Jelatang and the Birambong, which in the days of King Solomon were bosom friends, until there broke out between them an unfortunate quarrel, which terminated in Si Jelatang's lacing the skin of Si Birambong all over with stabs from his dagger, the effect of which stabs remains visible to this day. Si Birambong, on the other hand, cursed Si Jelatang with his dying breath, praying that he might be turned into a tree without any buttresses to support his trunk, a prayer which was, of course, duly fulfilled. Thus originated the lack of buttresses at the base of the former tree, and the laced and slashed bark of the latter. The lime tree. Yet another tree whose spirit is the object, as it were, of a special cult. 324 is the lime tree, which is revered and looked up to almost as their chief patron by the theatrical players, Orang Mayong, of Penang. The invocations addressed to this spirit show that, as in most branches of magic, every part of the tree had its appropriate alias. Thus the root was called the seated prince, the trunk the standing prince, the bark the prince stretching himself, the boughs the stabbing prince, the leaves the beckoning prince, the fruit the prince loosing an arrow. The eaglewood tree. The following account of eaglewood and of the tree which produces it is quoted from the Journal of the Straits Asiatic Society. In Crawford's Dictionary of the Malay Archipelago 325 I find the following, Agula. The eaglewood of commerce. Its name in Malay and Javanese is Kalambak or Kalamba, but it is also known in these languages by that of Garu or Kayu Garu, Garu wood, a corruption of the Sanskrit agaru. There can be no doubt but that the perfumed wood is the result of disease in the tree that yields it, produced by the thickening of the sap into a gum or resin. This eaglewood of commerce, under its more familiar name Garu, is one of the rarest and most valuable products of our Malayan jungles, and the following notes may be of interest. They are the result of inquiries amongst the Malays and Pawangs in Ulu Muar and Johor, and I am indebted to Mr. L. J. kazalas for much assistance in obtaining the information contained in them. The garu tree is a tall forest tree, sometimes reaching the size of 15 feet in diameter. The bark is of a silvery gray color, and the foliage close and dense, of a dark hue. The Malay name for the tree is tabak, and no other may be used by the Paang when in search of the kayu garu. 326 garu, the diseased heartwood of the tabak, is found in trees of all sizes, even in trees of 1 foot in diameter, thus showing that the disease attacks the tree at an early stage. The garu is found in pockets, and may sometimes be discovered by the veins which run to these pockets. In other trees the veins are absent, which renders the process of searching more difficult. The tree is generally cut down and left to rot, which exposes the garu in about 6 months. Pockets are found to contain as much as 104 caddies. A single tree has been known to yield 400 caddies. 327 garu is seldom found in the sapwood, generally in the heartwood or terrace. Many tabak trees do not contain garu at all. To select the right trees is the special province of the Paang or wise man. The tabak trees are under the care of certain hantu or wood spirits, and it would be hopeless for the uninitiated to attempt to find garu. Even the Paang has to be very careful. The following is the process as far as I have been able to ascertain it. On the outskirts of the forest the Paang must burn incense, and repeat the following charm or formula. Hamali Hamali 328 Madalak, Mandila. Serta Kala Mandiat Serta Tebo. Turuan Suhaya 329 Trima Sukha Turuan Kadam Serta Aku Kabul Kata Gara Mustajak 330 Kata Ala Burkat La Ilaha Ilala. Hey Putri Balinka 331 Putri Berjuntiai, Putri Menjanjan 332 Aku Maminta Isi Tabak. Tabol di Surokan, Tabol Lindong Kapada Aku Kalau di Suro Dilindong Kan Bayar Duraka Kapada Tuhan. There is no Pantang Garu except that the words isi and tabak must be used instead of tras and garu. 333. He then proceeds to search for a likely tree, and upon finding one he again burns incense and repeats the spell as above. The tree having been cut down, the next thing is to separate the garu from the sapwood. The best way is to let the tree rot, but the Paang is often hard up, and does not mind wasting some of the garu in his hurry to realize. The following are said to be the tests for finding garu in a standing tree. 1. The tree is full of knots. Berbungkal. 2. The bark full of moss and fungus. Bertuma bercanduan. 3. Heartwood hollow. Berlobang. 4. Bark peeling off. Bergager kulit. 5. A clear space underneath. Menjlangang. 6. Stumps jutting out. Berchalak. 7. Tree tapering. Bertyrus. 8. The falling of the leaves in old trees. There are great differences in the quality of garu, and great care is taken in classifying them. It requires a skilled man to distinguish between some of the varieties. The names are as follow. 1. Chandan.334. 2. Tandak. 3. Menjalong.335. 4. Sikat. 5. Sikat Lampam.336. 6. Bulu Rusa. 7. Kemendangan. 8. Wongkong. The Chandan, Pada Tayata Champer, is oily, black, and glistening. It sinks in water. The Tadak very closely resembles the Chandan. The Menjalong Yulong may be distinguished from the Chandan and the Tandak by its length and small breadth. Splinters, 36 inches long, have been found evidently from veins, not pockets. 337. Sikat, Bertabun Champer Kubal Dan Terrace, fibrous, with slight luster, will just float in water. Black and white streaks. Sikat Lampam, the same as Sikat, only white streaks more prominent. Bulu Rusa will float in water, fibrous, generally of a yellow color. Kemendangan floats in water, whitish, fibrous fragments small. Wongkong floats in water, fibrous blocks whitish in color. The Chandan tree differs from other Garu trees in having a maximum diameter of about 1.5 feet, and very soft sapwood. Garu varies in price between $250 a pickle $338 according to the variety. The Chandan and the Tandak are the most valuable. Chinese and Malays burn it in their houses on high days and festivals, the latter generally take a supply with them on the pilgrimage to Mecca. The better varieties are used in the manufacture of aromatic oils. Before setting out to search for Garu, the Garu wizard burns incense and repeats these words, "O Grandsire Duada, divinity of Eaglewood, if you are far, be so good as to say so. If you are near, be so good as to say so," and then sets out on his quest. On finding a Karas tree he chops the bark of the trunk lightly with his cutlass, and then puts his ear to the trunk to listen. If he hears a kind of low singing, or rather whispering noise, bunyi ting ting, in the tree, he takes this as a signification that the tree contains Garu, ISI. 339 and after marking the bark with a cross, Silang Ampat, he collects wood to build a temporary shelter, Pondong, for himself, and when about to plant the first post repeats the following charm. O Grandsire Batara of the Earth, Earth Genie. Earth Spirit. Idol of Iron, Son of Wani, Solitary Wani. Son of Waya, band in the solitary. I ask you to show me an eaglewood tree. If you do not do so, you shall be a rebel against God, etc. The result of this invocation is, or should be, that the Garu spirit appears to the wizard, generally, no doubt, in a dream, and informs him what kind of sacrifice he requires on this particular occasion. Whatever kind of sacrifice is asked for, must of course be given, with the exception of a human sacrifice which, as it is expressly stated, may be compounded by the sacrifice of a fowl. When the tree has been felled you must be exceedingly careful to see that nobody passes between the end of the fallen trunk and the stump. Whoever does so will surely be killed by the eaglewood spirit, who is supposed to be extremely powerful and dangerous. I myself received a warning to this effect from some Labu Malays when I saw one of these trees felled. Malays maintain that men are frequently killed by this spirit, Mati de Hantu Garu, but that they may be recalled to life if the following recipe is acted upon. Take 2 cubits of panchong leaves, dawn panchong dua heda, flowers of the sunting mambang, and bullock's eye limes, limau mata kerba, squeeze the limes, and rub them over the corpse, saying, Sir Allah. Sir Manga Tangan. God's essence is in your heart, lit. Liver. God's attributes are in your eyes. Go and entertain the male Borabi that is in your heart and liver. The dead man will then revive and stand upon his feet. The most important point about eaglewood, however, from the animistic point of view, is the Pawang's use of the Garu Marupa, a strangely shaped piece of eaglewood which possesses a natural resemblance to some animal or bird. It is believed to contain the soul of the tree, and therefore is always, when possible, carried by the collectors of eaglewood in the belief that it will aid them in their search. I myself once owned one of these Garu Marupa, which possessed a remarkable resemblance to a bird. This appears to me very fairly sufficient evidence to prove that the tree soul is not supposed by the Malays necessarily to resemble a tree. 340. Camphor. The following account of the superstitious notions connected with the search for camphor, Kapur Barus, is extracted from a paper by Messrs. H. Lake and H. J. Kelsall. The chief interest attaching to the Kapur Barus in Johor lies in the superstitions connected with the collection of the camphor by the natives, or Orang Hulu. 341. Amongst these superstitions the most important is the use of a special language, the subject of the present paper, which has been the means of preserving some remnants of the aboriginal dialects of this part of the Malay Peninsula. This language is called by the Orang Hulu Pantang Kapur. Pantang means forbidden or tabooed, and in this case refers to the fact that in searching for the camphor the use of the ordinary Malay language is pantang, or forbidden. In addition to this there are restrictions as to food, etc. This camphor language is first referred to by Mr. Logan in his account of the aboriginal tribes of the Malay Peninsula, and he gives a list of 80 words, 33 of which are Malay or derived from Malay. The Jochans believe that there is a bison, or spirit, which presides over the camphor trees, and without propitiating this spirit it is impossible to obtain the camphor. This bison makes at night a shrill noise, and when this sound is heard it is a sure sign that there are camphor trees near at hand. This bison is really one of the cicadas which are so numerous in the Malayan jungles. When hunting for camphor the natives always throw a portion of their food out into the jungle before eating, as an offering to the bison. No prayers are offered up, but all food must be eaten dry, i.e. without sumbal, 342 or stewed fish, or vegetables. Salt must not be pounded fine. If it is eaten fine, the camphor when found will be in fine grains, but if eaten coarse the grains of camphor will be large. In rainy weather the cry of the bison is not heard. At certain seasons regular parties of Jochans, and sometimes Malays, go into the jungle to search for camphor, and they remain there as long as 3 or 4 months at a time. Not only must the men who go into the jungle to search for the camphor speak the Pantheon Kapur, but also the men and women left at home in the kampongs. The camphor occurs in the form of small grains deposited in the cracks in the interior of the trunk of the tree. Camphor is only found in the older trees, and not in all of these, and to obtain it the tree must be cut down and split up. There are certain signs which indicate when a tree contains camphor, one of which is the smell emitted from the wood when chipped. A man who is skilled in detecting the presence of camphor is called Pengula Kapur. 343 The camphor when taken away from the tree is washed, and all chips of wood and dirt carefully removed, and it is then sold to Chinese traders at Kuala Indah at prices varying according to the quality from $15 to $40 per kati. The camphor language consists in great part of words which are either Malay or of Malay origin, but contains, as above mentioned, a large number of words which are not Malay, but which are presumably remnants of the original Jochan dialects, which are apparently almost obsolete otherwise in the Indah and Sembrong districts of Johor. 344. Gutta percha. The trees from which gutta percha is taken are also supposed to be inhabited by a spirit, but this, the gutta spirit, being far less dangerous than the eaglewood spirit, fewer precautions are taken in dealing with it. In the invocation addressed to the gutta spirit, the petitioner asks for the boon of a drop of the spirit's blood, which of course is an indirect way of asking for the tree's sap. Here is a specimen of the charms used by the gutta collectors. Ho, Prince Sri Bali. Prince Sri Bandang. I wish to crave the boon of a drop of blood. May the yield be better than from this notch of mine. Here the speaker notches the tree. If it be not better, you shall be a rebel unto God, etc. The coconut palm. The following instructions to be followed by toddy collectors, who tap the coconut palm for its juice, which is boiled into sugar, were given me by a Kelantan Malay, Che Abbas of Klan Ang. When you are about to set foot against the base of the trunk, i.e., to start climbing, repeat these lines. Peace be with you, O Abu Bakr. Drowse not as you keep watch and ward in the heart of this tree, Mbai. Here climb halfway up and say, Peace be with you, little sister, handmaiden Bida. Drowse not as you keep watch and ward in the middle of the trunk. Come and accompany me on my way up this tree. Here climb up among the leaf stalks, lay hold of the central shoot, give it 3 shakes, and say, Peace be with you, little sister, youngest of the princesses. Drowse not as you keep watch and ward over the central shoot. Do you accompany me on my way down this tree? Now commence by bending down one of the blossom sheaths, lay hold of the central shoot, and thrice repeat the following lines. Peace be with your highnesses, princesses of the shorn hair and perpetual distillation, who are seen in the curve, lit swell, and the ebbing away of the blossom sheath. Of the blossom sheath see Gadebe Mayung. 7 princesses who are the handmaidens of Si Mayung. Here the speaker addresses the soul, or rather souls, of the tree. Come hither, little one, come hither. Come hither, tiny one, come hither. Come hither, bird, come hither. Come hither, fill me one, come hither. Thus I bend your neck. Thus I roll up your hair. And here is an ivory toddy knife to help the washing of your face. Chapter 6. Magic Rites as Affecting the Life of Man. 1. Birth Spirits. We now come to the spirits which are believed to attack both women and children at childbirth. These are 4 in number: the bajang, which generally takes the form of a polecat, musang, and disturbs the household by mewing like a great cat. The langsur, which takes the form of an owl with long claws, which sits and hoots upon the roof tree. The Pantheonak or Madianak, which, as will be seen presently, is also a night owl, and is supposed to be a child of the langsur, and the Penanggalan, which is believed to resemble a trunkless human head with the sac of the stomach attached to it, and which flies about seeking for an opportunity of sucking the blood of infants. With the above are often associated the polong, which is described as a diminutive but malicious species of bottle imp, and the pelicet, which is the name given to a kind of grasshopper, or cricket. But these latter, though often associated with the regular birth spirits, partake also of the character of familiar spirits 453 or bottle imps, and are usually private property. Plate 6. Bajang and Pelicet Charms. Diagrams in the author's possession representing the bajang and pelicet, birth spirits. Page 321. I will now take these spirits in the above order. The bajang, as I have said, is generally described as taking the form of a polecat, musang, but it appears to be occasionally confused with the pelicet. Thus a Malay magician once told me that the bajang took the form of a house cricket, and that when thus embodied it may be kept by a man, as the pelicet may be kept by a woman. This statement, however, must not be accepted without due reserve, and it may be taken as a certainty that the usual conception of the bajang's embodiment is a polecat. I need hardly say that it is considered very dangerous to children, who are sometimes provided with a sort of armlet of black silk threads, called a bajang bracelet, jilang bajang, which, it is supposed, will protect them against it. On the opposite page will be seen a remarkable drawing 454, of which a facsimile is here given, which appears to represent the outline of a bajang, scripturally modified to serve as a countercharm against the bajang itself. 455. The following account of the bajang is by Sir Frank Swettenham. Someone in the village falls ill of a complaint the symptoms of which are unusual. There may be convulsions, unconsciousness, or delirium, possibly for some days together or with intervals between the attacks. The relatives will call in a native doctor, and at her, she is usually an ancient female, suggestion, or without it, an impression will arise that the patient is the victim of a bajang. Such an impression quickly develops into certainty, and any trifle will suggest the owner of the evil spirit. One method of verifying this suspicion is to wait till the patient is in a state of delirium, and then to question him or her as to who is the author of the trouble. This should be done by some independent person of authority, who is supposed to be able to ascertain the truth. A further and convincing proof is then to call in a poang skilled in dealing with wizards. In Malay countries they are usually men, and if he knows his business his power is such that he will place the sorcerer in one room, and while he in another scrapes an iron vessel with a razor, the culprit's hair will fall off as though the razor had been applied to his head instead of to the vessel. That is supposing he is the culprit; if not, of course he will pass through the ordeal without damage. I have been assured that the shaving process is so efficacious that, as the vessel represents the head of the person standing his trial, wherever it is scraped the wizard's hair will fall off in a corresponding spot. It might be supposed that under these circumstances the accused is reasonably safe, but this test of guilt is not always employed. What more commonly happens is that when several cases of unexplained sickness have occurred in a village, with possibly 1 or 2 deaths, the people of the place lodge a formal complaint against the supposed author of these ills, and desire that he be punished. Before the advent of British influence it was the practice to kill the wizard or witch whose guilt had been established to Malay satisfaction, and such executions were carried out not many years ago. I remember a case in Perak less than 10 years ago, when the people of an upriver village accused a man of keeping a bajang, and the present sultan, who was then the principal Malay judge in the state, told them he would severely punish the bajang if they would produce it. They went away hardly satisfied, and shortly after made a united representation to the effect that if the person suspected were allowed to remain in their midst they would kill him. Before anything could be done they put him, his family, and effects on a raft and started them down the river. On their arrival at Kuala Kangsar the man was given an isolated hut to live in, but not long afterwards he disappeared. The hereditary bajang comes like other evils, the unsought heritage of a dissolute ancestry, but the acquired bajang is usually obtained from the newly buried body of a stillborn child, which is supposed to be the abiding place of a familiar spirit until lured therefrom by the solicitations of someone who, at dead of night, stands over the grave and by potent incantations persuades the bajang to come forth. It is all very well for the Kedah ladies to sacrifice their shadows to obtain possession of a pelset. Leaders of society must be in the fashion at any cost. But there are plenty of people living in Perak who have seen more than one ancient Malay dame taken out into the river and, despite her protestations, her tears, and entreaties, have watched her, with hands and feet tied, put into the water and slowly pushed down out of sight by means of a long pole with a fork at one end which fitted on her neck. Those who have witnessed these executions have no doubt of the justice of the punishment, and not uncommonly add that after 2 or 3 examples had been made there would always ensue a period of rest from the torments of the bajang. I have also been assured that the bajang, in the shape of a lizard, has been seen to issue from the drowning person's nose. That statement no doubt is made on the authority of those who condemned and executed the victim. The popular superstition about the langsur is thus described by Sir William Maxwell. If a woman dies in childbirth, either before delivery or after the birth of a child, and before the 40 days of uncleanness have expired, she is popularly supposed to become a langsuyar, a flying demon of the nature of the white lady or banshee. To prevent this, a quantity of glass beads are put in the mouth of the corpse, a hen's egg is put under each armpit, and needles are placed in the palms of the hands. It is believed that if this is done the dead woman cannot become a langsuyar, as she cannot open her mouth to shriek, njilai, or wave her arms as wings, or open and shut her hands to assist her flight. 456. The superstitions about the langsur, however, do not end here. For with regard to its origin the Selangor Malays tell the following story. The original langsur, whose embodiment is supposed to be a kind of night owl, is described as being a woman of dazzling beauty, who died from the shock of hearing that her child was stillborn, and had taken the shape of the Pantheon. 457 On hearing this terrible news, she clapped her hands, and without further warning, flew whinnying away to a tree, upon which she perched. She may be known by her robe of green, by her tapering nails of extraordinary length, a mark of beauty, and by the long jet black tresses which she allows to fall down to her ankles, only, alas! For the truth must be told, in order to conceal the hole in the back of her neck through which she sucks the blood of children. These vampire-like proclivities of hers may, however, be successfully combated if the right means are adopted, for if you are able to catch her, cut short her nails and luxuriant tresses, and stuff them into the hole in her neck. She will become tame and indistinguishable from an ordinary woman, remaining so for years. Cases have been known, indeed, in which she has become a wife and a mother, until she was allowed to dance at a village merrymaking, when she at once reverted to her ghostly form, and flew off into the dark and gloomy forest from whence she came. Plate 7. Penanggalan and Langsur. Models of the Penanggalan and Langsur, the former being the head on the left. Note the length of the Langsur's nails. Page 326. In their wild state, a Malay once informed me, these woman vampires are exceedingly fond of fish, and once and again may be seen, sitting in crowds on the fishing stakes at the river mouth awaiting an opportunity to steal the fish. However that may be, it seems curiously in keeping with the following charm for laying a langsur. O ye mosquito fry at the river's mouth! When yet a great way off, ye are sharp of eye. When near, ye are hard of heart. When the rock in the ground opens of itself, then, and then only, be emboldened the hearts of my foes and opponents. When the corpse in the ground opens of itself. Then, and then only, be emboldened the hearts of my foes and opponents. May your heart be softened when you behold me. By grace of this prayer that I use, called Silam Bayu. The mosquito fry at the river's mouth, in the first line is no doubt intended as an allusion to the Langsur who frequent the fishing stakes. The Pontianak, or Madianak, as has already been said, is the stillborn child of the Langsur, and its embodiment is like that of its mother, a kind of night owl. 458 Curiously enough, it appears to be the only one of these spirits which rises to the dignity of being addressed as a jinn or genie, as appears from the charms which are used for laying it. Thus we find in a common charm. O Pontianak the stillborn. May you be struck dead by the soil from the grave mound. Thus, we, cut the bamboo joints, the long and the short. To cook therein the liver of the jinn, demon, Pontianak. By the grace of, there is no God but God, etc. To prevent a stillborn child from becoming a Pontianak, the corpse is treated in the same way as that of the mother, i.e. a hen's egg is put under each armpit, a needle in the palm of each hand, and, probably, glass beads or some simple equivalent in its mouth. The charm which is used on this occasion will be found in the appendix. The Penanggalan is a sort of monstrous vampire which delights in sucking the blood of children. The story goes that once upon a time a woman was sitting, to perform a religious penance, Dudak Bertapa, in one of the large wooden vats which are used by the Malays for holding the vinegar made by drawing off the sap of the thatch palm, Menyadap Nipa. Quite unexpectedly a man came in, and finding her sitting in the vat, asked her, "What are you doing there?" To this the woman replied, "What business have you to ask?" But being very much startled she attempted to escape, and in the excitement of the moment, kicked her own chin with such force that the skin split round her neck. And her head, with the sack of the stomach depending from it, actually became separated from the trunk, and flew off to perch upon the nearest tree. Ever since then she has existed as a spirit of evil, sitting on the roof tree whinnying, Menjalai, whenever a child is born in the house, or trying to force her way up through the floor on which the child lies, in order to drink its blood. 459. The only two spirits of this class which now remain are the Polong and the Pelisit, and these, as I have said, partake to a great extent of the character of familiar spirits or bottle imps, and are by no means confined to a single role as the preceding ones have been. The Polong resembles an exceedingly diminutive female figure or mannequin, being in point of size about as big as the top joint of the little finger. It will fly through the air to wherever it is told to go, but is always preceded by its pet or plaything, Pamanan, the Pelisit, which, as has already been said, appears to be a species of house cricket. Whenever the Polong wishes to enter, Dirasoki, a new victim, it sends the Pelisit on before it, and as soon as the latter, flying in a headlong fashion, Menalantang Menjarankan, has entered its victim's body, which it usually does tail foremost, and begins to chirp, the Polong follows. It is generally hidden away outside the house by its owner, Jinjangan, and fed with blood pricked from the finger. The description usually given of a Polong tallies curiously with the Malay definition of the soul. 460. The last of these spirits, the Pelisit or house cricket, which is the Polong's plaything or pet, flies to and fro, Razak Sana, till it finds the body which its mistress has ordered it to enter, harm only being done when it enters tail foremost, as it generally does. It is occasionally caught and kept in a bottle by Malay women, who feed it either on parched or saffron-stained rice, or on blood drawn from the tip of the fourth finger which they prick for the purpose, and who, when they wish to get rid of it, bury it in the ground. When a sick person is affected by a Pelisit, one of the signs of which is to rave about cats, the medicine man comes and addresses the Pelisit, or Polong, which has taken up its residence in the patient's body, with the words, "Who is your mother?" To this question the Pelisit replies, speaking with the patient's voice, but in a high falsetto key, and giving the name of the person who sent it, whereupon prompt measures are taken to compel the owner to recall it. It now only remains to describe the means employed by the Malays to secure one of these familiar spirits, which can be guaranteed to cause the greatest possible annoyance to your enemy, with the least possible trouble on your own part. Receipt for securing a pelicet. Go to the graveyard at night and dig up the body of a firstborn child whose mother was also firstborn, and which has been dead less than 40 days. On digging it up, carry it out to an ant-hill in the open ground, and there dandle it, di timang. After a little while, when the child shrieks and lolls its tongue out, turgular lidanaya, bite off its tongue and carry it home. Then obtain a coconut shell from a solitary green coconut palm, nayar hijau, and carry it to a place where 3 roads meet, light a fire and heat the shell till oil exudes, dip the child's tongue in the oil. And bury it in the heart of the 3 cross roads, hadi sempang tiga. Leave it untouched for 3 nights, then dig it up and you will find that it has turned into a pelicet, for 61. 2. Birth ceremonies. In or about the 7th month of pregnancy, Mengandang Tujo Bulan, a Biden, 462, sage femme, is engaged, Menempa. The ceremony being described as follows. A copper vessel called charana, which is something like a fruit dish with a stand or foot to it, is filled with 4 or 5 peeled areca nuts, a small block of gambir. A portion of lime, capper saper capran, tahil, tahil, of tobacco, and 3 or 4 packets, susan, of betel leaf, and carried to the Biden's house, where it is presented to her with the words. I wish to engage you for my child, Ini ku mahu menempa anak ku, or words to that effect. Usually the contents of the charana are enclosed in small brass receptacles, but on such occasions as the present no receptacles are used, the usual accessories of the betel chewing ceremony being deposited in the charana itself. The Biden, on receiving the charana, and charming the contents, inverts it, pouring out, decorican, its contents upon the floor, and taking omens for the coming event from the manner in which they fall. For 63 she then commences to chew the betel leaf, and when she has taken as much as she requires, she generally performs some species of divination, tengo dalam petua, in order to ascertain the nature of the child's horoscope. This object may be achieved in several ways, e.g. by astrological calculations, by casting up, palak or phalakia, the numerical values of the letters of both parents' names, in accordance with the al-shari or secret cipher alphabet. By observance of a wax taper fixed upon the brim of a jar of water, dien di tepi byong air, and by observance of a cup of betel leaf water, air siri. When the time arrives the Biden is sent for and escorted to the spot, where she points out the luckiest place in the house for the child to be born. Such a spot must not be under the ends of the slats of the palm thatch, but between them, the exact spot being discovered by repeatedly dropping the blade of a hatchet or cutlass half downwards into the ground below the raised floor of the house. Until a spot is found wherein it sticks and remains upright. A rattan loop, tali ongas, to enable the patient to raise herself to a sitting posture, is suspended from the rafters over the spot selected. While just exactly beneath it under the floor of the house, which is raised on piles like the old Swiss lake dwellings, are fastened a bunch of leaves of the prickly pandanus, the acid eggplant, and a lekker jantan, which is a kind of rattan stand used for Malay cooking pots. The leaves of these plants are used because it is thought that their thorns will prick any evil spirit 464 which tries to get at the child from below, whilst the circular cooking pot stand will act as a noose or snare. Over the patient's head, and just under the rafters, is spread a casting net, jela, together with a bunch of leaves of the red dracena, genjuang or lenjuang mera, and the acid eggplant. 465. A big tray, talam, is now filled with a measure of uncooked husked rice, biras esigantang, and covered over with a small mat of screw palm leaves, tikar mengkwang. This mat is in turn covered with from 3 to 7 thicknesses of fine Malay sarongs, a sort of broad plaid worn as a skirt, and these latter again are surmounted by a second mat upon which the newly born infant is to be deposited. The next process is the purification of mother and child by a ceremony which consists of bathing both in warm water just not hot enough to scald the skin, air pesem jangan melachak kulit, and in which are leaves of lenquas, haliao, cuniate tirus, cuniate, pandan bough, areca palm blossom, and the dried leaves, Karansong or Karasek, of the Pisang Kalat. This has to be repeated, every morning and evening. In most places the newborn infant is, as has been said, laid upon a mat and formally adopted by the father, who breathes into the child's ear 466 a sort of Mohammedan prayer or formula, which is called bang in the case of a boy, and komet in the case of a girl. After purification the child is swaddled in a sort of papoose. An inner bandage, barut, is swathed round the child's waist, and a broad cloth band, kain lampin, is wound round its body from the knees to the breast. After which the outer bandage, kain bidang, is wound round the child's body from the feet to the shoulder, and is worn continually until the child is 3 or 4 months old, or, in Malay parlance, until he has learned to crawl, tahu miniarap. This contrivance, it is alleged, prevents the child from starting and straining its muscles. Over the child's mat is suspended a sort of small conical mosquito net, kain bachak, the upper end of which is generally stitched, disemat, or pinned on to the top of the parent's mosquito curtain, and which is intended to protect the child from any stray mosquito or sandfly which may have found its way into the bigger net used by his parents. Next comes the ceremony of marking the forehead, chanting muka, which is supposed to keep the child from starting and straining itself, jangan turkja turkika, and from convulsions, so on. And at the same time to preserve it from evil spirits. The following are the directions: take chips of wood from the thin end, kapla, of the threshold, from the steps of the house ladder, and from the house furniture, together with a coat, kasip, of garlic, a coat of an onion, asafoetida, a rattan cooking pot stand, and fiber from the monkey face of an unfertile coconut, tampo nair jantan. Burn all these articles together, collect the ashes, and mix them by means of the forefinger with a little betel water. Now repeat the proper charm, dip the finger in the mixture, and mark the center of the child's forehead, if a boy with a sign resembling what is called a benchmark, if a girl with a plain cross plus, and at the same time put small daubs on the nose, cheeks, chin, and shoulders. Then mark the mother with a line drawn from breast to breast, pankasusu, and a daub on the end of the nose, kalek hidong. If you do this properly, a Langat Malay informed me, the evil one will take mother and child for his own wife and child, who are supposed to be similarly marked, and will consequently refrain from harming them. In addition to the above, if the child is a girl, her eyebrows are shaved and a curve drawn in their place, extending from the root of the nose to the ear, dipantiskan bentok taji dari muka sampai pelipis. The mixture used for marking these curves consists of manjakani mixed with milk from the mother's breast. Another most curious custom which recalls a parallel custom among North American Indians, is occasionally resorted to for the purpose of altering the shape of the child's head. When it is considered too long, terlampa panjang, a small tightly fitting, yam leaf cap, sanko dawn kaladi, consisting of 7 thicknesses of caladium, yam, leaves is used to compress it. This operation is supposed to shorten the child's skull, and the person who fits it on to the child's head uses the words, Muhammad, short be your head, in the case of a boy, and, Fatima, short be your head, in the case of a girl. Now comes the ceremony of administering to the infant what is called the mouth opener, lit. Mouth splitter, pemla mulet. First, you take a green coconut, nair sunkaran, split it in halves, dibila nair, put a grain of salt inside 1/2 of the shell, dibubo garamesebuku, and give it to the child to drink, counting up to 7. And putting it to the child's mouth at the word 7, latakan di mulet naya. Then repeat the ceremony, substituting asam, tamarinds, for the salt. Finally, take a gold ring, and after rubbing it against the inside of the coconut, kalek di dalam nair, lay it upon the child's lips, latakan di bibernaya, saying, Bismillah, etc. Do the same with a silver and amalgam, gold and silver, ring respectively, and the ceremony will be at an end. I may note, in passing, that it is in allusion to the above ceremony that you will sometimes hear old men say, it's not the first time I tasted salt, I did so ever since I was first put into my swinging cot, aku makan garam dahulu. Daripada tatkala naik bayan. Sometimes a little rock sugar gula batu, is added to make the mouth opener more palatable. From the time when the child is about 24 hours old until it is of the age of 3 months, it is fed with rice boiled in a pot on the fire, broken, dilecek, by means of a short broad coconut shell spoon, pelecek. Mixed with a little sugar and squeezed into small receptacles of woven coconut leaf, ketupat. Later it is taught to feed at the breast, menetek, which continues until it is weaned by the application of bitter aloes, jadam, to the mother's breasts. In the rice jar, byong biras, during this period, a stone, a big iron nail, and a candle nut must be kept, and a spoon, sendok, must always be used for putting the rice into the pot before boiling it. Moreover, the mother, when eating or drinking, must always cross her left arm under her breasts, diampu susunaya di lengan kiri, leaving the right arm free to bring the food to the mouth. When the child has been bathed, it is fumigated, and deposited for the first time in a swinging cot, the Malay substitute for a cradle, which, according to immemorial custom, is formed by a black cloth slung from one of the rafters. To fumigate 467 you take leaves of the red dracaena, genjuang merah, and wrap them round first with the casing of the charred torch, puntong, used at the severing of the cord, pembuang tali pusat. Then with leaves of the tirong asam, acid eggplant, and tie them round at intervals with a string of shredded tree bark, tali tirap. The funnel-shaped bouquet thus formed is suspended above the child's cot, bayan. A spice block, bata giling, is deposited inside it, and underneath it are placed the naked blade of a cutlass, parang puting, a coconut scraper, kukuran, and one of the basketwork stands used for the cooking pots, lekar jantan. Which latter is slung round the neck of the coconut scraper. This last strange contrivance is, I believe, intended as a hint to the evil spirit or vampire which comes to suck the child's blood, and for whom the trap described above is set underneath the house floor. Now get a censer and burn incense in it, adding to the flame, as it burns, rubbish from beneath a deserted house, the deserted nest of a merba, dove, and the deserted nest of the rain bird, sarung burung yujin yujin. When all is ready, rock the cot very gently 7 times, then take the spice block out of the cot and deposit it together with the blade of the cutlass upon the ground. Take the child in your arms and fumigate it by moving it thrice round in a circle over the smoke of the censer, counting up to 7 as you do so, and swing the child gently towards your left. At the word 7, call the child's soul by saying, cluck, cluck. Soul of Muhammad here. If it is a boy, or, cluck, cluck. Soul of Fatima here. If it is a girl. Deposit the child in the cot and rock it very gently, so that it does not swing farther than the neck of the coconut scraper extends, sa panjang kukuran sahaja. After this you may swing it as far as you like, but for at least 7 days afterwards, whenever the child is taken out of the cot, the spice block, or stone child, anak batu, as it is called, must be deposited in the cot as a substitute for the child, pengganti buttock. Once in every 4 hours the child should be bathed with cold water, in order that it may be kept cool. This custom, I was told, is diametrically opposite to that which obtains at Malacca, where the child is bathed as rarely as possible. The custom followed in Selangor is said to prevent the child from getting a sore mouth, Guam. For the first 2 months or so, whenever the child is bathed, it is rubbed over with a paste obtained by mixing powdered rice with the powder obtained from a red stone called batakawi. This stone, which is said by some Malays to take its name from the island of Langkawi, is thought to possess astringent, kalat, qualities, and is used by Malay women to improve their skin. Before use the paste is fumigated with the smoke of burning eagle wood, sandalwood, and incense, after which the liquid, which is said to resemble red ink, is applied to the skin, and then washed off, no doubt, with lime juice in the ordinary way. In the cold water which is used for bathing the child are deposited a big iron nail, as a symbol of iron, candle nuts, and cockle shells, kulit kerang, to which some Malays add a kind of parasite called sibrnas, i.e. well filled out, a word applied to children who are fat, instead of the word gamak, which is considered unlucky, and another parasite called satinjin or si dinjin, the cold one. After bathing, the Biden should perform the ceremony called semer siri, which consists in the ejecting of betel leaf, mixed with other ingredients, out of her mouth onto the pit of the child's stomach. The ingredients being pounded leaves of the bunglii, checker, and jarango, and chips of Brazil wood, ebony, and sugar palm twigs, segar kabong. To these are sometimes added small portions of the rough bamboo, bulu kasap, of the bemban balu, and of the leaf cases of the erica palm, either yupi bila batang or yupi sarong. The child is generally named within the first week, but I have not yet heard of any special ceremony connected with the naming, though it is most probably considered as a religious act. The name is evidently considered of some importance, for if the child happens to get ill directly after the naming, it is sometimes readopted, temporarily, by a third party, who gives it a different name. When this happens, a species of bracelets and anklets made of black cloth are put upon the child's wrists and ankles, the ceremony being called tumpang sayang. A few days later the child's head is shaved, and his nails cut for the first time. For the former process a red lather is manufactured from fine rice flour mixed with gambar, lime, and betel leaf. Some people have the child's head shaved clean, others leave the central lock, jambal. In either case the remains of the red lather, together with the clippings of hair, and nails, are received in a rolled-up yam leaf, dawn k lady dipanjit, or coconut, and carried away and deposited at the foot of a shady tree, such as a banana, or a pomegranate. Sometimes, as had been done in the case of a Malay bride at whose tonsure I assisted, the parents make a vow at a child's birth that they will give a feast at the tonsure of its hair, just before its marriage, provided the child grows up in safety. Occasionally the ceremony of shaving the child's head takes place on the 44th day after birth, the ceremony being called balik juru. A small sum, such as $2 or $3.00, is also sometimes presented to a pilgrim to carry clippings of the child's locks to Mecca and cast them into the well Zemzem, such payment being called keka, akka, in the case of a boy, and kurban in the case of a girl. 468. To return to the mother. She is bathed in hot water at 8 o'clock each morning for 3 days, and from the day of birth, after ablution, she has to undergo the strangest ceremony of all, ascending the roasting place, naik salian. A kind of rough couch is prepared upon a small platform, salian, which is about 6 feet in length, and slopes downwards towards the foot, where it is about 2 feet above the floor. Beneath this platform a fireplace or hearth, dapur, for 69 is constructed, and a roaring fire lighted, which is intended to warm the patient to a degree consistent with Malay ideas of what is beneficial. Custom, which is stronger than law, forces the patient to recline upon this couch 2 or 3 times in the course of the day, and to remain upon it each time for an hour or 2. To such extremes is this practice carried, that, on one occasion a poor woman was brought to the point of death, and would have died if she had not been rescued by the kind interposition of the civil assistant surgeon. The excessive excitement caused by the heat was so overpowering that aberration of mind ensued which continued for several months. 470. As if this were not enough, one of the heated hearthstones, batu tungku, is frequently wrapped up in a piece of flannel or old rags, applied to the patient's stomach so as to roast her still more effectually. This roasting custom is said to continue for the whole of the 44 days of uncleanness. During this period there are many birth taboos, pantang baranak, applying to food, the following articles being usually forbidden: 1. Things which have, from the Malay point of view, a lowering effect on the constitution, segala yang sejuk-sejuk. E.g. fruits, with some exceptions, and vegetables. 2. Things which have a heating effect on the blood, segala yang bisa-bisa, e.g. the fish called pari, skate, the prickly fish, ikan duri, and the sembalang, a kind of mudfish with poisonous spines on both sides and back, and all freshwater fish. 3. All things which have an irritating effect on the skin, segala yang gadal-gadal, e.g. the fish called tengairi, and tarabak, shellfish, and the eggplant or brinjal, while the fish called kurau, gilama, senahong, parang-parang may be eaten, so long as they are well salted. 4. things which are supposed to cause faintness, segala yang benten, or swooning, pingsan, such, for instance, as uncooked coconut pulp, gourds and cucumbers. 5. Sugar, with the exception of coconut sugar, coconuts, and chilies. 471. The following description of birth taboos in Pahang, taken from Mr. H. Clifford's Studies in Brown Humanity, will give a good general idea of this part of the subject. When Yumat has placed the Sira leaves, he has done all he can for Salima. And he resigns himself to endure the anxiety of the next few months with the patience of which he has so much command. The Pantang Baranak, or birth taboos, hem a husband in almost as rigidly as they do his wife, and Yumat, who is as superstitious as are all the Malays of the lower classes, is filled with fear lest he should unwittingly transgress any law, the breach of which might cost Salima her life. He no longer shaves his head periodically, as he loves to do, for a naked scalp is very cool and comfortable. He does not even cut his hair, and a thick black shock stands 5 inches high upon his head, and tumbles raggedly about his neck and ears. Salima is his first wife, and never before has she borne children, wherefore no hair of her husband's must be trimmed until her days are accomplished. Yumat will not kill the fowls for the cook now, nor even drive a stray dog from the compound with violence, lest he should chance to maim it, for he must shed no blood, and must do no hurt to any living thing during all this time. One day he is sent on an errand upriver and is absent until the 3rd day. On inquiry it appears that he passed the night in a friend's house, and on the morrow found that the wife of his host was shortly expecting to become a mother. Therefore he had to remain at least 2 nights in the village. Why? Because if he failed to do so, Salima would die. Why would she die? God alone knows, but such is the teaching of the men of old, the wise ones of ancient days. But Yumat's chief privation is that he is forbidden to sit in the doorway of his house. To understand what this means to a Malay, you must realize that the seat in the doorway, at the head of the stair-ladder that reaches to the ground, is to him much what the fireside is to the English peasant. It is here that he sits and looks out patiently at life, as the European gazes into the heart of the fire. It is here that his neighbors come to gossip with him, and it is in the doorway of his own or his friend's house that the echo of the world is borne to his ears. But, while Salima is ill, Yumat may not block the doorway, or dreadful consequences will ensue, and though he appreciates this and makes the sacrifice readily for his wife's sake, it takes much of the comfort out of his life. Salima, meanwhile, has to be equally circumspect. She bridles her woman's tongue resolutely, and no word in disparagement of man or beast passes her lips during all these months, for she has no desire to see the qualities she dislikes reproduced in the child. She is often tired to death and faint and ill before her hour draws nigh, but none the less she will not lie upon her mat during the daytime lest her heavy eyes should close in sleep, since her child would surely fall a prey to evil spirits were she to do so. Therefore she fights on to the dusk, and Yumat does all he can to comfort her and to lighten her sufferings by constant tenderness and care. The medicine, Sumbaran Bara, used by the mother after her confinement, consists of the ashes of a burnt coconut shell pounded and mixed with a pinch of black pepper, Lada Hitam sa Jimput, or root of garlic, Bawang Putih sa Labo, and enough vinegar to make the mixture liquid. This potion is drunk for 3 consecutive mornings. A bandage is swathed about her waist, and she is treated with a cosmetic, bedak, manufactured from temu kuning, which is pounded small, and mixed as before with garlic, black pepper, and vinegar, and applied every morning and evening for the first 3 days. During the next 3 days a new cosmetic, bedak cuniat tirus, is applied, the ingredients being cuniat tirus pounded and mixed in the same way as the cosmetic just described. At the same time the patient is given a potion made from the ash of burnt durian skins, abu kulit durian, mixed as before with vinegar. The fruitstalk, or spire, of a coconut palm, mangar nair, being substituted if the durian skin is not obtainable. A poultice, ubat pupak, is also applied to the patient's forehead, after the early bathing, during the 44 days of her retirement. It consists of leaves of the tahi babi, jintan hitam, and garlic, pounded and mixed as usual with vinegar. After 3 days an extraordinary mixture, called in Selangor the 100 herbs, rempah ratus, but in Malacca merely pot herbs, rempah pirayak, is concocted from all kinds of herbs, roots, and spices. The ingredients are put into a large vessel of water and left to soak, a portion of the liquor being strained off and given to the patient as a potion every morning for about 10 days. Similar ingredients boiled in a large pot, which is kept hot by being hermetically sealed, digatong, and by having live embers placed underneath it from time to time, furnish the regular beverage of the patient up to the time of her purification. After the first fortnight, however, the lees are extracted from the vessel and used to compose a poultice which is applied to the patient's waist, a set of fresh ingredients replacing the old ones. 472 It is sold for 50 cents a jar. On the 44th day the raised platform or roasting place, salian, is taken down and the ceremony called floor washing, basolanti, takes place, the whole house being thoroughly washed and cleaned. The floor having been smeared with rice cosmetic, bedak, such as the Malays use for the bathing ceremony, it is well scratched by the claws of a fowl, which is caught, and washed, for the purpose, and then held over the floor and forced to do the scratching required of it. The cosmetic is then removed, dilangar, by means of lime juice, again as in the bathing ceremony, and the hearth fire is changed. The Biden now receives her pay, usually getting in cash for the eldest child $4.40, in some places $5.40, for the second, $3.40, the third, $2.40, and for the fourth, and all subsequent children, $1.40, unless she is hastily summoned, Biden Tarik, and no engagement, Menempa, has been made, in which case she may demand half a bara, $11. Besides this somewhat meager remuneration, however, she receives from the well-to-do, at the floor-washing ceremony, such presents as cast-off clothes, cane bikas tubo, a bowl of saffron rice, a bowl of the rice cosmetic and limes, bidak limo, and a platter of betel leaf, with accessories, charana siri. Though the remuneration may appear small, it was, nevertheless, sure, as in former days an unwritten law allowed her to take the child and cry it for sale, dijaja, round the country, should her fee remain unpaid. Before concluding the present subject it will be necessary to describe certain specific injunctions and taboos which form an important part of the vast body of Malay customs which center specially round the birth of children. Before the child is born the father has to be more than usually circumspect with regard to what he does, as any untoward act on his part would assuredly have a prejudicial effect on the child, and cause a birthmark or even actual deformity. Any such affection being called keenan. In a case which came to my notice the son was born with only a thumb, forefinger, and little finger on the left hand, and a great toe on the left foot, the rest of the fingers and toes on the left side being wanting. This, I was told, was due to the fact that the father violated this taboo by going to the fishing stakes one day and killing a crab by chopping at it with a cutlass. In former days during this period it was taboo, pantang, for the father to cut the throat of a buffalo or even of a fowl, or, in fact, to take the life of any animal whatever, a trace no doubt of Indian influences. A Malay told me once that his son, soon after birth, was afflicted with a great obstruction of breathing. But that when the medicine man, Poang, declared, after diagnosing the case, that the child was suffering from a fish affection, keenan ikan. He remembered that he had knocked on the head an extraordinary number of fish which he had caught on the very day that his son was born. He therefore, by the advice of the medicine man, gave the child a potion made from pounded fish bones, and an immediate and permanent recovery was the result. Such affections as those described are classified by the Malays according to the kind of influence which is supposed to have produced them. Thus the unoffending victim may be either fish-struck, keenan ikan, as described above, ape-struck, keenan birak, dog-struck, keenan anjing, crab-struck, keenan ketam, and so forth. It being maintained that in every case the child either displays some physical deformity, causing a resemblance to the animal by which it was affected, or else, and more commonly, unconsciously imitates its actions or its voice. Another interesting custom was that the father was stringently forbidden to cut his hair until after the birth of the child. The following passage bearing on the subject is taken from Sir W. E. Maxwell's article on the folklore of the Malays. In selecting timber for the uprights of a Malay house, care must be taken to reject any log which is indented by the pressure of any parasitic creeper which may have wound round it when it was a living tree. A log so marked, if used in building a house, will exercise an unfavorable influence in childbirth, protracting delivery, and endangering the lives of mother and child. Many precautions must be taken to guard against evil influence of a similar kind, when one of the inmates of a house is expecting to become a mother. No one may divide the house, bella rumah, that is, go in at the front door and out at the back, or vice versa, nor may any guest or stranger be entertained in the house for one night only. He must be detained for a second night to complete an even period. If an eclipse occurs, the woman on whose account these observances are necessary must be taken into the penanga, kitchen, and placed beneath the shelf or platform, para, on which the domestic utensils are kept. A spoon is put into her hand. If these precautions are not taken, the child when born will be deformed. Sir W. E. Maxwell in the above is speaking of Perak Malays. The passage just quoted applies to a great extent to Selangor, but with a few discrepancies. Thus a housepost indented by a creeper is generally avoided in Selangor for a different reason, viz. that it is supposed to bring snakes into the house. Dividing the house, however, is generally considered an important birth taboo in Selangor, the threatened penalty for its non-observance being averted by compelling the guilty party to submit to the unpleasant ceremony called semar, a member of the family being required to eject, semar, a mouthful of water upon the small of the culprit's back. In Selangor, again, a guest must stay 3 nights, not 2, in the house, his departure on the first or second night being called, insulting the night, menjolak malam. To avert the evil consequences of such an act, fumigation, rabban, is resorted to, the recipe for it running as follows: take asafoetida, sulfur, cuniate tiras, an evil-smelling root, onion skins, dried arecanut husk, lemongrass leaves, and an old mat or cloth, burn them, and leave the ashes for about an hour at sunset on the floor of the passage in front of the door. That a sensible and self-respecting demon should avoid a house where such an unconscionable odor is raised is not in the least surprising. In the event of an eclipse the customs of the 2 sister states appear to be nearly identical. The only difference being that in Selangor the woman is placed in the doorway, in the moonlight as far as possible, and is furnished with the basketwork stand of a cooking pot, as well as a wooden rice spoon. The former as a trap to catch any unwary demon who may be so foolish as to put his head into the noose, and the latter as a weapon of offense, it being supposed that the rattan binding of the spoon, which must, of course, be of the orthodox Malay pattern, will unwind itself and entangle the assailant, in the case of any real danger. Finally, the bidan must be present to massage the woman, and repeat the necessary charms. From the following passage it would appear that the corresponding Pahang custom does not materially differ from that of Perak and Selangor. But during the period that the moon's fate hung in the balance, Salima has suffered many things. She has been seated motionless in the fireplace under the tray-like shelf, which hangs from the low rafters, trembling with terror of, she knows not what. The little basketwork stand, on which the hot rice pot is wont to rest, is worn on her head as a cap, and in her girdle the long wooden rice spoon is stuck dagger-wise. Neither she nor Yumat know why these things are done, but they never dream of questioning their necessity. It is the custom. The men of olden days have decreed that women with child should do these things when the moon is in trouble, and the consequences of neglect are too terrible to be risked, so Salima and Yumat act according to their simple faith. 3. Adolescence. Of the purely Malay ceremonies performed at adolescence, the most important are the filing of the teeth, barasa gigi, for 73 and the cutting of the first locks of hair. In cases where this latter operation has been postponed till the child's marriage by a vow of its parents. The following is a description of the rite of tonsure, bercukur, at which I was present in person. Some time ago, in 1897, I received, through one of my local Malay headmen, an invitation to attend a tonsure ceremony. When I arrived, about 2 p.m. in company of the headman referred to, the usual dancing and Quran chanting was proceeding in the outer chamber or veranda, which was decked out for the occasion with the usual brilliantly colored ceiling cloth and striped wall tapestry. After a short interval we were invited to enter an inner room, where a number of Malays of both sexes were awaiting the performance of the rite. The first thing, however, that caught the eye was a gracefully draped figure standing with shrouded head, and with its back to the company, upon the lowest step of the dais, Jire, which had been erected with a view to the prospective wedding ceremony. This was the bride. A dark-colored veil, thrown over her head and shoulders, allowed 7 luxuriant tresses of her wonderful raven-black hair to escape and roll down below her waist, a ring of precious metal being attached to the end of each tress. Close to the bride, and ready to support her, should she require it, in her motherly arms, stood the, on such occasions, familiar figure of the duenna, Mak Inang, whose duty, however, in the present instance was confined to taking the left hand of the bride between her own, and supporting it in a horizontal position whilst each of the 7 representatives, or angwaris, for 74 in turn was sprinkling it with the neutralizing rice paste, tepung tawar, by means of the usual bunch or brush of leaves. A little in front of this pair stood a youth supporting in his hands an unhusked coconut shell. The crown of this coconut had been removed, and the edges at the top cut in such a way as to form a chevron or dogtooth border. Upon the indentations of this rim was deposited a necklace, and a large pair of scissors about the size of a tailor's shears were stuck point downwards in the rim. The coconut itself was perhaps half filled with its milk. Close to this youth stood another, supporting one of the usual circular brass trays, with high sides, containing all the ordinary accessories of the tepung tawar ceremony, i.e. a bowl of rice paste, a brush of leaves, parched rice, washed saffron-stained rice, and benzoin or incense. I was now requested to open the proceedings, but at my express desire the Penggulu, Malay headman, did so for me, first scattering several handfuls, of the different sorts of rice, over the bride, and then sprinkling the rice paste upon the palm of her left hand, which was held out to receive it as described above. The sprinkling over, he took the scissors and with great deliberation severed the end of the first lock, which was made to fall with a little splash, and with the ring attached to it, into the coconut with the dogtooth border. 5 other waris, representatives, and myself followed suit, the 7 tresses with the rings attached to them being all received in the coconut as described. A child of the age of about 2 or 3 years underwent the tonsure at the same time, each of the representatives, after severing the bride's lock, snipping off a portion of the child's hair. The child was in arms and was not veiled, but wore a shoulder cloth, bidak, thrown over his shoulder. At the conclusion of the ceremony we left the room, and the Quran chanting was resumed and continued until the arrival of the bridegroom in procession, at about 5 p.m. When the bride and bridegroom went through the ceremony of being seated side by side, bersanding, and the business of the day was concluded. The coconut containing the severed tresses and rings is carried to the foot of a barren fruit tree, e.g. a pomegranate tree, when the rings are extracted and the water, with the severed locks, poured out at the tree's foot, the belief being that this proceeding will make the tree as luxuriant as the hair of the person shorn. A very clear example of sympathetic magic. If the parents are poor, the coconut is generally turned upside down and left there, but if they are well-to-do, the locks are usually sent to Mecca in charge of a pilgrim, who casts them on his arrival into the well Zemzem. I will now describe the ceremony of filing or sharpening the teeth, from notes taken by myself during the actual ceremony, March 20, 1897. The youth whose teeth I saw filed must have been quite 15 or 16 years of age, and had not long before undergone the rite of circumcision. When I arrived I found the house newly swept and clean, and all the accessories of the ceremony already prepared. These latter consisted of a round tray, dulang, containing the usual bowl of rice paste, tepung tawar, with the brush of leaves for 75 3 cups, containing different sorts of rice, an egg for 76 3 rings of precious metals, gold, silver, and amalgam, a couple of limes, and 2 small phials, to which a small tooth saw and 2 small whetstones should be added. 477. The ceremony now commences. The tooth filer, Paong Gigi, first scatters the 3 sorts of rice and sprinkles the tepong tawar upon his instruments, etc., repeating the proper charm at the same time. The patient meanwhile, and throughout the operation, reclining upon his back on the floor with his head resting on a pillow. Next the Paong, sitting beside the patient, touches the patient's teeth, first with each of the 3 rings of precious metal and then with the egg, throwing each of these objects away as he does so, and repeating each time a charm, Hu Kata Allah, D. S. B., which is given in the appendix. Next he props open, D. Senkang, the patient's mouth by means of a dried areca nut, and repeats another charm, Hey, Bismi, in order to destroy the venom of the steel, laying the file upon the teeth, and drawing it thrice across them at the end of the charm. He then cuts off, DK Rat, the crowns of the teeth, with one of the files, smooths their edges, D. Paper, with one of the whetstones, and polishes them, Melachek. During the whole of this part of the performance, which is a trying ordeal to witness, although it is borne with the utmost fortitude on the part of the sufferer, the latter holds a small mirror in front of his mouth in order to be assured that the operation is progressing to his satisfaction. When the actual filing is over, the areca nut is extracted, and a piece of coconut husk or small block of pulai wood inserted in its stead, in order to facilitate the proper polishing of the now mutilated teeth. This latter part of the operation is accomplished by means of the file, a small piece of folded white cloth protecting the lips from injury. Considerable interest attaches to the filing of the first tooth, on account of the omens which are taken from the position in which the crown happens to lie when it falls. If, when the tooth is filed through, the crown adheres to the file, it is taken as a sign that the patient will die at home. If it flies off and lies with its edge turned upwards, this means, on the contrary, that he will die abroad. At the conclusion of the operation a species of poultice, Yubat Tasak, consisting mainly of cooked ginger, Halia bara dipahiski, which is intended to deaden the feeling of the gums, Matakan Dajing Gusi, is duly charmed and applied to the gums of the jaw which happens to be under treatment. The Paong now lays one hand, the left, on the top of the patient's head and the other upon the teeth of the upper jaw, and presses them together with a show of considerable force, making believe, as it were, that he is pressing the patient's upper teeth firmly into their sockets. Finally, a portion of betel leaf is charmed, with the charm Hong Saranjan, etc., and given to the patient to chew, after which, it is asserted, all pain immediately ceases. The Paong then washes his hands, resharpens his tools, and those present sit down to a meal of saffron-stained pullet rice. This concludes the ceremony for the day, the lower jaw being similarly treated upon a subsequent occasion. In the course of 3 such operations, the Paong informed me, the teeth can be filed down even with the gums, in which case they are, I believe, in some instances somewhat roughly plated or cased with gold. Sometimes, however, they are merely filed into points, so that they resemble the teeth of a shark. 478 Very frequently, too, they blacken them with a mixture of the empyromatic oil of the coconut shell, Baha or Jirang, and Kamunting, KL. Karamunting, wood, 479, which is also used for blackening the eyebrows. These customs, however, are already dying out in the more civilized Malay states. Whenever I made inquiries as to the reason of this strange custom, I was invariably told that it not only beautified but preserved the teeth from the action of decay, which the Malays believe to be set up by the presence of a minute maggot or worm, Yulet. Their most usual way of expressing the fact that they are suffering from toothache being to say that the tooth in question is being eaten by a maggot, Dimakan Yulet. The Batak Malays, a mid-Sumatran tribe, many of whom have settled in Kuala Langat, are said to chip the teeth of their children into the desired shape by the use of a small chisel. The operation causing such exquisite agony that the sufferer will not unfrequently leap to his feet with a shriek. Even when the file is used, the work of an unskillful performer, who does not know how to destroy the venom of his instruments, will cause the sufferer's face to be completely swollen up, for a long period subsequent to the operation. Yet young people of both sexes cheerfully submit to the risk of this discomfort, and the only remark made by the youth whom I saw undergoing it was that it made his mouth feel uncomfortable, Jelajay Rasamulat Naya. The ear-boring ceremony, Bertindek, appears to have already lost much of its ceremonial character in Selangor, where I was told that it is now usually performed when the child is quite small, i.e. at the earliest, when the child is some 5 or 7 months old, and when it is about a year old at the latest, whereas in Sumatra, according to Marsden, it is not performed until the child is 8 or 9. For 80 still, however, a special kind of round earring, which is of filigree work, and is called subang, is as much the emblem of virginity in the western states as it ever was. The discarding of these earrings, tanggal subang, which should take place about 7 days after the conclusion of the marriage rites, is ceremonial in character, and it is even the custom when a widow, janda, is married for the second time, to provide her with a pair of subang, which should, however, it is said, be tied onto her ears instead of being inserted in the ear holes, as in the case of a girl who has never been married. The rite of circumcision is of course common to Mohammedans all over the world. Some analogous practices, however, have also been noticed among the non-Mohammedan Malayan races of the Eastern Archipelago, and it is at least doubtful whether circumcision as now practiced by Malays is a purely Mohammedan rite. Among Malays it is performed by a functionary called the Thmudim, for 81 with a slip of bamboo, at any age, in the case of boys, from about 6 or 7 up to about 16 years. The wound being often dressed, at least in town districts, with fine clay mixed with soot and the yolk of eggs, but when possible, the clay is mixed with coconut fiber, rabak nair, salumar paku yuban. And the young shoots of the kalat plantain, puchik pisang kalat, the compound being called in either case yubat tesak. The ceremony is associated with the common purificatory rite called tepong tawar, and with air talak bala, lit. Evil dispelling water. Lights are kept burning in the house for several days, until the wound has healed, and the performance of the ceremony is always made the occasion for a banquet, together with music and dancing of the kind in which Malays take so much delight. The cause of these rejoicings is dressed for the occasion like a bridegroom, pengantin, and is said to be sometimes carried in procession. 4. Personal ceremonies and charms. Ceremonies and charms for protecting or rendering the person more attractive or formidable, form one of the largest, but not perhaps the most interesting or important division of the medicine man's repertory. The following remarkable specimen of the charms belonging to the first of these classes was given me by Che Abbas of Klanong in Selangor, a Kelantan Malay. If the corpse in the grave should speak and address people on earth, may I be destroyed by any beast that has life. But if the corpse in the grave do not speak and address people on earth, may I not be destroyed by any beast that has life, or by any foe or peril, or by any son of the human race. And if the chicken in the egg should crow and call to chickens on earth, may I be destroyed by any beast that has life. But if the chicken in the egg do not crow, etc., etc., as before. As a general rule, however, this particular class of charms shows particularly strong traces of Arabic influence, most often, perhaps, taking the form of an injunction, addressed to jinns or angels, to watch over the person of the petitioner. To rightly understand charms of the second class, which includes bathing and beetle charming charms, for 82 we must have some idea of the Malay standard of beauty. This, I need hardly say, differs widely from that entertained by Europeans. In the case of manly beauty we should, perhaps, be able to acquiesce to some extent in the admiration which Malays express for brightness of countenance, cahaya, which forms one of the chief objects of petition in almost every one of this class of charms. But none of our modern Ganymedes would be likely to petition for a voice like the voice of the prophet David, or a countenance like the countenance of the prophet Joseph. Still less would he be likely to petition for a tongue curled like a breaking wave, or a magic serpent, or for teeth like a herd of black elephants, or for lips like a procession of ants. Malay descriptions of female beauty are no less curious. The brow of the Malay Helen, for whose sake 1,000 desperate battles are fought in Malay romances, is like the one-day-old moon. Her eyebrows resemble pictured clouds, and are arched like the fighting cock's artificial spur. Her cheek resembles the sliced-off cheek of a mango, her nose an opening jasmine bud, her hair the wavy blossom shoots of the erica palm, slender is her neck, with a triple row of dimples, her bosom ripening. Her waist lissom as the stalk of a flower, her head of a perfect oval, lit. Bird's egg shaped, her fingers like the leafy spears of lemongrass, or the quills of the porcupine, her eyes like the splendor of the planet Venus, and her lips like the fissure of a pomegranate. The following is a specimen of an invocation for beautifying the person which is supposed to be used by children. The light of 4 suns, 5 moons, and the 7 stars be visible in my eye. The brightness of a shooting star be upon my chin, and that of the full moon be upon my brows. May my lips be like unto a string of ants, my teeth like to a herd of elephants, my tongue like a breaking wave, my voice like the voice of the prophet David, my countenance like the countenance of the prophet Joseph, my brightness like the brightness of the prophet Muhammad. By virtue of my using this charm that was coeval with my birth, and by grace of there is no God but God, etc. When personal attractions begin to wane with the lapse of years, invocations are resorted to for the purpose of restoring the petitioner's lost youth. In one of the invocations referred to, which is said to have been used by the princess of Mount Ophir, Tuan Putri Gunung Ledang, to secure perpetual youth, the petitioner boasts that he, or she, was born under the inverted banyan tree, and claims the granting of the boon applied for, by virtue of the use of the black lengundi bush, which when it has died, returns to life again, the idea being, no doubt, that a judicious use of black magic will enable the petitioner to live backwards. The third class of invocations, for rendering the person formidable, belong rather to the chapter on war, under which heading they will be included. 5. Betrothal. Betrothal is called tunangan or penangan. When the parents of a marriageable youth perceive a suitable match for their son, they send a messenger to her parents to ask if she has yet been bespoken, kalau ada orang sebat. If the reply is satisfactory, the messenger is again dispatched to intimate the desire of the youth's parents to bespeak the hand of the favored individual for his son, and to arrange a day for a meeting. These preliminaries are accompanied by the usual polite self-depreciation on both sides. Thus, the girl's father begins by saying, "You wish to bespeak the hand of my daughter, who knows neither how to cook nor how to sew, yang tatahu masek, tatahu menjate." But the custom is not carried to such extremes as it is in China. 483. The girl's parents next call 4 or 5 witnesses, saksi, of either sex to witness the betrothal, and after preparing a meal, nasi dan ke, for their expected guests, await the arrival of the youth's representatives, the youth himself remaining at home. One of the party carries a betel leaf tray furnished with the usual betel chewing appliances, together with half a bara of dollars, $11, according to the stricter custom. Although, failing the dollars, a ring or bracelet, or other jewelry of that value, may be substituted. Plate 8. Betrothal gifts. Bird-shaped receptacles, formerly used for containing rice for presentation purposes during betrothal, the bird at the bottom representing a peacock, merak. Round its neck are hung 2 smaller receptacles also for rice. Page 365. Bearing these presents with them, the youth's representatives proceed to the house of the girl's parents, where they are invited to enter and partake of the betel leaf provided for them. A meal is then served, Malay cakes, KK, brought forward, and the company again partake of betel. The 2 parties now sit down in a family circle, and one of the youth's representatives pushes forward, diserongkan, the betel which they had brought with them, and offers it to the people of the house, saying, This is a pledge of your daughter's betrothal. The girl's father replies, "Be it so, I accept it," or words to that effect, and inquires how long the engagement is to last, the answer being 6 months, or a year, as the case may be. Both parties then appeal to the witnesses to hear what is said, and the youth's relatives return to their homes. The marriage portion being fixed, in Selangor, by an almost universal custom at 2 baras of dollars, $44, the amount is not usually mentioned at the betrothal, it being understood that the usual amount is intended. But if the girl's parents should afterwards prove reluctant to proceed with the match, they forfeit twice the amount of the pledge money which they have received. Whereas if the youth refuses to proceed, he merely forfeits the pledge money, $11, already paid to the girl's parents. Some families pay a marriage portion of $30 only, and others, such as the family of To Kaya Ketchel of Klang, pay as much as $50, but exceptions are rare, $44 being now generally recognized as the customary wedding portion. However, the girl's family does not really receive anything like the full value of the $44, because if the $44 is paid in full, the proposer has a right to demand a complete outfit, per salinan, of silk attire, to the value of about $20. So that the amount which actually changes hands is seldom more than about $24. Plate 9. Betrothal gifts. The 2 square cloths resembling doilas represent 2 different patterns of the gedabong, a cloth, in 3 thicknesses and sizes, used for wrapping up the presentation betel leaf during the period of betrothal. Page 366. The Malay fiancée, unlike her European sister, is at the utmost pains to keep out of her lover's way, and to attain this object she is said to be as watchful as a tiger. No engagement ring is used in this neighborhood, no priest, or libai, is present at the engagement ceremony, nor is the girl asked for her consent. On the other hand, a regular system of exchanging presents, after the engagement, is said to have been formerly in vogue in Selangor, the man sending betel leaf, fruit, and eggs to his fiancée from time to time in network receptacles, and the woman sending specially prepared rice, etc. in rushwork receptacles of various patterns. It is said, too, that the woman would occasionally carve a chain, consisting of 3 or 4 links, out of a single arecanut, in which case the prospective bridegroom was supposed to redeem it by the payment of as many dollars as there were links. The betel nut presented on these occasions would be wrapped up in a gradation of 3 beautifully worked cloths, not unlike doilas, in general appearance. Whilst the actual engagement ceremony in former days is said to have received additional interest and formality from the recital of verses appropriate to the occasion by chosen representatives of each party. Specimens of the betrothal verses formerly used in Selangor will be found in the appendix. The following is a translation. Q. Small is my cottage, but it has 5 shelves for roasting the kerasi fish. Hearken, good people, whilst I inquire of you. What is the price of your diamond 484 here? A. Your fishing line must be 5 fathoms long. If you would catch the tengairi fish. 7 tahiles, a kadi, and 5 laksa 485. That is the price of our diamond here. Q. If there are no rengas trees growing on the point, one must go upstream and cut down a screw palm. If one has not gold in one's girdle, one must make over one's person to begin with. A. If there are no rengas trees growing on the point, you must take banyan wood for the sides of your trays. If you have no gold in your girdle, you need not hope to get somebody's daughter. Q. Thousands are the supports required for the stem of the sago palm to recline upon. 486. Though it be thousands, I would accept the debt. So I be betrothed to somebody's daughter. A. My head kerchief has fallen into the sea, and with it has fallen my oar-ring. 487. I stretch out my hand in token of acceptance, though I have not wherewith to requite you. Q. Oar-ring or no. The lengundi bush grows apace in the thatched channels. Whether it is well to go slowly or no, it is the favor you have shown me that subdues my heart. If, however, there is a hitch in the proceedings, and the parties commence to lose their temper, the stanzas may end very differently. For instance, the girl's father or representative will say, my lord has gone upstream to get his clothes and wash out the dye. 488. If that is all, let it alone for the present. If there is anything else you will always find me ready. Q. Che dola mat's mango tree. When it fell rolled into the swamp. If I cannot get what I want by peaceful means, look that you be not hit in the war of strategy. A. If the rim is not properly fitted to the rice box. 489. Let us get saffron rice and roast a fowl. If I cannot get you to make acknowledgement, let heaven reel and earth be submerged. These last two lines constitute a direct challenge, and no more words need be wasted when once they have been uttered. 6. Marriage. When the term of betrothal is drawing to its close, a suitable day, which is frequently a Tuesday, is chosen for the work of decoration, bergantongantong, by the parents of both parties, and notified to the relations and friends who wish to assist in the preparations for the wedding. 490. Both houses are decorated with vertically striped hangings, pilang tabir, and ornamental ceiling cloths, langet, and mats, rugs, carpets, etc. are laid down. In the bridegroom's house little is done beyond erecting a small platform or dais, petarana, about 6 feet square, and raised about 10 inches from the floor, upon which he is to don his wedding garments when he sets out to meet the bride. A similar platform, petarana, is erected in the bride's house, and a low dais called rambat in front of her door, at the outer corners of which are fixed 2 standard candlesticks, tiang rambat, which are sometimes as much as 6 feet high, and each of which carries 3 candles, one in the center and one on each side, those at the side being supported by ornamental brackets, sular bayong. The rambat may measure some 14 feet in length by 5 feet in width, and should be about 14 inches in height. A dais, with 2 steps to it, is then built as follows, generally opposite the doorway, but standing a little way back from it, and facing the rambat, so as to leave a narrow passage, tila kechel, between the threshold and the dais, which latter is decked with scarlet, or at least scarlet-bordered cloth, kain barumpak dengan sakalat. The lower step of the dais, ibu jire, is raised about 12 inches from the floor, and measures from 10 feet to 12 feet in length by 8 feet in width. The upper step, jire panapa, is a little smaller, and is only raised about 10 inches above the lower one. The top of the dais is covered with a mattress, and both steps are decorated with expensive borders, which at the wedding of a Raja are made of embossed gold or silver, and may easily cost as much as $150 each, or even more. The mattress is covered in its turn with a quilt, lihap or pelampap, made of colored silk stuffed with cotton. Upon this quilt is laid a white cotton sheet, and the whole is surmounted by a row of colossal pillows, of the size of small packing cases, surmounted by others of moderate size. A mosquito curtain is hung over all, and the completed couch is called pelaman. The head of the pelaman, it must be added, where the pillows are piled, is always on the left-hand side as you look towards it. The number of the pillows used is of the highest importance, as indicating the rank of the contracting parties. The larger ones are about 5 feet in length and 2 feet in height by 1.5 feet in width. They are covered with rich embroidery at the exposed end, and are arranged in a horizontal row, sa tunda, with their sides just touching, in the front left-hand corner of the mosquito curtain, so as to leave a clear passage of about 3 feet behind them, at the back of the curtain, by which the bride and bridegroom may escape to the parajuan after the ceremony. These big pillows are white, with the exception of the embroidered ends, unless they are intended for a raja, when the royal color, yellow, is of course substituted. The one nearest the center of the couch is called bantal tumpu, and usually has a hexagonal or, in the case of a raja, octagonal bolster deposited beside it. The smaller pillows are red, occasionally purple, ungu, or orange, jinga, and are called the embroidered pillows, bantal berdekat, or bantal pirata. Occasionally a set of 12 small pillows is used, when they are called Bantal Dua Bilas, or the 12 pillows, but often there is only one of them to each big pillow, the set of 12 being said to be an innovation, probably introduced from Malacca. Sometimes, however, when many small pillows are piled upon each other, measures have to be taken to keep them from falling, in which case the space between the piles is said to be filled up with wool or cotton stuffing, pennulet. The front being covered with embroidered cloth, the upper border of which is carried up diagonally from the top of one pile to the top of the next. As regards the permissible number of big pillows, according to a scale in use at Klang, the common people are allowed 3 big pillows, including the Bantal Tumpu, a wealthy man, 4, and a headman, such as the To Kaya Ketchel, 5. A Raja being presumably allowed 1 or 2 more. According to this scale it is only the big pillows that are of importance for 91 and the people are allowed to use as few or as many small ones as they like. The topmost small pillow, however, is always triangular, and is called Gunonganangan. Plate 10. Curtain fringe. Pattern of fringe used for the mosquito curtain at Malay wedding ceremonies, called Dawn Booty, or the bow leaf fringe. Page 372. The mosquito curtain, enclosing the couch on which the pillows rest, of course varies in size according to the dimensions of the pelaman, but may be roughly taken to be from 7 to 9 asta 492 in length, by 8 feet in width, and 4 feet to 5 feet in height, reaching to the ceiling cloth. Its upper edges, cancer, are stiffened externally with a square frame, consisting of 4 bamboo rods, gala kalambu, and it is decorated in front with a beautifully embroidered fringe called bow tree leaves, dawn booty. The front of this mosquito curtain is rolled up 493 to within 2 or 3 feet of the top, instead of being drawn aside as usual. At the back of the curtain is suspended, except in the case of a Raja's wedding, a bamboo clothes rod, bulu sangkutkan cane. This rod terminates at each extremity in an ornamental piece of scrollwork, sular bayong, covered with scarlet cloth, which is sometimes made to issue from a short stem of horn or ivory, and has a wooden collar called dulang-dulang. This dulang-dulang, moreover, is sometimes provided with small hollows, bat-bat, at the top, 2 in front which are filled with rose water or perfume, air mawar or air wangi, and 2 at the back which are filled with flowers. Above the clothes rod, and between its suspending cords, tali pengantang, which, by the way, are also covered with scarlet cloth, an inner fringe of bow leaves, dawn booty dalam, is sometimes added at the top of the curtain. At the wedding of a Raja nothing else should be put inside the curtain, but at an ordinary wedding a few small articles of typical marriage furniture are usually added as follows. 3 or 4 small clothes boxes, Sahara. Such as are kept by every Malay family, and petty kapur, boxes whose corners are strengthened and decorated with brass, are ranged upon the mattress just below the clothes rod. Upon these should be placed, a, the banking, which is a kind of jar or urn of lacquered wood, ranging from about half a foot to a foot in height and contains a portion of the bride's wardrobe. And, b, the bun, for 94 which is either octagonal, peka dilapan, or hexagonal, peka anam, as the case may be, and which may be described as a box of tin, or sometimes of lacquered wood. Whose contents are as follows: 1, a couple of combs, sikat dua bila, one with large and one with small teeth. 2, a small cup or saucer of hair oil, a preparation of coconut oil, or attar of roses, minyak attar, or pomatum, katina. 3, a small penknife for paring the nails. 4, a pair of scissors. 5, a preparation of antimony, chalak, which is a sort of black ointment applied by the Malays to the inside edge of the eyelids. And 6, a Malay workbox, called dulang in Selangor and bintang at Malacca, which is a circular box of painted or lacquered wood, furnished with a lid, and containing needles, cotton, and the rest of the Malay housewife's paraphernalia. Near the door of the curtain is placed an earthenware water jar, called jelak, jelak kada and jelak perak are the usual makes. This jar stands upon a small brass or earthenware plate with high sides, bakar, and its mouth is covered with a brass or earthenware saucer, chepper, on which is laid the brass or earthenware bowl, penchadak air or battle, which is used for scooping up water from the water jar, and which, when it is in use, is temporarily replaced by an ornamental cap woven from strips of screw palm leaves. A couple of candlesticks placed near the water jar, a beetle tray, tepahor puan, a basin, battle basar, for washing off the lees of henna, and a cuspador, keter, all of which are placed inside the curtain. Complete the preparations for this portion of the ceremony. The day concludes, as far as the workers are concerned, with a meal in which all who have assisted in the preparations take part, and this is followed by various diversions dear to Malays, such as the chanting of passages from the Quran. 495. At a royal wedding, either the story of Che Megat Mantri, or a royal cockfight, Main Danak, or a performance by dancing girls or fencers, Pedicure, may be substituted for these more devotional exercises. These performances, whatever they may be, are kept up, with intervals for rest and refreshment, till 4 or 5 in the morning, when the guests disperse to their respective homes to sleep off the night's fatigue. Whilst the games are progressing, at about 9 or 10 p.m. the first staining of the fingernails of the bride and bridegroom is commenced, the ceremony on this occasion being conducted in the seclusion of the inner apartments, and hence called the stolen henna staining, Baraini Churi. Leaves of henna are taken and pounded together with a small piece of charcoal, and the tamash is applied to the fingernails of both hands, with the exception of the middle or devil's finger, Yari Hantu. The center of each palm is also touched with the dye, the area stained being as much as would be covered by $1. A line, of a finger's breadth, is also said to be drawn along the inner side of the sole of each foot, from the great toe to the heel, Hinei cause. Plate 11. Figure 1. Bridal bouquets. Bridal bouquets of artificial flowers and beetle leaves carried by bride and bridegroom, that on the left being the bridegroom's. Figure 2. The henna cake, etc. 3 models of wedding apparatus. The one on the left represents the henna cake used at the henna dance during the ceremony of staining the fingernails. The second represents the bouquet of artificial flowers, with colored eggs and streamers, which must be presented to each guest at a wedding. The model of the buffalo shows the way in which these animals are dressed for presentation to a Raja. Page 375. A couple of what we should call pages, of about 10 years of age, are seated right and left of the bridegroom, and are called pengapit. The bride usually provides herself with one or more girl companions. But these are supposed to hide themselves, when there is company, their place being taken by more staid duennas, who are called tukang andam, i.e. coiffeurs, and a personal attendant or nurse, called ma'anang, makanang, who appears to act as a sort of mistress of the ceremonies. The second day is spent by the guests, as was said above, in sleeping off their night's fatigue, and they do not reassemble till evening, at about 5 p.m. When the last has arrived, at about 7 p.m. a meal is served, and at about 8:30 the games recommence, but after a round or so, zikr sa juris, say at about 10 p.m. The bride at her house and bridegroom at his respectively make their first appearance in public, clad in their wedding garments, for the ceremony of staining the fingernails, this time in public. When they are seated, between the 2 candlesticks, which are lighted to facilitate the operation, a tray is brought forward, furnished with the usual accessories of Malay Magic, rice paste, tepung tawar, washed rice, saffron rice, and parched rice, to which is added, in this instance, a sort of pudding of the pounded henna leaves. A censer is next produced, and a brass tray with a foot to it, called semrip, is loaded with nasi barainai, pullet or glutinous rice stained with saffron, in which are planted some 10 to 15 purple eggs, dyed with a mixture of Brazil wood, sepang, and lime, and stuck upon ornamental sprays of bamboo decorated with colored paper. The bride, or bridegroom, is then seated in a begging attitude, with the hands resting upon a cushion placed in the lap. The first of the guests then takes a pinch of incense from the tray and burns it in the brazier, tempat bara. Next he takes a pinch of parched rice, a pinch of newly washed rice, and a pinch of saffron rice, and, squeezing them together in the right fist, fumigates them by holding them for a moment over the burning incense. and then throws them towards the sitter, first towards the right, then towards the left, and finally into the sitter's lap. The neutralizing paste for 96 is then brought and the usual leaf brush dipped into the bowl of paste, with which the forehead of the sitter and the back of each hand are duly painted. A pinch of the henna is then taken and dabbed upon the center of each palm, the hands of the sitter being turned over to enable this to be done. The sitter then salutes the guest by raising his, or her, hands with the palms together before the breast in an attitude of prayer. The guest replies by a similar action, and the ceremony is at an end. The same operation is performed by from 5 to 7, or even 9, relations, orang waris, lit. Heirs, the last operator concluding with an Arabic prayer. While this ceremony is proceeding inside, music strikes up and a special dance, called the henna dance, Menari Hainai, for 97 is performed, a picturesque feature of which is a small cake of henna, which is contained in a brazen cup, Dompong Hainai, and surrounded by candles. This cup is carried by the dancer for 98 who has to keep turning it over and over without letting the candles be extinguished by the wind arising from the rapid motion. The step, which is a special one, is called the henna dance step, Langka Tar Hainai, i.e. Tari Hainai, and the tune is called the henna staining tune, Lagu Barainai. This ceremony over, the henna staining rice, Nasi Barainai, is partaken of by those present, the remainder being distributed to the guests engaged in main zikr. On the third night the same ceremonies are repeated without variation. On the fourth morning, called the concluding day, Hari Lang Song, everybody puts on his finest apparel and jewelry. Plate 12. Figure 1. Bridegroom's headdress. Headdress worn by the bridegroom at the ceremony of the Hari Lang Song. Figure 2. Pillow ends. Patterns used for decorating the ends of the wedding pillows. Page 378. The bride's hair is done up in a roll, sanggul, and this is surmounted with a headdress of artificial flowers, called jirak jempa, cut out of pirata kresek, crackling tinsel, and raised on fine wires. Her forehead is bound with a band or fillet of tinsel, gold leaf, pirata siam, being used by the rich, which is called tekan kundiai, and is carried round by the fringe of the hair, Gigi Ramba, down to the top of each ear, Polypus, for 99. For the rest the bride is clad in a wedding jacket, Baju Pengantin, which has tight-fitting sleeves extending down to the wrist, or sleeves with gathers, simak, over the arm, and which is generally made of flowered satin, Saitan berbunga, in the case of the rich, or of cloth dyed red with kasumba 500, cane kasumba, in the case of the poorer classes. This wedding jacket fits tightly round the neck, has a gold border, pendapun mas, is fastened with 2 or 3 gold buttons, and fits closely to the person. The wealthy add a necklace or crescent-shaped breast ornament, ranti merjan or doko, round the bride's neck. She also wears bracelets, jilang, and earrings, subang, and perhaps anklets, of 5 different metals, karanchong penshalagam. A silk sarong, which takes the place of a skirt, and is girt about the waist with a waist cord, but not usually, in southern Selangor, fastened with belt and buckle, and a pair of silk trousers, complete her attire. The groom, on the other hand, is clad in his best jacket and trousers, with the Malay skirt, sarong, fastened at the side, and girt above the knee, cane kembang. His head is adorned with the cigar, a peculiar headdress of red cloth arranged turban-wise, with a peak on the right-hand side, from which artificial flowers, gunjai, depend, and which preserves its shape through being stuffed with cotton wool. Its border is decorated with tinsel, and it has a gold fringe, kita-kita. Besides this headdress the bridegroom has a small bunch of artificial flowers, sunting, stuck behind each ear, whilst 2 similar bunches are stuck in the headdress, one on the right and the other on the left. Bridegrooms, however, who belong to the richer classes wear what is called a lester, equals datar. Whilst former sultans of Selangor are said to have worn a gold cap, Songkok Leleng, which is reputed to have contained 18 bunkel 501, or bunkel, of gold. The remainder of the company are of course merely dressed in their best clothes. The rice of the presents, nasi adap-adap, is now prepared for what is called the astakona or setakona, which may be described as a framework with an octagonal ground plan, built in 3 tiers, and made of pulai or meranti or other light wood. It has a small mast, tiang, planted in the center, with cross pieces, palang, in each of the upper stories to keep it in its place. The framework is supported by 4 corner posts, on which it is raised about 1.5 feet from the floor. The box thus formed is filled to the top with saffron rice, nasi kunyit, and in the rice at the top are planted the aforesaid colored eggs. Into a hole at the top of the mast is fitted the end of a short rattan or cane, which is split into 4 branches, each of which again is split into 3 twigs, whilst on the end of each twig is stuck one of the colored eggs, tela or joran. An artificial flower, and an ornamental streamer of red paper called layer 502 which is cut into all sorts of artistic and picturesque patterns. The setakona is erected in front of the pelaman, on which the bride takes her seat at about 4 p.m. To await the coming of the bridegroom, the members of her own bridal party, including the Mohammedan priest or imam, continuing the zikr maulud in the reception room at frequent intervals from 9 a.m. until the bridegroom's arrival. The arrangements are completed by placing ready for the bridegroom the bridal mat, lapik nika, which consists of a mat of screw palm leaves, or in the case of a raja, a small quilt. Embroidered in the manner called jang sharat, 5 cubits of white cloth, which are rolled up and put on one side, and a tray of betel. Returning to the bridegroom, holy water, air sembahayang, is now fetched in a cherek, a kettle-shaped vessel, or bucket, for the bridegroom to wash his face and hands, and he then proceeds to put on his wedding garments, as described above. After which a scarf, salandang, is slung across his shoulder. The marriage procession, pararakan, then sets out, the women heading it, penganjar, and the men following, the bridegroom carried upon somebody's shoulders, disampo, and right and left the musicians beating drums, tabors, etc. Whilst those who have any skill amuse the company with exhibitions of Malay fencing, main silat, and dancing, etc., to the accompaniment of the zikr intoned by their companions. The arrival of the bridegroom at the bride's house is the signal for a mimic conflict for the person of the bride, which is called meloa, and is strangely reminiscent of similar customs which formerly obtained in Europe. Plate 13. Wedding Procession. Model, showing a wedding procession arriving at the bride's house, the bridegroom being carried on a man's shoulders, and shaded by an umbrella. Page 381. In some cases a rope or piece of red cloth would be stretched across the path to bar the progress of the bridegroom's party. And a stout enough resistance would be offered by the defenders until the bridegroom consented to pay a fine which formerly amounted, it is said, to as much as $20, though not more than $3 or $4 would now be asked. Occasionally the bridegroom would pay the fine by pulling the ring off his finger and handing it to the bride's relations, but the ceremony would not unfrequently end in a free fight. Verses were recited on these occasions, of which a few stanzas will be found in the appendix. 503. On arriving at the door the musicians strike up their liveliest tune, and as the bridegroom is carried up the steps he has to force his way through an Amazonian force consisting of the ladies of the bride's party, who assemble to repel the invader from the threshold. A well-directed fire is maintained by others, who pour upon the foe over the heads of the defenders repeated volleys of saffron rice, or, at a royal wedding, amber, i.e. clippings from a thin sheet of silver or gold which are thrown among the crowd as largesse. Plate 14. Poko Siri. Presentation, betel leaf trees, Poko Siri, said to have been formerly carried in procession at weddings. These so-called trees are made of betel leaves ingeniously arranged, and are called, from their patterns, Siri Jantong, or heart beetle, Siri Gua, or cave beetle, Siri Polita, or lamp beetle, the heart beetle being on the left. The birds at the top of each tree are hornbills. Page 382. Meanwhile the bridegroom persists until his efforts are crowned with success, and he makes his way, assisted possibly by some well-meant act of treachery on the part of the garrison, to the reception room. When the mat already referred to is unrolled and the white cloth suspended over it, Here the bridegroom takes his seat and the priest comes out to perform the wedding ceremony. 504 This, strangely enough, is performed with the bridegroom alone, the priest saying to him in the presence of 3 or 4 witnesses and his surety, wali, generally his father, I wed you, A, to be, daughter of C, for a portion of 2 baras. To this the bridegroom has to respond without allowing an interval, I accept this marriage with B, for a portion of 2 baras, or 1 bara if one of the parties has been married before. Even this short sentence, however, is a great deal too much for the nerves of some Malay bridegrooms, who have been known to spend a couple of hours in abortive attempts before they could get the imam to pass it. As soon, however, as this obstacle has been surmounted, the priest asks those present if they will bear witness to its correctness, and on their replying in the affirmative, it is followed by the Bacha Salawat, which consists of repeated shouts from the company of Peace be with thee. This part of the ceremony completed, one of the brothers or near relations of the bridegroom leads him into the bridal chamber, and seats him in the usual cross-legged position on the left side of the bride, who sits with her feet tucked up on his right. Even the process of seating the couple, bersanding, is a very fatiguing one. Each of them has to bend the knees slowly until a sitting posture is reached, and then return to a standing posture by slowly straightening the knees, a gymnastic exercise which has to be repeated thrice, and which requires the assistance of friends. 505. The seating having been accomplished, friends put in the right hands of bride and bridegroom respectively handfuls of rice taken from the nasi sedekona. With this the two feed each other simultaneously, each of them reaching out the hand containing the rice to the other's mouth. This part of the ceremony is often made the occasion for a race. The bridegroom is then carried off by his friends to the outer chamber, where he has to pay his respects, minta maaf, lit. Ask pardon, to the company, after which he is carried back to his old post, the bride in the meantime having moved off a little in the mosquito curtain. The sweetmeats are then brought and handed round, the sedekona is broken up, and the bundles of rice wrapped in plantain leaves which it contains distributed to the company as largesse or berkat. Each of the company gets one of the teller or chachak, the teller or joran being reserved for the imam and any person of high rank who may attend, e.g. a raja. 506. This completes the wedding ceremony, but the bridegroom is nominally expected to remain under the roof, of his mother-in-law for about 2 years, reduced to 44 days in the case of royalty, after which he may be allowed to remove to a house of his own. No Kathi 507 was present until quite recently at marriages in Selangor, nor has it in the past been the practice, so far as I could find out, for him to attend. Sir S. Raffles gives as part of the formula used in Java, if you travel at sea for a year, or ashore for 6 months, without sending either money or message to your wife, she will complain to the judge and obtain 1 talak, the preliminary stage of divorce, and this condition should, strictly speaking, be included in the Malay formula. It is now growing obsolete, but was in former days repeated first by the priest, and then by the bridegroom after him. The marriage portion, isi kawan, Arabic mahar, is here generally called bilanja kawan or mas kawan. 508 No wedding ring should, strictly, be given. For 3 days lustrations are continued by the newly married pair, but before they are completed, and as soon as possible after the wedding, friends and acquaintances once more put on their finery, and proceed to the house to pay their respects, to bathe, and to receive largesse. On the 3rd day after the Hari Langsong there is a very curious ceremony called Mandi Talak Bala, or Mandi Air Salamat, bathing for good luck. On the night in question the relatives of the bridegroom assemble under cover of the darkness and make a bonfire under the house of the newly married couple by collecting and burning rubbish. Into the fire thus kindled they throw coconut husks and pepper, or anything likely to make it unpleasant for those within, and presently raise such a smoke that the bridegroom comes hastily down the steps, ostensibly to see what is the matter. But as soon as he makes his appearance, he is seized by his relatives and carried off bodily to his own parents' house. These proceedings being known as the stealing of the bridegroom, Curi Pengantin. Next day there is a grand procession to escort him back to the house of his bride, which he reaches about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The processionists carrying rice of the presents, nasi adap, with the eggs stuck into it as on the last day of the wedding, 2 sorts of holy water in pitchers, called respectively air salamat, water of good luck, and air talak bala, water to avert ill luck, vases of flowers, gumba, containing blossom spikes of the coconut and arecanut palms, and young coconut leaves rudely plaited into the semblance of spikes of palm blossom, carissas, etc. etc., together with a large number of rude syringes manufactured from joints of bamboo, and called pana air, or water bows. A set of similar objects, including nasi adap, is prepared by the relatives of the bride, and deposited upon the ground in the place selected for the bathing ceremony. A bench being added for the bride and bridegroom to sit upon, the ceremony commences with the customary rite of tepong tawar, after which the 2 kinds of holy water, air talak bala and air salamat, are successively thrown over the pair. Now, according to the proper custom, during the proceedings which follow, all the bride's relatives should surround the bride's seat, and the bridegroom's relatives should stand at a distance. But, in order to save themselves from a wetting, the women of both parties now usually assemble round the bride and bridegroom, where they are protected by a sheet which is hung between them and the men. For all the young men now proceed to discharge their water arrows, and as they are stopped by the sheet they proceed to turn their syringes against each other, until all are thoroughly wetted. Meanwhile a young coconut frond, twisted into a slip knot with V-shaped ends, something like the merry thought of a fowl, is presented to the bride and bridegroom, each of whom takes hold of one end, and blowing on it, semer, thrice, pulls it till it comes undone, and the lapas rite is concluded. Finally, a girdle of thread is passed 7 times over the heads and under the feet of the bride and bridegroom, when the bridegroom breaks through the thread and they are all free to return homewards. This latter ceremony is called latlat. The guests then return to their homes, divest themselves of their wet garments, and put on their wedding attire. The berswap-swapan, or feeding ceremony, is then performed, both vessels of adap rice being used, and then all parties disperse for the usual games. 7 days after the concluding day, Hari Langsong, the ceremony of discarding the earrings, i.e. subang, the emblems of virginity, is performed by the bride. Rajabat of Selangor, who attaches great importance to the lustration ceremony, and says that it ought not to take place later than the 7th day, at a Raja's wedding. Thus describes the full ceremony as once arranged by himself. A small bathhouse was built at the top of a flight of 7 steps, and water was pumped up to it through a pipe, whose upper end was made fast under the roof of the shed, and terminated in the head of a dragon, Naga, from whose jaws the water spouted. The steps were completely lined with women, of whom there must have been an immense number, no men being allowed to be present, and the Raja and his bride bathed before them. A royal bathhouse of this kind is called Malay Peninsula, and should be used not only at royal weddings, but at coronations, waktu dinobatkan. It is described in the following lines. Naik Malay Peninsula. Dihadap Yuli Sagala Biduanda. Dudak Samayam Dengan Bertakta. Mandi Air Yang Kaluar di Mulat Naga. Which may be translated. Ascend to the royal bathhouse. In the presence of all your courtiers. Take your seat in royal state. And bathe in the water that flows from the dragon's mouth. It must not be supposed that, with such a mass of detail, many things may not have been overlooked, but it may be remarked as some sort of a practical conclusion to this account, that the Malay wedding ceremony, even as carried out by the poorer classes, shows that the contracting parties are treated as royalty, that is to say, as sacred human beings, and if any further proof is required. In addition to the evidence which may be drawn from the general character of the ceremony, I may mention, firstly, the fact that the bride and bridegroom are actually called Raja Sari, i.e. Raja Sehari, the sovereigns of a day, and, secondly, that it is a polite fiction that no command of theirs, during their 1 day of sovereignty, may be disobeyed. Plate 15. Wedding centerpiece, with dragons etc. Set piece used at a Malay wedding, and presented to the author afterwards. It represents 2 dragons issuing from caves in opposite hills into a lake, in which they are fighting. On the treetops are to be seen the fabulous birds the roc, Garuda, the Jintayu, a fabulous vulture, and the Walimana, a harpy. Page 388. I will now give accounts of 2 Malay weddings which took place at Klang. Both accounts were composed by respectable Malays, the first one being translated by Mr. Douglas Campbell of Selangor, and the second by the present writer. The following account of the ceremonies connected with the marriage of Siti Miriam, a daughter of the Orang Kaya Badu 509 of Selangor, to Wan Muhammad Esa, a son of Dato Menteri 510 Ibrahim of Perak, has been furnished by a Malay contributor, Haji Karen, and in translating it into English an endeavor has been made to follow, as far as possible, the style of the native writer. On Monday, the 1st of August, the house was prepared and the hangings and curtains put up, and on that evening the ceremony of dyeing the fingers of the bridegroom with henna was performed for the first time. Then there were readings from the Quran, with much beating of drums and kettledrums and Malay dances, and when this had gone on for some time, supper was served to all the men present in the balay, or separate hall, and to the women in the house adjoining. Supper over, readings from the Quran and beating of drums were continued till daylight. On Tuesday evening the dyeing of the fingers of the bridegroom was performed for the second time, as on the preceding evening. The third occasion of dyeing the fingers of the bridegroom took place on Wednesday evening, but with much more ceremony than previously. The bridegroom, after being dressed in silks and cloth of gold, was paraded in an open carriage. On each side of him was seated a groomsman shading him with a fan, and behind, holding an umbrella over him, was another. And thus, with many followers beating drums and singing, and with the royal Sire 511 box, on which are seated the dragons known as Nagapura and Nagataru, and with 2 royal spears carried before him and 2 behind. The bridegroom was taken through the streets in procession. On arriving at the bride's house he was received with showers of rose water, and then conveyed by the elders to the raised dais on which the bride and bridegroom awaited their friends. The bridegroom being seated, 14 of the elders came forward and dyed his fingers with henna, and afterwards others, who were clever at this, followed their example. While this was going on there was much beating of gongs and drums, and then the same process of dyeing was repeated on the bride by women. Next the imam came, and, after stating that the dowry was $100 cash, heard Wan Muhammad Esa publicly receive Siti Miriam as his wife, whereupon the Bilal 512 read a prayer and afterwards pronounced a blessing. Supper was then served to all the guests present as before, the men having their meal in the balay and the women in the house adjoining, and singing and dancing was kept up until daylight. On Thursday afternoon the bride, dressed in her best, with her father and relations, received the resident, who was accompanied by Mrs. Birch, the senior district officer and Mrs. Turney, Captain and Mrs. Sayers, Mr. Edwards, and many other ladies and gentlemen. Cakes and preserves were served, of which the ladies and gentlemen present partook. Then the bridegroom arrived, seated in an open carriage with a groomsman on each side of him, while one, carrying the royal silk umbrella, kindly lent by H. the Sultan, went before him. The procession was headed by one of the royal spears, and 2 more were carried before the bridegroom and 2 behind him, and so, accompanied by the Selangor band, kindly lent by the resident, and by a crowd of people singing and beating gongs and drums, he was conveyed to the bride's house. His arrival was greeted with showers of rice, and he was seated, together with the bride, on the dais, where they, with the assistance of Mr. and Mrs. Birch, helped each other to partake of yellow rice. So the marriage was completed satisfactorily, and then, as it was evening, the resident and Mrs. Birch, and the other ladies and gentlemen present, returned to Kuala Lumpur. The people who remained amusing themselves with dagger dances, main Davis. On Friday evening the bride and bridegroom left for Jugra in the Esmeralda, which had been lent by the resident, to pay their respects to H. the Sultan, returning to Klang on Saturday. On the same afternoon the ceremony of the bath was performed, to the great satisfaction of every one present, and was kept up till 6 o'clock, by which time every one was wet through. This was the last ceremony in connection with the marriage, and then every one wished the bride and bridegroom much happiness. The following account was translated by the writer. Preparations for the wedding of Inch Halima, daughter of Sheikh Abdul Mohit Bakhtal, and Said Abdul Rahman al-Jafri, commenced on Monday, the 2nd of August, 1895. The mosquito curtain, tapestries and canopies were suspended, and decorations, including the marriage furniture, Peti Batua Dan Banking, arranged. Moreover, the bridal couch was adorned with decorations of gold and mattresses raised one above the other, one with a facing of gold and the other with a facing of silver, and 4 pillows with gold facings. And 5 piled-up pillows with silver facings. And the kitchen apparatus was got ready, including 10 pans and coppers of the largest size, and the sheds for those who were to cook rice and the meats eaten therewith. On this day, moreover, a buffalo was sent by Tokay Tek Chong, with the full accompaniments of music, and so forth. On Tuesday, the 3rd day of the month, took place the first henna staining, the bride being led forth by her coiffeur and seated upon the marriage throne. And the bride seated herself against the large pillow, which is called the pillow against which one rests, or bantal saraga. And towards evening all the relatives on the woman's side sprinkled the tepong tawar, upon the forehead and hands of the bride, and after the henna staining. Dishes of confectionery and preserved fruits were offered to all the guests who were present in the reception room. And on the 3rd day of the month there took place in like manner the second henna staining. And on the 5th day of the month took place the private henna staining, Barini Churi. The bride's hair being dressed after the fashion known as Sanggul Lintang, and further adorned with ornaments of gold and diamonds to the value of about $5,000. And after this henna staining all persons present descended to the rooms below, where fencing and dagger dances, and music and dancing were kept up at pleasure. On the 6th day of the month, being Friday, Inch Mohammed Kasim, Penggulu of the Mukim of Bukit Raja, was commissioned by Dato Penggulu Mohit to summon the bridegroom, inasmuch as that day was fixed for the marriage rite. And the bridegroom, wearing the robe called jubba and a turban tied after the Arab fashion, 5:14 arrived at about 3 o'clock, and was met by the priest, Tuan Imam, at the house. Very many were the guests on that day, and many ladies and gentlemen, and His Renowned Highness the Tunku Diodin, were assembled in the house. And the Tuan Imam read the marriage service, Dato Penggulu Mohit giving his permission for Tuan Haji Muhammad Said Mufti to wed Inch Halima to Said Abdul Rahman al-Jafri, with a marriage portion of $100. And after the marriage rite Tuan Imam proceeded to read prayers for their welfare. And afterwards dishes of rice were brought, of which the guests present were invited to partake. And when all had eaten, the coiffeur led forth the bride to the scaffolding for the ceremony called, bathing in state. And upon that same evening took place the great henna staining, and the guests assembled in exceeding great numbers, both men and women, and filled the house above and below to overflowing. And when the henna staining was completed, all the men who were present chanted, Bacha Maulad, until daybreak. And upon the 7th day of the month, being Saturday, the bride being adorned, the bridegroom seated in a buggy was drawn in procession at about 5 o'clock from the house of His Renowned Highness Tunku Diodin, accompanied by the government band and all kinds of music, to the house of the Dato Penggulu, where he was met and sprinkled with saffron rice and rose water. Afterwards, being seated on the marriage throne side by side, both husband and wife, they offered each other in turn the mouthfuls of saffron rice which were presented by the ladies and gentlemen in His Highness Tunku Diodin. And afterwards the elder relatives on the side of both husband and bride presented the rice, and Inch Mohammed Kasim presented red eggs, teller bergeron, to all the ladies and gentlemen. And the bridegroom led the bride with him into the bridal chamber by the finger, walking upon cloth of purple and gold. And afterwards all the ladies and gentlemen were invited to eat and drink, and the band played, fireworks and artificial fires were burned, and great was the brightness thereof. And all the young people danced and sang at their pleasure until the evening was spent. 515. The marriage customs hitherto described have been only such as are based on a peaceful understanding between the parents of the contracting parties. An account of Malay marriage customs would not, however, be complete without some mention of the customs which regulate, strange as it may seem, even the forcible abduction of a wife. Of these customs Sir W. E. Maxwell says, The word panjat in Malay means literally, to climb, but it is used in Perak, and perhaps in other Malay states, to signify a forcible entry into a house for the purpose of securing as a wife a woman whom her relations have already refused to the intruder. This high-handed proceeding is recognized by Malay custom, and is regulated by certain well-known rules. Panjat is of two kinds, panjat angkara and panjat adat, entry by violence and entry by custom. In the first case, the man makes his way into the house armed with his kris, or other weapon, and entering the women's apartment, or posting himself at the door, secures the person of his intended bride, or prevents her escape. He runs the risk of being killed on the spot by the girl's relations, and his safety depends upon his reputation for courage and strength, and upon the number of his friends and the influence of his family. A wooer who adopts this violent method of compelling the assent of unwilling relations to his marriage to one of their kin must, say the Malays, have three qualifications. Karapatan Baniak. Wan Nia Biar Lebi. Jantan Nia Biar Lebi. A strong party to back him, plenty of money, and no lack of bravery. Plenty of money is necessary, because, by accepted custom, if the relations yield and give their consent all the customary payments are doubled, the fine for the trespass, which would ordinarily be $25, becomes $50. The dower is likewise doubled, and the usual present of clothes, salin, must consist of 2 of each of the 3 garments, salandang, baju, kain, instead of 1 as usual. The fine for panjat angkara may be of any amount, according to the pleasure of the woman's relations, and they fix it high or low according to the man's position. I have heard of one case in Perak, where the fine was $500, and another in which the suitor, to obtain his bride, had to pay $1,750, namely, $1,250 as a fine, and $500 for the marriage expenses. But in this case the girl was already betrothed to another, and $1,000 out of the fine went to the disappointed rival. Sometimes the relations hold out, or the man, for want of one of the 3 qualifications mentioned above, has to beat an ignominious retreat. In the reign of Sultan Ali, one Mat Taib, a Budak Raja, or personal attendant on the Sultan, asked for one Dina, the daughter of the Bandahara of Kedah, she then being at Kota Lama in Perak, in marriage. Being refused, he forced his way into the house, and seizing the girl by her long hair drew his kris, and defied everybody. No one dared to interfere by force, for the man, if attacked, would have driven his kris into the girl's body. This state of things is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights, during which the man neither ate nor slept. Eventually he was drugged by an old woman from whom he accepted some food or water, and when he fell asleep the girl was released from his grasp and taken to the Sultan's palace, where she was married off straightway to one Mat Arshad. Mat Taib had his revenge, for within a year he amucked at Bandar, where Mat Arshad lived, killing the latter and wounding Wandina. Panjat Idat is a less lawless proceeding. A man who is in love with a girl, the consent of whose parents or relations he cannot obtain, sends his kris to their house with a message to the effect that he is ready with the dower, presents, etc. doubled according to custom, and that he is ready to make good any demands they may make. The kris is symbolical of the violent entry, which in this case is dispensed with. If the girl's guardians are still obdurate they send back the kris, but with it they must send double the amount of the dower offered by the man. 7. Funerals 5:16. When a man dies, the corpse, called mayat, except in the case of a raja, when it is called janaza or janaza, is laid on its back, and composed with the feet towards Mecca. And the hands crossed, the right wrist resting upon the left just below the breastbone, and the right forefinger on the top of the left arm. It is next shrouded from head to foot in fine new sarongs, one of which usually covers the body from the feet upwards to the waist, the other covering it from the waist to the head. There are generally, in the case of the peasantry, 3 or 4 thicknesses of these sarongs, but when a rich man, or angkaya, dies, as many as 7 may be used, each of the 7 being made in one long piece. So as to cover the body from the head to the feet, the cloth being of fine texture, of no recognized color, but richly interwoven with gold thread, while the body is laid upon a mattress, which in turn rests upon a new mat of pandanus leaf. Finally, all but the very poorest display the hangings used on great occasions. At the head of the corpse are then piled 5 or 6 new pillows, with 2 more on the right and left side of the body resting against the ribs, while just below the folded hands are laid a pair of betel-nut scissors, ketchup basai. And on the matting at either side a bowl for burning incense is placed. Some say that the origin of laying the betel-nut scissors on the breast is that once upon a time a cat brushed against the body of a dead person, thereby causing the evil influence, badi, which resides in cats to enter the body. So that it rose and stood upon its feet. The contact with iron 517 prevents the dead body from rising again should it happen by any mischance that a cat, which is generally the only animal kept in the house, and which should be driven out of the house before the funeral ceremonies commence, should enter unawares and brush against it. From this moment until the body is laid in the grave the wake must be religiously observed, and the body be watched both by day and night to see that nothing which is forbidden, pantang, may come near it. 518 The imam, bilal, or katib, or in their absence the pa doja, or pa libai, is then summoned, and early notice of the funeral is given to all relations and friends to give them an opportunity of attending. Meanwhile the preparations are going on at the house of the deceased. The shroud, kain kapan, and plank or planks for the coffin are got ready. Of coffins there are 3 kinds, the papan sakping, the simplest form, generally consisting of a simple plank of pulai or jelutong wood about 6 feet long by 3 spans wide, the karanda, a plain, oblong plank box, of the same dimensions. And the long, consisting either of 2 planks which form a sort of gable with closed ends called kajang rungkop, or the long betul, which is like 3 sides of a box with its sides bulging out, both ends open, and no bottom. Varnish or paint is forbidden in Malay coffins, but the planks are washed to ensure their cleanliness, and lined with white cloth, alas pute. About 3 inches of earth is put into the karanda ordinarily, but if the coffin is to be kept, about a span's depth of earth, quicklime, and several caddis 519 of tea leaves, rush piths, sumbu kumpai, and camphor are also deposited in it. In successive layers, the rush piths at the top. Afterwards when the corpse has been laid on the top, tea leaves are put at front and back of the corpse as it lies. The next operation is to wash the corpse, which is carried for this purpose into the front or outer room. If there are 4 people to be found who are willing to undertake this disagreeable duty, they are told to sit upon the floor in a row, all looking the same way, and with their legs stretched out, belungar kaki. The body being then laid across their laps, riba. Several men are then told off to fetch water in jars, scoop it out of the jars and pour it on the body in small quantities by means of the scoop, penchadak air, which is usually a small bowl, saucer, or coconut shell, temperong. It frequently happens, however, that this unpleasant task finds no volunteers, in which case 5 banana stems are turned into improvised rollers, galang, on which the body is raised from the floor during the process of washing, maruang. When the body is ready for washing, a chief washer, orang maruang, is engaged for a fee of about $1. This is usually the bilal or imam, who shampoos the body whilst the rest are pouring water on it. The body then undergoes a second washing, this time with the cosmetic called air bedak, which is prepared by taking a handful of rice, sa janggambiras, 2 or 3 dips of lime, kalek kapur, and a pinch of gambur sa chubit, the last 3 being the usual concomitants of a single chew of the betel leaf, and pounding them up together with the rice. When pounded they are mixed with water, banker 520, in a large bowl holding about 2 gallons, the water at the top being poured off into a vessel of similar capacity, and scooped up and sprinkled as before on the corpse. The next washing is with juice of limes. 4 or 5 limes, limonipis, are taken, the ends cut off, and each lime slashed crosswise on the top without completely severing the parts. These limes are then squeezed, diramiskan, into another large bowl containing water, and the washing repeated. The final washing, or 9 waters, air sambalan, so called from the water being scooped up, and poured thrice to the right, thrice to the left, and thrice over the front of the corpse from head to foot, is performed with fresh water as at first. And the whole ceremony when completed is called bidara. The washing completed, the orifices, e.g. ears, nostrils, eyes, are generally stopped with cotton, and the body is carried back to its mattress, and laid in a shroud of white cotton cloth, which should be about 7 feet long by 4 feet in width, salabo, so that the edges meet over the breast. After this the last kiss is given by the nearest relatives, who must not, however, disturb the corpse by letting their tears fall upon its features. The shroud is usually of 3 thicknesses in the case of poor people, but wealthier families use 5, and even 7-fold shrouds. In Selangor, however, each shroud is usually a separate piece of cloth. The dead body of a child is sometimes covered in addition with a fine sort of white powder, abak tanah or tiaman, which is sprinkled over the face and arms. 5 knots are used in fastening the shroud, the ends being drawn up and tied, kokong, by means of the unraveled hem or selvage of the shroud torn into tape-like strips 521 which are bound thrice round the body at the breast, the knees, and the hips respectively, as well as above the head and below the feet. The corpse is then laid on the mattress or mat again, this time with its head to the north, and on its right side looking towards the west, Mecca, which is the position it is to occupy in the grave. Prayers are then offered by 4 or 5 praying men, orang meniyamahayan, who know the burial service by heart, the Bilal or Imam joining in the service, and all turning towards the west in the usual way. 1 praying man is sufficient, if no more are to be had, his fee ranging from 50 cents to $1 in the case of the poorer classes, and among the rich often amounting to $5 or $6. This service is held about 1 p.m. so as to give plenty of time to carry the body to the grave and return before nightfall. A jugful of eagle wood, garu, and sandalwood, cendana, water is then prepared, a small piece of each wood being taken and grated on a stone over the jug until the water becomes appreciably scented. About 20 leaves of the sweet-scented pandanus, pandan wangi, are then added, together with a bunch of fragrant erica palm blossoms, and other scented flowers, such as the champican cananga, which are shredded, de-iris, into a wooden tray and mixed together, whilst fragrant essences, such as rose water, air mawar, lavender water, air lavenda, attar of roses, minyak attar or turkey, are added when obtainable. A betel leaf tray containing all the articles required for chewing betel is then prepared, together with a new mat of pandanus leaf, in which are rolled up 5 asta 522 of white cloth, and a brass bowl or alms box, in which latter are to be placed the contributions, sedekah, of the deceased's relations. The preparations are completed by bringing in the beer, usangan, which has to be made on purpose, except in towns where a beer is kept in the mosque. In the case of the single plank coffin the body is laid on the plank, which is carried on the bier, and a sort of wickerwork covering, larang, of split bamboo is placed over the corpse, so as to protect it on its way to the grave. In the case of the kuranda the body is laid in the coffin, which is carried on the bier, and in the case of the long, there being no bottom in this form of coffin, the body lies on a mat. In each case the bier is covered with a pall, kain tudong, of as good colored cloth, never white, but often green, as may be obtainable. There are generally 2 or 3 of these coverings, and floral decorations are sometimes thrown across them, the blossoms of the erica palm and the scented pandanus being woven into exquisite floral strips, called centipede's feet, yari lapan, about 3 feet long by 2 fingers in breadth, and laid at short intervals across the pall. There are generally from 5 to 6 of these floral strips, the erica blossom alternating with the pandanus. The number of bearers depends on the rank of the deceased. In the case of a sultan as many as possible bear a hand in sending him to the grave, partly because of the pahala or merit thereby obtained, and partly, no doubt, for the sake of the sedekah or alms given to bearers. The procession then starts for the grave. None of the mourners or followers here wear any special dress or sign of mourning, such as the white sash with colored ribbon which is sometimes worn at Singapore, unless the kabong putih or strip of white cloth which is distributed as a funeral favor at the death of a sultan may be so reckoned. The only mourning which appears to be known to Malays is the rare use of a kind of black edging for the envelopes of letters, and that is no doubt copied from the English custom. Though I may add that a letter which announces a death should have no copula. 523 Loud wailing and weeping is forbidden by the Imam for fear of disturbing the dead. The mosque drum is not usually beaten for funerals in Selangor, nor is the body usually carried into the mosque, but is borne straight to the tomb. If the coffin is a single plank one, on arriving at the grave, which should have been dug early in the morning, an excavation is made on the left side of the grave for the reception of the corpse, the cavity being called liang lahad. 3 men then lower the corpse into the grave, where 3 others are waiting to receive it, and the corpse is deposited in the cavity on its right side, Mengairing ka lamong kanan, looking towards the west, Mecca. And with the head therefore lying towards the north. 4 pegs, daka, are then driven in to keep the plank in a diagonal position and prevent it from falling on the body, while the plank in turn protects the corpse from being struck by falling earth. The kuranda is lowered into the center of the grave in the same way as a European coffin, the body, however, being invariably deposited in the position just described. Whilst the long acts as a sort of lid to a shallow trench, just big enough to contain the body, which is dug, DK in the middle of the grave pit. The 5 bands swathing the corpse, lima tali penjakat mayat, are then removed, and at this point the bystanders occasionally hand lumps of earth, tanah sekipal, to the men standing in the pit, who, after putting them to the nostrils of the deceased, to be smelled, deposit them at the side of the grave, when they are shoveled in by those standing at the top. 524 The filling of the grave then proceeds, but as it is, taboo, pantang, to let the earth strike against the coffin in its fall, the grave diggers, who are still standing in the pit, receive it as it falls upon a sort of small hurdle or screen made of branches, and thence tilt it into the grave. As the grave, which is usually dug to about the level of a man's ear, fills up, the grave diggers, who are forbidden to shovel in the soil themselves, tread down the earth and level it. And they are not allowed to leave the pit till it is filled up to the top. One of the relations then takes a piece of any hard wood, and rudely fashions with a knife a temporary grave post, nisan or nishan, which is round in the case of a man and flattened in the case of a woman. One of these grave posts is placed exactly over the head, rantau kapala, and the other over the waist, rantau pinggang, not at the feet as in the case of Europeans. Thus the 2 grave posts are ordinarily about 3 feet apart, but tradition says that over the grave of a kramat or saint, they will always be found some 5 or 6 feet at least apart, one at the head and one at the feet. And it is said to be the saint himself who moves them. To the knob of the grave post is tied a strip of white cloth as a sign of recent death. 525. Leaves are then strewn on the ground at the left of the grave, and the 5 cubits of white cloth alluded to above are spread out to form a mat, upon which the Imam takes his seat, the rest of the company being seated upon the leaves. Eaglewood and sandalwood water, air garu chendana, is then brought to the Imam, who pours it out in 3 libations, each time sprinkling the grave from the head to the foot. If any water is left, the Imam sprinkles it upon any other graves which may be near, whilst the shredded flowers, bunga rampai, are then similarly disposed of. Next is read the talqin, which is an exhortation, ajaran, addressed to the deceased. It is said that during the process of reading the talqin the corpse momentarily revives, and, still lying upon its side, raises itself to a listening position by reclining upon its right elbow, bertelku, and resting its head upon its hand. 526 This is the reason 527 for removing the bands of the shroud, as the body is left free to move, and thus in groping about, marabaraba, with its left hand feels that its garment is without a hem or selvage. And then first realizing that it must be really dead, composes itself to listen quietly to whatever the Imam may say, until at the close of the exhortation it falls back really lifeless. Hence the most absolute silence must be observed during the exhortation. The Imam then repeats, by way of doxology, the tahalil or maratib, la ilaha illallah, there is no God but God, in company with the rest of the assembly, all present turning their heads and rocking themselves from side to side as they sit. Whilst they reiterate the words 100 times, commencing slowly till 33 times are reached, then increasing the pace up to the 66th time, and concluding with great rapidity. The contributions in the alms basin, battle, are then divided among the entire company as alms, sedekah. The master of the house then invites those present to partake at about 5 p.m. of the funeral feast, which in no way differs from an ordinary Malay banquet, the more solid portion of the meal, makan nasi, being followed by the usual confectionery and preserved fruits. The imam then reads prayers, and the company breaks up. The decorations for the funeral are left for 3 days undisturbed. During these 3 days the nearer neighbors are feasted, both in the morning and evening, at the usual Malay hours, and for 3 days every night at about 10 p.m. The service called reading the Quran to the corpse, mengajikan mayat, is performed either by the imam or somebody hired for the purpose. This is an important duty, the slightest slip being regarded as a great sin. At the end of the 3 days there is yet another feast, at 1 p.m., Kundari Menaga Hari, when those who are farther off are invited, and after this meal the tahalil is repeated as before. On the 7th day a similar feast, called Kundari Menujo Hari, is followed by the tahalil, which necessitates a further distribution of fees, sedekah tahalil. But in the case of poor people this second tahalil may be omitted, or the master of the house may say to the company, I ask, to be let off, the praying fees, saya minta sedekah tahalil, in which case the tahalil is free. Yet another feast is held on the 14th day, Kundari Dua Kali Tujo Hari, when the ceremonies are at end, except in the case of the richer classes who keep the Kundari Ampat Pulo Hari, or 40 days feast, and the Kundari Maradas Hari, or 100 days feast, whilst the anniversary is also kept as a holiday by all who wish to show respect for the deceased. This closes the usual funeral ceremonies, but a day is generally chosen at pleasure in the month of Ramadan or Maulud for the purpose of offering prayers and feasting the ancestors. The only difference made in the case of the death of a woman is that the washing of the corpse devolves upon women, whilst in the case of very young infants the takin is sometimes omitted. The woman's nisan, as has been explained, is distinguished by its shape. 528. The temporary nisan may be replaced by a permanent one at any time after the funeral. At the time the grave is made up, 4 planks, daper, with the upper edges and ends roughly carved and scalloped, are placed round the grave mound, tanah mati, to keep the earth from falling down. Whenever the grave is thus finally made up a feast is held, but from the necessities of the case this pious duty is generally left to the rich. 8. Medicine. The successful practice of Malay medicine must be based on the fundamental principle of preserving the balance of power among the 4 elements. This is chiefly to be effected by constant attention to, and moderation in, diet. To enforce these golden precepts, passages from the Quran are plentifully quoted against excess in eating or drinking. Air, they say, is the cause of heat and moisture, and earth of cold and dryness. They assimilate the constitution and passions of man to the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the 7 planets, etc. The mysterious sympathy between man and external nature was the basis of that system of supernatural magic which prevailed in Europe during the Middle Ages. The foregoing quotation shows that the distinctive features of the Aristotelian hygienic theory, as borrowed by the Arabs, did eventually filter through, in some cases, until they reached the Malays. Such direct references, however, to Greek theories are of the rarest character, and can hardly be considered typical. Most of the more important rites practiced by the Malay medicine men, Bomer, may be divided into 2 well-defined parts. Commencing with a ceremonial inspection, the counterpart of our modern diagnosis, the Bomer proceeds to carry out a therapeutic ceremony, the nature of which is decided by the results of the inspection. For the purposes of the diagnosis he resorts to divination, by means of omens taken from the smoke of the burning censer, from the position of coins thrown into water jars, bata bayong, and parched rice floating upon the water's surface. The therapeutic rites, on the other hand, may be roughly classified as follows according to their types. 529. 1. Propitiatory ceremonies, limas, ambangan, etc. 2. Neutralisatory ceremonies for destroying the evil principle, tawar. 3. Expulsory ceremonies, for the casting out of the evil principle, 530, of which the sucking charm rite, mengalan, is an example. 4. Revivificatory ceremonies, for recalling a sick person's soul, Riang Semengat. Plate 16. Bomar at work. Model, showing a medicine man, Bomar or Paang, at work, the patient lying in bed with his child at his side. The 3 jars, Bayong Tiga, used by the medicine man are standing in a row at the side of the room. They are a little too large in proportion. Page 410. I shall take each of the types in order. For the water jar ceremony, 3 jars, Bayong, containing water are brought to the sick man's room and decorated with the fringe or necklace of plaited coconut leaves, which is called centipede's feet, Yari Lapan. A 4th jar should contain a sort of bouquet of artificial flowers to serve as an attraction to the sick man's soul, Semengat. You will also require a tray filled with the usual accessories of Malay magic ceremonies, incense, 3 sorts of rice, etc., besides 3 wax tapers, one of which you will plant upon the brim of each of the 3 jars. When all is ready, drop the incense upon the embers, and as the smoke rises repeat this charm. If you are at one with me, rise towards me, O smoke. If you are not at one with me, rise athwart me, O smoke. Either to right or left. 531. As you say this, catch the first puff of smoke and inhale it, Tangkapla Puchik ASAP, Kayam, as it rises towards you. If the smell is pleasant, Sedap, it is a good sign; if it has a scorched smell, hang it, it is bad. But if it smells offensive, Busak, no medicine can save the patient. Next, before you look into the jars, take handfuls of parched, washed, and saffron rice, and after fumigating them over the incense, strew them all round the row of jars, saying as you do so: Cluck, cluck. Souls of so-and-so, all 7 of you, 532. Come, and let all of us hear together. See, about the medicine for you, O souls of so-and-so. Here strew, Tabor, the rice first to the right, then to the left, and then to the right again. Before removing the caladium leaves from the jar mouths, repeat the following. Peace be with you, Prophet, Tap, in whose charge is the earth. Swallam, in whose charge are the heavens. Prophet Noah, in whose charge are the trees. Prophet Elias, planter of trees. And Prophet Kyler, Kizr, in whose charge is the water. I crave permission to see the remedies for so-and-so. Here remove the caladium leaves from the jar mouths, and taking one of the wax tapers, wave it in the smoke of the censer 7 times towards the right and say: Peace be with you, O Tanju, I adopt you to be a guardian for my brother. You who are sprung from the original elements. From the former time unto the present. You who sprang from the gum of the eyes of Muhammad. I ask to see the disease of so-and-so. Here plant the taper firmly upon the edge of the jar, and gaze into the water to see the signs, Alamatnaya. Thus if there is an oily scum on the water, Burkrak Lemek, it is a bad sign. And to this may be added that if the caladium leaf covering has acquired a faded look, Leu, in the interim, it is a sign of severe sickness. Fumigate the outside of the jars with the smoke of the incense. The medicine man does this by washing his hands in the smoke and then rubbing over the outside of the jars as if he were shampooing them. And anoint them with oil of celebes, minyak bugis. Then take a closed fistful, jengam, of parched rice, and holding it over the smoke of the censer, gangang dasap kemnayan, repeat this charm. Peace be with you, Muscha Kembang. I adopt you as a guardian for my brother. If in truth you are sprung from the primordial elements. From the former time unto the present. I know the origin from which you sprang. For you sprang from Our Lady Eve, City Hawa. You I order, your cooperation I invoke. that whatsoever shape you assume. Within this your garden of splendor, you break neither plighted faith nor solemn promise. Here throw the parched rice into the jars, and say, Peace be unto you, O prophet Tap, in whose charge is the earth. O prophet Noah, in whose charge are the trees. And prophet Kyler, in whose charge is the water. I crave this water, lit. Exudation, as a boon. For the healing of so-and-so. And observe these signs. 1. If the water is perfectly still, it is a bad sign. 2. If it is a little disturbed, it is a good sign. 3. If the rice floats in a line across the sun's path, Berater Melantang Matahari, it is a fatal sign. 4. If you see a solitary grain traveling by itself, Berger, you may know the sickness to be caused by the making of an image, Buatan Orang. 5. If the parched rice travels towards the right of the jar, the patient will recover quickly. 6. If it travels towards the left of the jar, he will recover, but slowly. 7. If, however, it floats right underneath the candle, it is generally a fatal sign. Next, see what patterns are formed by the rice grains as they lie on the water. 1. If they take the shape either of a boat or a crocodile, this means that the spirit demands the launching of a spirit boat, Lanchang. 2. If they take a square shape, a tray of offerings, Anchak, is demanded. 3. If they take the shape of a house, a state hall, Balay, is demanded. Now take all kinds of fragrant flowers and shred them, But Bunga Rampai, add the shredded blossoms of 4 which are scentless, for instance, blossoms of the Seliguri, Pulat Pulat, Baliadap, and Kadudak, mix them and throw them into the jars. Then plant in each jar the flower spathe of an areca palm, Mayung Pinang. Throw into each a jar stone, i.e. $1, and the jars will be ready. You should then read the foregoing charms over each of them. The extra jar, which is filled with a sort of big nosegay, Gumba, represents a pleasure garden, Taman Bunga, and is intended to attract the soul, Semangat, of the sick man. Now take parched rice and hold it over the incense, Digangang, saying, Peace be with you, O wheat. You I wish to command, your cooperation I invoke. In inspecting the sickness of so-and-so. Break neither plighted faith nor solemn promise. But inspect the sickness of this grandson of Adam. This follower of the Prophet Muhammad, of the race of the sons of men, so-and-so. If anything should supervene, do you stir within this pure heart of mine? Plate 17. Anchak. Model of the sacrificial tray, Anchak, used by the medicine man, showing the kind of fringe round the tray called centipede's feet. And the rice receptacles of plaited palm fronds, Ketupat and Lepat, which are attached to the suspenders of the tray. Page 414. Now scatter the parched rice upon the surface of the water in the jars, and watch for the signs. 1. If the rice is lumped together, bulat or berlubak, it is a good sign. 2. If it extends itself crosswise, panjang melantang, it is a bad sign. 3. If it takes the shape of a spirit boat, lanchang, you must make a spirit boat, that is what is wanted. 4. If it keeps traveling either to the left or the right, it is a stream spirit, anak sunjai, which has affected the patient. 5. If it takes the shape of a crocodile, or anything of that sort, it is an earth spirit, puaka, which has affected the patient. The most popular method of propitiating evil spirits consists in the use of the sacrificial tray called anchak. This is a small frame of bamboo or wood, 533 usually from 2 to 3 feet square and turned up at the sides, which are decorated with a long fringe, yari lapan, of plaited coconut leaf. For rattan, suspenders, of equal length, tali pengantang, are fastened to the 4 corners, and are thence carried up to meet at a point which may be from 2 to 3 feet above the tray. These trays appear to be divisible into 2 classes, according to the objects which they are intended to serve. In the one case certain offerings, to be described presently, are laid upon the tray, which is carried out of the house to a suitable spot and there suspended to enable the spirits for whom it is designed to feed upon its contents. 534 In the other case certain objects are deposited upon it, into which the evil spirits are ceremoniously invited to enter, in which case it must obviously be got rid of after the ceremony, and is therefore hung up in the jungle, or set adrift in the sea or the nearest river. In the latter case it is called the keeled sacrifice tray, Anchak Pulunas, and falls into line with other objects which are occasionally set adrift for the same purpose. The offerings placed on the sacrificial tray vary considerably, according to the object of the ceremony, the means of the person for whose benefit they are offered, the caprice of the medicine man who carries out the ceremony, and so on. 535. I shall therefore, in the present place, merely describe the contents of a more or less typical tray, with the main points of the accompanying ritual. The bottom of the tray having been lined with banana leaf, and thickly strewn with parched rice, there are deposited in the tray itself 5 chews of betel leaf, 5 native cigarettes, rokok, 5 wax tapers, 5 small water receptacles or limas, made of banana leaf and skewered together at each end, and 5 copper cents, or dollars. The articles just enumerated are divided into 5 portions, one of which is deposited in the center of the tray, and the remainder in its 4 corners. Besides this there are to be deposited in the tray 14 portions of meat, of fowl, goat, or buffalo, as the case may be, and 14 portions of Malay cakes. Care being taken in each case to see that there are 7 portions of cooked and 7 portions of uncooked food provided. The rattan suspenders, again, are hung with 2 sets of ornamental rice receptacles made of plaited coconut leaf, 14 of the long-shaped kind, or lepat, and 14 of the diamond-shaped kind, or kedipat. Besides this, 2 sets of, cooked and uncooked, packets of rice, each stained a different color, are sometimes deposited in the tray, the colors used being white, yellow, red, black, blue, green, and purple. The only other articles required for the tray are a couple of eggs, of which one must, of course, be cooked and the other raw. Of the water receptacles, those in alternate corners are filled with water and cane juice, the central receptacle being filled with the blood of the fowl, or other animal slain for the sacrifice. Upon the ground, exactly underneath the tray, should be deposited the feathers, feet, entrails, etc., of the fowl, portions of whose flesh have been used for the tray, together with the refuse of the parched rice and a censer. Strictly speaking, a white and a black fowl should be killed, but only half of each cooked, the remainder being left raw. The portions of fowl are as small as they can possibly be, a mere symbol, isharat, of each kind of food being all that the spirits are supposed to require. Sometimes funnel-shaped rice receptacles are used, which are skewered with a bamboo skewer and called karanchat. Occasionally a standard censer, sanga, is used, the end of a piece of bamboo being split up and bent or opened outwards for several inches, and a piece of rattan, cane, being wound in and out among the split ends, so as to form a sort of funnel, about 9 inches in diameter at the top, which is lined with banana leaf, filled with earth, and planted vertically in the ground, great care being taken to see that it does not lean out of the perpendicular. Live embers are placed upon it, incense crumbled over it, between the finger and thumb, and the appropriate charm recited. A specimen of a charm or formula used during the burning of incense will be found in the appendix. The kedipats are called, 1. Sri Negri, 7-cornered, or the luck of the country, 2. Bua Keras, 6-cornered, or the candlenut, 3. Bawang Pute, 6-cornered, or garlic, 4. Bulu Pengeo, 4-cornered, or the paddle handle. 5. Pazer, 5-cornered, or the market, 6. Bawang Merah, 6-cornered, or the onion, 7. Pazer Pahang, 6-cornered, or the Pahang market, 8. Telur, or the hen's egg. The lepats are called, 1. Lepat Dawn Nair, 5 to 6 inches long and made of coconut leaves, 2. Lepat Tilam, of plantain leaves, 3. Lepat Dawn Paulus, of paulus leaves, 3-sided. Diminutive models of various objects, also made of coconut leaves, are often added, e.g. Burung Ponggok, the owl, kerbau, the buffalo, rusa, the stag, tekukur, the ground dove, kedam, the crab, and, but very rarely, kuda, the horse. The things deposited in the tray are intended for the spirits, hantas, themselves, the refuse on the ground beneath it for their slaves, hamba. Of the food in the tray, the cooked food is for the king of the spirits, Raja Hantu, who is sometimes said to be the wild huntsman, Hantu Pemburu, and sometimes Batara Guru, and the uncooked for his following. But of the 2 eggs, the uncooked one is alleged to be for the land spirit, i.e. the wild huntsman, and the cooked for the sea spirit. This assertion, however, requires some further investigation before it can be unreservedly accepted. The wave offering. On one occasion, during my residence in the Kuala Langat district of Selangor, I had the good fortune to be present at the waving of a sacrificial tray, ancak, containing offerings to the spirits. The account of this ceremony, which I shall now give, is made up from notes taken during the actual performance. To commence, the Paong sat down with his back to the patient, facing a multitude of dishes which contained the various portions of cooked and uncooked food. The tray itself was suspended at a height of about 3 feet from the ground in the center of the room, just in front of the Paong's head. Lighting a wax taper and removing the yam leaf covering from the mouth of the jar containing holy water, the Paong now inspected the water in the jar by gazing intently into its depths, and re-extinguished the taper. Then he fumigated his hands in the smoke of the censer, extended them for a brief interval over the holy water, took the censer in both hands, described 3 circles round the jar with it, set it down again, and stirred the water thrice with a small knife or dagger, keris, the blade of which he kept in the water while he muttered a charm to himself. Then he charmed the beetle stand in the first dish of cooked food, pushing the latter aside and covering it with a small dish cover as he finished the charm. Next, at the hands of one of the company, he accepted, in 2 pieces, 5 cubits of yellow cloth, yellow being the royal color, and a small vessel of oil of celebes, with which, it may be added, he anointed the palms of both hands before he touched the cloth itself. Next, he fumigated the latter in the smoke of the censer, one end of the cloth being grasped firmly in the right hand, and the remainder of it being passed round the right wrist, and over and under the right arm, while the loose end trailed across his lap. Next, after repeating the usual charm, he breathed on one end of the cloth, passed the whole of the cloth through his fingers, fumigated it, and laid it aside. Took an egg which was presented to him upon a tray, and deposited it exactly in the center of a large dish of parched rice. Next, he pushed aside the jar of holy water, lowered the tray by means of the cord attached to it, which passed over a beam, and proceeded to supervise the preparation of the tray, which was being decorated with the centipede fringe by one of the company acting as an assistant. The fringe having been fitted by the latter to the edges of the tray, and the latter lined with 3 thicknesses of banana leaf, the Paong described a circle round it thrice with the censer, and then deposited the censer upon the floor, exactly under the center of the tray. Then anointing his hands again he passed them over both tray and fringe. A brief pause followed, and then the Paong took the larger piece of yellow cloth and wrapped it like a royal robe around the shoulders of the patient as he sat up inside his mosquito curtain. Another brief pause, and the Paong betook himself once more to the filling of the tray. Taking a large bowl of parched rice, he scooped up the rice in his hands, and let it run through his fingers into the tray, until there was a layer of parched rice in the latter of at least an inch in depth, and then deposited the egg, already alluded to, in the very center of the parched rice. Next he took a comb of bananas, presented by one of the company, and cutting them off one by one deposited them in a dish, from which they were presently transferred to the tray. The Paong now returned to the patient, and kneeling down in front of him, fumigated his hands in the smoke of the censer, and then, muttering a charm, wrapped the smaller piece of yellow cloth turban-wise round his own head, and slowly and carefully pushed the yellow-robed patient, who was still in a sitting posture, forward until he reached a spot which was exactly under the center of the tray, and which faced, I was told, the place of the rising sun. The long straw-colored streamers of the tray fringe dropped gracefully around the patient on every side, and had it not been for occasional bright glimpses of the yellow cloth he would have been almost invisible. The censer, voluming upwards its ash-grey smoke, was now passed from hand to hand 3 times round the patient, and finally deposited on the floor at his feet. The loading of the tray now recommenced, and the Poang, standing up and looking towards the south, deposited in it carefully the several portions of cooked offerings, the sum of the various portions making up a whole fowl. Then, after washing his hands, he added to the tray small portions of rice variously prepared and colored, viz. parched and washed rice, and rice stained yellow, saffron, green, red, blue, and black, 7 kinds in all. Next he deposited in the tray the uncooked portions, whose sum also amounted to a whole fowl, then, after a further hand-washing, the cakes, and finally, after a last washing. He fastened to the suspenders, 536 of the tray the small ornamental rice bags called ketipat and lepat. 537. But the list of creature comforts provided for the spirits comprised other things besides food. 5 miniature water buckets, each manufactured from a strip of banana leaf skewered together at each end with a bamboo pin, were now filled, the alternate corner ones with water and cane juice, called palm toddy, in the spirit language. And the central one with the blood of the fowls killed for the sacrifice. They were then duly deposited in the tray by the Poang. 5 waxen tapers, to light the spirits to their food, were next charmed and lighted, and planted in the center and 4 corners respectively. Finally, no doubt for the spirits' after-dinner enjoyment, 5 chews of betel leaf and 5 native-made cigarettes, tobacco rolled in strips of palm leaf, were charmed and actually lighted at a lamp. And deposited in the tray with the other offerings, and at the same time 5 50-cent, silver, pieces of Straits money, called tray stones, were added to the medley. Evidently with the object of preventing the good temper of the spirits from being disturbed by shortness of cash. The loading of the tray being now complete, the Poang walked thrice round the patient, who was still overshadowed by the tray, and passed the censer round him thrice. Standing then with his face to the east, so as to look in the same direction as the patient, he grasped the suspenders of the tray with both hands at their converging point, and thrice muttered a charm. Giving a downward tug to the cord of the tray at the end of each repetition. This done, he removed the yellow cloth from his head, and fastened it round the tray cord at the point where the suspenders converged. And then waved the offering by causing the loaded tray with its flaring tapers to swing slowly backwards and forwards just over the patient's head. Next, letting the tray slowly down and detaching it from the cord, at the converging point, he again waved it slowly to and fro amid the flaring of the tapers, 7 times in succession, and held it out for the patient to spit into. When this was done he sallied out into the darkness of the night carrying the tray, and gaining the jungle, suspended it from a tree, of the kind called petai belalang, which had been selected that very day for the purpose. A white ant, immediately settling upon the offering, was hailed by the Malays present with great delight as a sign that the spirits had accepted the offering, whereupon we all returned to the house and the company broke up. The ceremony had commenced about 8 p.m., and lasted about an hour and a half, and the number of people present was 14, 7 male and 7 female, which was the number stipulated by the Poang. Another form of propitiation, buang-buangan limas, ceremony consists in loading a limas with the offerings. The limas is a receptacle of about a span, sa jengkal, in length, made of banana leaf folded together at the ends and skewered with a bamboo pin. Inside it are deposited the offerings, which consist of the following articles: a chew pack, half coconutful, of parched rice, a set of 3, 5, or 7 bananas, a pinch, sa jempit, of saffron rice, a pinch of washed rice. A native cigarette, rokok, an egg, a wax taper, 2 chews of betel leaf, and a betel leaf twisted up into the shape of a spiral, pantat sipit. 1, at least, of the 2 chews of betel must be specially prepared, as it is to be left behind for the spirits to chew, whilst the other is taken back into the presence of the sick man. Where the medicine man chews it and ejects the chewed leaf, desemer, upon the small of the sick man's back. In the case of the chew, which is left behind for the spirits, the ordinary portion of betel nut must be replaced by nutmeg, the gamber by mace, and the lime by oil of celebes, minyak bugis. When the ceremony of loading the limas is complete, it is carried down to the nearest river or sea, and there set adrift with the following words. Peace be with you, Kyler, Khizr, prophet of God and Lord of water. Majariah is the name of your sire. Madarudi the name of your mother. Si Kakas the name of their child. Accept this present from your younger brother, Si Kakas. Cause him no sickness or headache. Here is his, your younger brother's, present. Here the limas is set adrift, and the water underneath it scooped up and carried home, where it is used for bathing the sick man. Another very simple form of propitiation is called ambang-ambangan, and is performed as follows. Take 7 chews of betel leaf, 7 native cigarettes, rokok, 7 bananas, an egg, and an overflowing chupak, half coconutful, of parched rice, brtisa chupakabong, 538. Roll them all up together in a banana leaf, which must be a cubit in length and of the same variety of banana as the first. And deposit them in a place where 3 roads meet, if anything, a little way along the left-hand road of the 3, and repeat this charm. Jembalang Jembali, demon of the earth. Accept this portion as your payment. And restore so and so. But if you do not restore him, I shall curse you with the saying, there is no God but God, etc. The above ceremony is generally used in the case of fever complaint. Countercharms for neutralizing, the active principle of poisons form, as a rule, one of the most important branches of the pharmacopoeic system among the less civilized Malay tribes. A settled form of government and the softening of manners due to contact with European civilization has, however, diminished the importance, I speak, of course, from the Malay point of view, of this branch of the subject in the western Malay states of the peninsula, where poisoning cases are very rarely heard of. Malay women have always possessed the reputation of being especially proficient in the use of poison, ground glass and the furry spicules obtained from the leaf cases of some kinds of bamboo being their favorite weapons. This idea, of using a charm to neutralize the active principle of poison, has been extended by Malay medicine men to cover all cases where any evil principle, even, for instance, a familiar spirit, is believed to have entered the sick person's system. All such charms are piously regarded by devout Mohammedans as gifts due to the mercy of God, who is believed to have sent them down to the Prophet Muhammad by the hand of his servant Gabriel. This doctrine we find clearly stated in the charms themselves, e.g. somewhat tautologically. Neutralizing charms sprang from God. Neutralizing charms were created by God. Neutralizing charms were a boon from God, who commanded Prince Gabriel to bring them unto Muhammad. The ceremony of applying such charms generally takes the form of grating a bezoar, stone 539, batagulaga, mixing the result with water, and drinking it after repeating the charm. Thus in one of the charms quoted in the appendix we read, the upas loses its venom, and poison loses its venom, and the sea snake loses its venom, and the poison tree of Borneo loses its venom. Everything that is venomous loses its venom. By virtue of my use of the prayer of the magic bezoar stone. Of the sea snake, Yulargarang, I was told that it was about 2 cubits in length, and that it was the most poisonous snake in existence. In fact, my informant declared, if your little finger is bitten by it you must cut off the finger. If your oar blade is bitten by it you must throw away the oar. 540. And again of the ipo, or upas, which is one of the chief ingredients in the blowgun poison used by the wild tribes, I was told that if a man who was struck by it was supported by another his supporter would die. And that so far from its virulence becoming then exhausted, it would even kill a person who was 7 times removed, in point of contact, from the person originally affected. 541. The above charm terminates as follows. Let this my prayer be sharp as steel, swift as lightning, fleet as the wind. Grant this by virtue of my use of the prayer of Dato Malam Kariman, who has become a saint through religious penance. Performed at the headwaters of the river of Saran in the interior of Egypt. By the grace of, etc. I may add that when you are collecting the materials for a neutralizing ceremony, tawar, the following formula should be used. Not mine are these materials. They are the materials of Kamal al-Hakim. 542. Not to me belongs this neutralizing charm. To Malam Sadi belongs this neutralizing charm. It is not I who apply it. It is Malam Kariman who applies it. Badi. The next class of medicinal ceremonies consists of rites intended to effect the expulsion from the patient's body of all kinds of evil influences or principles. Such as may have entered into a man who has unguardedly touched a dead animal or bird from which the badi has not yet been expelled, or who has met with the wild huntsman in the forest. 543. Badi is the name given to the evil principle which, according to the view of Malay medicine men, attends, like an evil angel, everything that has life. It must not be forgotten when we find it used of inert objects, such as trees, and even of stones or minerals, that these too are animate objects from the Malay point of view. Vaughan de Waal describes it as, the enchanting or destroying influence which issues from anything, e.g. from a tiger which one sees, 544 from a poison tree which one passes under, from the saliva of a mad dog, from an action which one has performed. The contagious principle of morbid matter. Hence the ceremony which purports to drive out this evil principle is of no small importance in Malay medicine. I may take this opportunity of pointing out that I have used the word mischief to translate it when dealing with the charms, as this is the nearest English equivalent which I have been able to find. Indeed, it appears a very fairly exact equivalent when we remember its use in English in such phrases as, "It's got the mischief in it," which is sometimes used even of inanimate objects. There are 190 of these mischiefs, according to some, according to others, 193. Their origin is very variously given. One authority says that the first badi sprang from 3 drops of Adam's blood, which were spilt on the ground. Another, rather inconsistently, declares that the mischief, badi, residing in an iguana, biawak, was the origin of all subsequent mischiefs, yet adds later that the heart of timber was their origin. And yet again that the yellow glow at sunset, called Mambang Cunning or the yellow deity, was their origin. These two latter are, perhaps the most usual theories, but a third medicine man declares that the first badi was the offspring of the genie, Ibn Yujin, Ibn Jan, who resides in the clouds, or caverns, and hollows of the hills. Thus do Malay medicine men disagree. These mischiefs reside not only in animate, but also in inanimate objects. Thus in one of the elephant charms given in the appendix several different mischiefs are described as residing in earth, ant hills, wood, water, stone, and elephants or rhinoceroses, respectively. Again, in a deer charm, various mischiefs are requested to return to their place of origin, i.e. to the iguana, strictly speaking, the monitor lizard, heart of timber, and the yellow glow of sunset. Yet another deer charm calls upon badi, as the offspring of the jinn Ibn Yujin, who resides in the clouds and hollows of the hills, to return there. 2.545. I will now proceed to describe the ceremony of casting out these mischiefs. The chief occasions on which this casting out takes place are, first, when somebody is ill, and his sickness is attributed to his accidental contact with, and consequent possession by, one of these mischiefs. And, secondly, when any wild animal or bird is killed. The ceremony of casting out the mischief from the carcasses of big game will be found described under the heading of hunting ceremonies. I shall here confine myself to a brief description of the ceremony as conducted for the benefit of sick persons. First make up a bunch of leaves, cherek, consisting of the shrubs called pulat-pulat and selaguri, with branches of the gandarusa and lenjuang merah, red dracena, all of which are wrapped together in a leaf of the esipuli, and tied round with a piece of tree bark, kulit tirap, or the akar gasing. With this leaf brush you are to cast out the mischief. Then you grate on to a saucer small pieces of ebony wood, Brazil wood, laka wood, sandalwood, and eagle wood, lignalos, mix them with water, putting in a few small pieces of scrap iron, and rub the patient all over with the mixture. As you do this, repeat the appropriate charm, then take the brush of leaves and stroke the patient all over downwards from head to foot, saying, "Peace be with you, Prophet Noah, to whom belong the trees. And Prophet Elias who planted them. I crave as a boon the leaves of these shrubs. To be a drug and a neutralizing power within the body, frame, and person of so-and-so. If you, addressing the leaves, refuse to enter the body of so-and-so, you shall be cursed with my curse of the 9 countries. By the power of the word there is no God but God, etc. Whilst reciting the above, stand upright, close to the patient's head, grasping a spear in your left hand. Brandish this spear over the body of the patient, drawing a long breath. 546. This spear must afterwards be ransomed, say, for 40 cents. In default of which payment it is forfeited to the medicine man. The directions for another form of the ceremony just described, casting out the mischief, are as follows. Whenever a person is suffering from the influence of a waxen image, such as is described elsewhere, you must rub him, or her, all over with limes in order to cast out the mischief. These limes must be of 7 different kinds, and you will require 3 of each kind. When you have got them, fumigate them with incense and repeat the appropriate charm, which is practically an appeal addressed to the spirit of the limes to assist in extracting the poisonous principle from the body of the sick man. Peace be with you, O Lelong. We have been brothers from the former time until now. I am fain to order you to assist me in extracting everything that is poisonous from the body and limbs of so-and-so. Break not your solemn promise. Break not your plighted faith. And use not deceit or wiles, etc. Of course the luckless spirit is told that if he does not do exactly as he is bidden he must expect the curse to follow. This charm must be repeated overnight, and early next morning 3 thicknesses of bira leaves must be laid down, for the patient to stand upon during the lustration. The 7 sorts of limes are at the same time to be squeezed into a bowl and divided into 3 portions. These portions are to be used 3 times during the day, at sunrise, noon, and sundown respectively, partly for washing off the cosmetics, which are rubbed all over the body, and partly as a medicinal draught or potion. In the morning the cosmetic must be white, bidak pute lulit, at noon it must be red, bidak mera, and at sundown black, bidak hitam. The trash of the limes, after squeezing, is wrapped up in a bira leaf at evening, and either carried out to the sea, into which it is dropped, or deposited ashore at a safe distance from the house. The only special taboo mentioned for this ceremony is that the patient must not during its continuance meet anybody who has come from a distance. Another very curious form of this ceremony of casting out devils was described to me by a Kelantan Malay. It is worked on the substitute or scapegoat principle, tukar ganti, and the idea is to make little dough images of all kinds of birds, beasts, fishes, and even inanimate objects, a few of the former being fowls, ducks, horses, apes, buffaloes, bullocks, wild cattle, saladang, deer, mouse deer, and elephants, besides those enumerated in the charm itself, whilst exceptions are to be the unlucky animals, benetang sayao, such as cats, tigers, pigs, dogs, snakes, and iguanas. When made they are to be deposited together in a heap upon a sacrificial tray, enchak, together with betel leaves, cigarettes, and tapers. One of the tapers is made to stand upon a silver dollar, with the end of a piece of party-colored thread inserted between the dollar and the foot of the taper. And the other end of this thread is given to the patient to hold whilst the necessary charm is being repeated. Part of this charm is worth quoting, as it helps to explain the line of thought on which the medicine man is working. I have made a substitute for you, and engage you for hire.